Good afternoon and welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force called for Tuesday, April 26, 2011 at 4 p.m. and beginning at 4 p.m. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Member Snyder. Snyder excused. Member Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Member Cotton. Here. Cotton present. Member Manny. Manny excused. Member Washburn.
Here.
Washburn present. Member Knebber.
Here.
Knebber present. Member Costa.
Here.
Costa present. Member Wolf.
Here.
Wolf present. Member Chan. Chan present. Member Johnson. Johnson excused. Member West. West absent. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay. We do have some requested agenda changes. I'll start out with item number 30 and 31, Michael Petrellis against the police department. Mr. Petrellis has requested a continuance. He cannot be here today. Is there anybody here from the police department? Okay, sir, do you have any objection to a continuance?
Yes, we object. We're here. We're ready to proceed.
Task Force? Member Knebber.
I think that it's our normal procedure to grant continuances from complainants, so I would move for that.
Okay.
I hear you.
Let's make it a formal motion. Is there a motion to continue this item?
I move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on whether to continue this item?
Okay, thanks.
Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion to continue, Member Cotton. Aye. Cotton, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have the motion passes.
Okay. What's the count, please?
Sorry?
The count, please.
The count is 7 votes for to continue.
Thank you. Sir, thank you very much for being here. This item is continued. We have requests, which I'm inclined, these are requests from respondents, and I'm inclined not to grant them just because of the heavy volume of complaints that we have here today. However, if any of you has a continuance motion from a respondent that you would like to grant, please speak up now. Seeing none, we will proceed then with our agenda. With the exception of items 30 and 31, we are going to proceed with our agenda as it's down. Mr. Clerk, could you call the first item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 1 is hearing to consider possible changes to task force procedure rules, including majority vote requirements for substantive action by the task force and policy on unexcused absences by members.
Okay. Task Force, Member Wolf, this is kind of you're the main mover on this, so could you please proceed?
This is a recommendation from the Rules Committee to amend the bylaws. They have been presented at the last meeting and now publicized according to our bylaws with regards to amendments to the bylaws. So at this time, in order to start the debate or discussion, I will move the amendments.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion, Task Force? Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. I have some things I'd like to say. I will probably be in the minority here, but I'm going to say them anyway. I sent an email around that I had received from Terry Frank and Peter Scheer. They are the executive directors, respectively, of Californians Aware and the First Amendment Coalition. In that first email, both of them said they really saw no problem with the proposed amendment to the bylaws. However, I have had subsequent conversations with both of them wherein I pointed to a specific provision in the city charter that seems to militate against a change in these bylaws. Now, in sentiment, I favor the bylaws. I think that when somebody is not here, that shouldn't count as a no vote. However, I talked today with Mr. Scheer and with Mr. Frank. Mr. Scheer was a little less certain. He was in his car at the time. But Mr. Frank had the city charter provision in front of him at the time that I was talking to him. And that city charter in section 4.104B which is not here in the sheet we've been handed out. So please bear with me for just a sec while I look this up in the Good Government Guide supplement. 4.104B. Unless otherwise required by this charter, the affirmative vote of a majority of the members shall be required for the approval of any matter, except that the rules and regulations of the body may provide that with respect to matters of procedure, the body may act by affirmative vote of the majority of the members present, so long as the members present constitute a quorum. That, to me, is fairly definitive. It does distinguish between substantive and procedural matters, and it states that in a procedural matter, a majority means a majority of those present, whereas in a substantive matter, a majority means a majority present and not present. And Mr. Frank, in my conversation with him today, he told me that where bylaws conflict with the city charter does take precedence. And I am going to, I think if we, again, in sentiment, I am for the amended bylaws, but I think we need to be extremely cautious here. We could be, I don't know what liabilities we might incur if we adopt these and then act according to their dictates. But I think that caution really should prevail here, so I intend to vote no on these. Further discussion, Member Cawthon.
I have looked at this very carefully. We had the same problem at the library CAC, and indeed once on minutes, which we determined to be procedural versus cases, which of course were substantive. We did vote to approve the minutes, and I think we made a mistake because both the city attorney, both our attorney, Jerry Threet, had a February 22nd memo to us, and I believe that was taken in some measure from Tom Owen, City Attorney Tom Owen, who has written the analysis for the city. Also, Dave Snyder, who is our attorney on the board, he analyzed the issue also and found that much as he wishes it could be otherwise, the charter does require we should follow the majority rule that's exemplified in the charter. And I feel the same way. I think it would be great if we could act as has been proposed. But what it would mean is, for example, we got down to 6 people, which we have to have for a quorum. That would mean that 4 people out of an 11-member group could pass a motion, and I just don't think that's right. And I certainly isn't what's intended by the charter, so I'm going to vote no, and I would urge everybody else to. And another thing I just wanted to point out, the New York Times article, which said very bad things about us. And I think if we pass something like this, that will simply give them more fuel to criticize us. So that's my position.
Member Wolf.
I'm not too concerned what the media or, what they have to write necessarily with regards to that article. We're public, officials. We've been here for a very long time. We do things right. We do things to some people that may not be right. It's a matter of opinion what people think about what we do or not. I'm not too concerned about that. We're here to receive those slings and arrows from the public, as we do at every meeting, and so I'm not too concerned about it. We're still here. Mr. Chair, I just was wondering, are you concerned about all the amendments to the bylaws? Because there are actually 3 amendments to the bylaws.
Well, the one I am concerned with,
Here's the copy.
okay, I think Section 7 is really the,
I just want to speak to the correct items
Section
that you were addressing.
perhaps we should separate out Section 7 then, because the rest of it seems to be in order.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Is there a move to separate out Section 7?
A motion.
Second? Moved and seconded. Roll call on separation of Section 7, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon? Cawthon, no. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny,
Should
aye.
have
Member
been public
Washburn?
comment on that before the vote.
On a separation? That's procedural.
Okay.
Motion before us is to separate out one section of the proposed amendment to our bylaws. Sirs, would you please be seated and be silent? Please be seated and be silent, or I will ask security to remove you.
I will stand. I will be silent, but I will stand.
Thank you. Sorry, could you continue the roll call, please?
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva?
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes and 1 nose.
I
Okay.
have a question.
Member
Chair.
Cawthon?
What is the purpose of separating this? Maybe I didn't get it.
Well, I recommended a separation because that seems to me to be the one area of this proposed bylaws change that flies in the face of the city charter.
Oh, okay. I changed my vote to yes.
Change Member Cawthon's vote to a yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the rest of the bylaws? The rest of the proposed bylaws changes. Member Costa, Member Wolf.
I guess in light of separating that out, I would advocate strongly for Section 2, Article 7, in that it seems like that sort of requirement for attendance will address the issue will address this majority issue. If all members are present, it won't so much be an issue whether or not, or how many of us are voting, I guess.
Well, we're not taking Section 7 right now.
What are we
Sorry,
taking?
Section 2, Article 7.
Oh,
Wait a second. What are we taking?
well, the one that was separated out was
Section 7.
Section 7?
Section
Okay.
7.
All right, fine.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Threet?
Just for clarification, the majority rule requirement is in Article 4, Section 7 of the bylaws. And then Article 7 has to do with attendance.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Last page.
My bad.
Okay, what we have separated out is Article 4, Section 7.
And Article 6, Section 1.
Why is there a separation being requested on that particular section?
We just felt that an action, more of an active role versus just naming was appropriate. No, we don't. No, the discussion is on both of these.
And
The only one that was separated out was the.
Member Costa?
through the chair, also Article 7, the attendance question.
Did you want that separated?
No. I'm just saying that's also up for discussion.
Yeah, it's these two amendments.
Mm-hmm.
So there are only two amendments here that are up for discussion right now? Is that what we're saying?
Correct. We separated out the third one, which is Article 4, Section 7.
Member Knebber?
I think that we can all agree that these two, I'm actually, I don't mean to speak for everybody, but these two are pretty straightforward, and I think that they're pretty well taken, that, if they're a little bit more strongly worded, that, if you miss, there is the task force and the chair can take issue. I'll hold my comments for the next section when we get to it, to the withdrawn.
So the motion on the floor then is to approve which articles now?
To approve Article 6, Section 1,
Okay.
Paragraph 1, and Article 7.
And nothing else?
Nothing else.
Nothing else, okay. Further discussion?
Oh, wait, it looks like there was one more. Hold on. Member Washburn just, oh, yes. Again, Article 6, Section 1, the first opening preamble paragraph, and then under D, which is on page 6, the word shall is being struck and replaced by the word may.
Article D, line 6, you said?
Mm-hmm. Page 6, I'm sorry. Article 6,
Section D.
Section D, which is on the top of page 6.
Oh, okay, that's line 1 of that section.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so Article 2, you said is up for consideration here, is that correct?
Article 2?
No, what?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, so we have Article 6,
Section 1.
the Section 1, the preamble
Right.
paragraph.
Right.
Okay, and then subparagraph D on page 6, and then Article 7.
Article 7. All of it. Okay. Further discussion. Is there any public comment on this item? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 3 minutes.
David Pilpel, former member of the task force, speaking as an individual. A couple of comments. I think part of the confusion earlier was that Article 1 is not in all capitals as the other articles' headings are, and perhaps you can just make that minor correction. With respect to the motion that's before you, I am supportive. I would point out in Article 6, Section 1, it would probably read a little better if you struck the word "the" before standing committees in the proposed amendment. I have no objection to the change to Section 1 sub D in Article 6. With respect to Article 7, I would point out a couple of things, that it's inconsistent in that the initial language says the administrator shall notify any member who misses 2 meetings, suggesting meetings whether they be regular or special. And in the sentence following, it says if a member of the task force misses more than three regular meetings. So I would, at a minimum, suggest striking the words "more than" after misses, so that it's clear that if someone misses 3 meetings, then something happens. It doesn't track. And that you reconcile the difference between regular meetings or any meeting. And if you intend that a member who misses 3 meetings of any type be excluded, that you strike regular from the second sentence. And if you intend to only have it apply to regular meetings, that you insert regular after 2 in the proposed amendment language. I apologize for reading this carefully, and I'll have further comments when you get to the next motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Good evening, Thomas Piccarello. I see that Matt Dorsey's comments have already had a chilling effect on this task force. That's unfortunate. So I guess then you denied the proposed bylaw amendment. What you need to do now then is to figure out how you stop voting 5-1 in favor of complainants and not addressing the issues raised by...
That's incorrect. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just separated it out to vote
We're voting on that separately. We're not discussing that particular item right now.
When will it be discussed?
Right after
in a few minutes, right after this.
Oh, then I'll reserve my public comment. Yeah.
Thanks. Further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Coffin?
Yeah, I would agree with...
Microphone, please.
I would agree that Mr. Pilpel that we should make Article 7 consistent, and I would urge that regular meetings be the measure. We joined, and we thought there would be 12 meetings a year. Most of us have joined committees, so that's 24 meetings a year. We usually are now having at least one special meeting a month, so that's 36 meetings a year. So I think this 3 meeting cutoff, which is pretty regular throughout the city, is for groups that have 12 meetings a year. So I think we should. I think if we indicate that it's only regular meetings, then that would make it easier on people, because there are times when people have to miss meetings, like when I was sick. I had to miss meetings because I was in the hospital. So I would urge that. Member
Wolf.
So if you look at the original language that's been struck out at the last sentence, we just moved it up because we felt that that this regards, all meetings, and it had already been there for the same purposes. The paragraph or the sentence that speaks of regular meetings means to be about regular meetings. So that's the difference between the two. Now, as far as what member of the public Pilpel had spoken about with regards to just the math of one who misses 2 meetings and then one who misses more than 3, that leaves out what happens to 3 meetings. So I would agree that there's a discrepancy, but The discrepancy here is also within the meaning of the difference between regular meetings and all meetings. And so the question before us is, do we want to redefine that?
Member Knebber?
Just a note, I actually don't see it as a problem. I do think that after missing 2 meetings, to be informed, more than 3 regular meetings to be removed. I don't think that there is a discrepancy there. I think 3 meetings is a point where, okay, you missed 3, this is it. After that, it's over with. I don't see a problem with having it written, the language is written.
Okay.
I have a question. When we say a missed meeting, are we talking about somebody who just doesn't show up and doesn't phone in? We have Member Snyder is not here. We have 3 members actually not here today. Member West is not here. Are we talking about just what about an excused absence such as Member Snyder's today?
Yeah, that was a question that came up before the Rules Committee, and those don't count.
Okay.
It has to do with actual absences. You just don't show up.
Okay.
Okay.
But shouldn't that be clarified or specified somehow in the article?
Well, I thought that it already
might be somewhere
had
else.
Been that notification of the chair of a missed meeting was
okay.
That was at the pleasure of the chair.
That escaped my eyeballs. Then that's fine. Okay. So we're
why if you want to change that, then you have. Then you have a different definition of what that means.
Okay. So is there any motion on the basis of Member Pilpel's, Member Cawthon's comments to change the language in here?
Yeah, I would just. My understanding was the in our package under rules changes, it was unexcused absences that would lower the boom on somebody. So I would suggest that we who misses 2 meetings or misses 2 meetings and is without being excused. I would put that at the end of line 3, so that if someone has a real reason, Member Snyder is a real asset to this group, but he's a very busy young attorney, and he has times when he just can't come, and I would hate to lose him.
Is there a second to that? No second?
Second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Member Costa, Member Wolf.
So my concern with that is that I see, especially if we're going to be bound by this definition of a majority, that really leaves us in a place where we can continue to bias our decisions in the direction of the respondent. It seems like a way that a way to guard against that is by really stepping up the requirement that a full task force be present at meetings.
Okay, Member Wolf.
Yeah,
Member Knebber.
The thing for me here is just the amendment is a notification, as Member Knebber had so rightly pointed out. The second sentence with its amendment has more force, where at first it said may, and now we're saying it shall notify the supervisors to take action. So, I think, here when it comes to actually missing 3 meetings, regular meetings, which is what we mostly have to deal with. Mostly, I don't think there's very rarely that quorum can't be met for a committee meeting. It's very rare. But we have problems at the regular meetings. So that's really what the thrust of all this is about, but also to put everybody on notice that, you need to show up. Okay? So I would suggest that we not vote on this, that we vote as it is read, as it is. And I don't think there's any problem with it.
Further discussion? Member Knebber?
I agree. These 2, I'm comfortable with them. I do want, from reading through it, my understanding is it is about regular meetings. It is not about special meetings. The language is about that. I am of the mind to say that 3 absences is 3 absences, excused or not, but I think that's a little bit different. I mean, I don't know if everybody here on this around this board agrees with me with that. I don't think that, especially when we're talking about the regular meetings, I'm not talking about missing committee meetings or stuff like that, or special meetings even, but 3 regular meetings a year, I think is enough leeway for people.
Okay, right now, member Coffey?
Yeah, the reason I'm so I strongly urge to have some leeway here is that I went into the hospital for a hip replacement and then I had a heart attack. And so I simply could not leave the hospital for about 6 weeks, and when I got home I was still really sick. So I simply could not physically come to meetings. Under this rule, I would be gone. However, if it did apply to me, I would petition the Board of Supervisors for an exemption, but everybody probably wouldn't do that. So, I urge you to, there are to be a little bit more forgiving of people who simply cannot come to a meeting.
Member Wolf.
The only thing I would say to that is creating something around a leave of absence. The problem with a leave of absence is the way things are now. That seat remains empty, as actually active, but empty. And that's one of the issues that we're dealing with here that we're going to be discussing in a few moments. And that makes it a very untenable situation. The thrust of how things are here is to make sure that there's full attendance. If there's going to be a lengthy, a leave, then I think then that leave should be, the seat should be vacated and allow the business of the body to continue. If it stays vacant and nobody wants it, and the person who left is going to come back and wants to fill it again, then I'm sure that won't be a problem. But I think the business is very important. It's primary, and that's what we have to contend with, and that's why there is an attendance a policy, as there is notated in the bylaws.
Member Knebber.
I agree. I understand Member Cawthon's concern. However, I do think that there is leeway built in anyways. I think this is just talking about the idea of we need to set down some parameters that are there. I mean, I myself am not feeling very well at all today, and I'm here because I thought, I wanted to make sure there was enough people here. I may have to leave later because I don't feel well, and I am fully willing to accept that might be, an absence for me. But I don't see myself doing that a lot. I mean, I think 3 is enough for people to have.
Is there any public comment on whether to insert the words "without being excused"?
Kimo Crossman. Every time I watch the Rules Committee, the supervisors always ask, "Do you have a schedule that allows you to attend the meetings of this committee?" And everyone says, "Yes, I can attend them, no problem. Just point me and I'll clear my schedule to do it." And so you've all said you could attend it. These meetings, even everyone knows special meetings are going to come up. That's part of the job when you sign up for it. If you decide to be in committee meetings, then you've decided to be in committee meetings. And it's clear from the nature of the discussion tonight that it's unlikely that the other provision is going to pass. So with that the case, you are hurting the public when you don't show up, and with the current way the voting occurs. And you know what? I'm sure you love being on the committee, task force. And I'm sure you get a lot of prestige from being on the task force. Makes you feel important. You get business cards, etc. But the reality is, if you're not doing your job, you need to get off.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the amended language?
Thomas Piccirillo. I would agree with Mr. Costa and Mr. Nobler. 3 absences, excused or not excused. The task force member should be off the task force. There's too many important matters that are heard every month, and when you only have 6 showing up, that's not going to work. I do recall actually, participating in the Rules Committee when you were discussing amendments from the bylaws, and there was some discussion about if a task force member participates in subcommittee meetings, then there should be one additional absence provided for that member, as compared to task force members that don't participate in any subcommittee meetings. Then their absence threshold should be lower. But I empathize with people's health problems, but there's too many important issues that you should address, and your history has not been successful in establishing quorums. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment on the amended language?
David Pilpel again. I would just point out that all the task force can do in the event of absences is to generate this notice to the Board of Supervisors, which, in my experience, will simply review it or not review it and not do anything. I can only think of 1 or 2 examples where the board has actually moved to remove a member sitting on a body for lack of attendance or some other reason. They would have to take action. There's nothing in the law that removes a member in this case for lack of attendance or participation. So I think all this really does, and it is a useful tool, is to shame the person into either participating or resigning if they cannot participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further comment on the amended language? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion? Roll call, please. This is on whether to amend the language of Article 7.
No, this is the 3 items.
No, this is on whether to amend whether to amend the language in Article 7 to insert the words "without being excused" after the words "2 meetings."
That's not what I. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Motion is made and seconded.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cotton?
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
No.
Washburn, no. Member Knebber? No. Knebber, no. Member Costa?
No.
Costa, no. Member Wolf?
No.
Wolf, no. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Nee?
No.
Member Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have 5 noes and 3 ayes.
Okay, that takes us back to the original motion then. Is there further discussion on the original motion? Roll call, please.
On the original motion, Member Cotton?
What's the original motion? As it's written here?
To pass the 2 that are as written, Article 6, Section 1, and Article 7.
Okay.
Sorry, can I ask
I'll vote
clarifying
yes.
question?
I'm sorry, Member Costa?
I have just one last clarifying question, if
Please.
possible. So, as we're defining absences now, then this is absences no matter what at any regular meeting, or does that need to be further clarified in the language?
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf?
If you read the first sentence is what prevails of Article 7.
First sentence reads, members of the task force shall notify the task force administrator if she or he is unable to attend a regular or special meeting of the task force. So if there is notification, the member is excused. And that does not count as an absence.
So I think what I would say is I probably will not vote to amend the article in this way. I think that per our discussion, there really should be the requirement that members be present at all regular meetings and no absences or more than 3 absences at those meetings, I think, warrant action by the chair. I think that is the only way to really be encouraging members to be present at all meetings.
Well, okay, but see, that first sentence there, that's already in the bylaws. voting against it doesn't change anything. What we're really voting for here is the underlined language. That's what we're voting for here, or against. That the underlying language, the administrator of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall notify any member who misses 2 meetings in any 12-month period of time, that if the third absence occurs, the task force shall notify the Board of Supervisors of the member's lack of attendance.
I understand, and I think what I'm saying is I think that notification should be required, but I think whether or not it's given more than 3 absences is not excusable. I think that regardless of whether a notification is given, I believe that 3 should be the limit.
Well, that's precisely what we're saying here. That's precisely what the underlying language says here. That's what we're adding in.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, Member Knebber.
I would say if that's a sticking point, then I would say define the difference between an absence and missing, or just say it doesn't matter. It all is missing. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Member Knebber, Mr. Threet.
Yeah. My only add-on to this is I think that there's the middle ground here would be to strike or special meeting out of that first and say 3 regular meetings. Special meetings are the ones that aren't set, that we don't know about beforehand. If you say 3 regular meetings, okay, special meetings are something different. I'm saying that this is just a compromise between the two. And if we strike the word special meeting out of that first sentence and then leave the rest as it is amended, I think that might get a little bit more force, but be a compromise between the two.
Is that a motion to strike the word regular?
Yes, I move to strike.
Second.
Strike the word special.
Special meeting. No, strike or special meeting. Excuse me, or special.
Or special. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Threet, you had a comment?
Through the chair, looking at the language of the article as it's currently written, I realize it might be the practice of the task force to interpret this as excusing absences and therefore they don't count as absences, but the language itself does not say that the chair has the discretion to excuse absences. It merely says that the members shall notify the administrator whether they're able to attend or not, and that could also serve the purpose of informing the administrator and the chair whether there's going to be a quorum for a meeting. So it's not obvious that it's intended to excuse absences. If I was looking at this language and interpreted it without the context of the task force's practice, I would say that there are no excused absences as the language stands.
Member Wolf, Member Coffin, Member Knebber.
I would concur with DCA 3.
Member Coffin.
I think that if we take out special and we specify that we're talking, it's regular meetings that we have the problems with. It's not the special meetings so much as regular meetings where we hear cases. So those are the ones that are really, really important, although they all are important. So I think as long as we make it clear that it's regular meetings that will weigh against somebody, then it will not force people out. I think it's a real problem getting good people on this body who will come to meetings and who know what they're doing and who have some history. And I would hate to see us losing members simply because it wasn't possible for them to come to a special meeting. As I said before, for anyone who's on a committee, that's 24 meetings a year. If we have to, if there's a special, usually there's a special meeting, at least one a month, so that's 36. If there are 2 special meetings, it's 48. When we signed on for 12 meetings, so I just don't think it's fair to burden people that way.
Member Knebber, Member Washburn. Member Washburn.
I just want to say that I think we should leave it the way it is, that the first sentence, we need to make sure that we know ahead of time whether there's going to be a quorum or not. And it's important that we attend as many meetings as possible, regular or special. And so the second sentence covers that. The third sentence is where you really you go to the Board of Supervisors, and that sentence says regular meetings. So I think it's all in line with our whole conversation here, and I think we should call the question and vote on it.
Member Knebber.
I actually, in line with Member Washburn's comments, I withdraw my motion.
Does the second withdraw? Does the second withdraw?
Yes.
Okay. So that amendment then, that amended language to strike the words "or special" is withdrawn. Further discussion. Member Costa.
Just to clarify, in line with DCA 3's interpretation, I also remove any objection.
Okay. So we're back with the original language as proposed, as printed here, and also Article 6, Section 1, and Article 7. Those are what we're voting on now. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the motion, Member Cotton?
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber? Knebber, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Aye. Chan, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
That takes us to the item that was separated, Article 4, Section 7.
So moved.
Moved. Is there a second to accept Article 4, Section 7? Now, Article 4.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Wolf, Member Knebber.
So with regards to the how the discussion started with the chair's research, I'd like to offer my own. I've handed out to the members, and there's a pile for the members of the public there. It's titled Items Relating to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to Determine Quorum and Voting Procedures. First, there's no provision or directive nor a reference in the Sunshine Ordinance to follow any quorum rules or voting procedures as prescribed in any other governing documents. The City Attorney's report makes a claim that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force falls under the City and County of San Francisco's Charter's executive branch rules for boards and commissions under Article 4.104 of the Charter. The Sunshine Ordinance is not contained in the Charter. It's contained in the Administrative Code. The Charter states, quote, unless otherwise provided in this Charter, the composition of each appointive board, commission, or advisory body of any kind established by this Charter or legislative act of the United States of America, the State of California, or the Board of Supervisors. The Sunshine Ordinance was not established by the Charter or legislative act of the United States of America or the State of California or the Board of Supervisors. It was established by the voters of the City and County of San Francisco. And that's in the first paragraph, and I've also included that. My second point to this is that under Charter Section 4.102, it describes the powers and duties of boards and commissions. And this is just for reference. Here, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is not inclusive, as stated in the Charter, quote, unless otherwise provided in this Charter, each appointed board, commission, and other unit of government of the executive branch of the City and County. We are not of the executive branch. The third point is, under the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.36, the Sunshine Ordinance is ordered to supersede local law where there is a conflict in order to increase or expand, quote, greater or more expedited public access of public information, unquote. The suggestion that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force follow the Charter's rule for quorum and voting is in conflict with the ordinance's ability to provide greater access if the task force is not able to conduct its business in a manner that complies with the ordinance. Here, when the task force operates at a quorum level of 6 members and would be required to have an affirmative vote of the same number, if one member refused to vote in the affirmative on every action item, there would be a failure to approve any business matters, thus a reduction of access through its procedure of making determinations of public access to public information. 4, According to the voter-approved Sunshine Ordinance, the task force is required to develop its own bylaws, which requires provisions for attendance, which usually includes quorum and further what constitutes voting based on that quorum. 5, according to the task force's own bylaws, its conduct of meetings applies to Robert's Rules of Order because the rules of the Charter do not apply as noted above. 6, as illustrated by its own bylaws, the task force considers its primary work to be procedural. Thus, even if it were to be governed by the sections as purported by the city attorney, it would still be allowed to operate under its own rules and bylaws, which is contained in the charter section of 4.104. That if any procedural matters can be conducted under their own bylaws. And so that's what I have to offer on this. I would urge a affirmative vote to on the amendment because I feel that it's in the best interest of the public. It increases access and it actually speaks to the purpose and the mission of this task force to be able to give the public its just due. Thank you.
Member Knebber.
I've been so conflicted on this for a long time, but on this case, I mean, I see the both the chair and the city attorneys wanting to have caution, but I think the spirit of Sunshine calls for us to move towards allowing for the complainant to have their day, to be able to have us on their side, to find to not be prejudiced towards the respondent just by manner of having absences. So I'm very conflicted about this, but I am leaning towards to voting for this bylaw change.
Member Washburn.
I was very pleased to second this motion. I was a member of I'm a member of the Rules Committee. We deliberated for quite a long time and did careful analysis, and I think Member Wolf has done an expert job of building the case for our recommendation for changing how we vote on matters that come before us. I think the sort of the aha moment, eureka moment in our meeting was when we determined that this body does not fall under the executive branch at all. We are appointed by members of the Board of Supervisors. So, and we're not a part of the charter. We're outside of the charter, and we have this mandate by the voters that we, to the extent possible, ensure that the public has access to records and access to having a voice in public meetings. So I wholeheartedly support this change.
Member Cawthon.
I have a question for Mr. Threet. Does the charter trump the Sunshine Ordinance if there is a problem?
Through the chair to Member Cawthon, the charter trumps every ordinance of the city and county, whether it's passed by initiative or whether it's passed by the Board of Supervisors. The case law is very clear on that, and I would have been happy to do the research to provide you that case law if I'd had this this argument before me prior to the meeting. So it does, and I'm not going to. I don't feel like it's productive to rehash the advice that our office has given, but the advice has been relatively clear that 4.104B does apply to the Sunshine Task Force, and as a result, the task force is bound by the majority rule requirement in the charter, and this body, like any body that is advised by the city attorney or any attorney, is free to do what it wishes regardless of our advice. but the consistent advice you've gotten from every attorney that's looked closely at this issue is the same. So I just want to put out some implications of that. If this body changes its rules and reaches orders of determination that are by less than the majority required by the charter, I think the likely result of that is that you're going to have respondents who challenge those orders of determination if there's any fine or penalty or any negative consequence to them that results from it. I think the other likely result is that the Ethics Commission will never enforce a rule that is an order of determination that is voted on for less than a majority of the members.
Member Wolf.
I would just say that.
Excuse me, I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I just asked a question and I got the answer, and I don't want to repeat what I said before. However, if we pass this amendment, it would mean that 4 members could pass an ordinance or could rule on a case. And I agree that we really have to be careful. I mean, there are a lot of people in this city who don't like us. And the article in the New York Times, as much as we could say Bosch Balderdash, was read by a lot of people who agree with it. So I think we have to be really, really careful to keep our hands super clean. Now, regarding Robert's Rules of Order, my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order is that it says majority, there has to be a majority vote in order to pass a motion. So I cannot support the amendment as it's written.
Member Wolf.
2 things. One is not all attorneys have agreed on the city's interpretation. I've contacted 2 attorneys. We've had Mr. Grossman, who's an attorney. There are other attorneys that don't agree. As far as Robert's Rules does say majority, but doesn't mean the same a majority as what is being described here. It could mean 50%. Usually, it means 50% of the quorum that is present, of the members that are present. So if 6 show up, then yes, 4 becomes a majority. That's what Robert's Rules say. Now, with regards to this, if the concern that I have about this is the section of the charter it's being referred to, because the section of the charter is very specific about what boards and commissions or even advisory bodies are established and how they're established. It's specific. It says that it's either established by the charter, and the ordinance was not a charter amendment, or a legislative act of the United States of America. It was not passed by Congress, or the state of California. It was not passed by the legislature or the Board of Supervisors. It was not passed by them. It doesn't say any law or any legislative act in general. And that's the thrust of the argument as to whether it applies or not. Whether there's case law with regards to this body, whether these kinds of bodies are to come under the charter or not, that I would have liked to see. This has been discussed for some time. There have been analyses that have been presented. This has been presented to the public and has been publicized for the past more than 10 days. Okay, there's plenty of time to bring that information forward to state that. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it argued. Okay, and I don't want this to be just glossed over just because there's some hearsay. I'm not describing what DC 8.3 is saying is hearsay, but there is a lot of comments that get thrown around that people just automatically accept as being the truth, and without any debate or any argument. Hence, the law was made to have dialogue to get down to a point of what is an agreement. Again, we need to make sure that the public has its justice. And the Sunshine Ordinance, it's specific that it supersedes local law. Is the charter local law? Yes or no? I contend that it is. the Sunshine Ordinance was created not based upon city law, it was based upon state law. So its authority comes from a higher level. It does not come from lower level. And that's, to me, a very important point, because if we are not allowed to provide at least the basis of what state law allows, which is the basis of why we're here, then we're in true violation, just unto ourselves. So I, again, would urge an aye vote.
Point of clarification, and then Member Chan. With regard to Member Cawthon's question on whether the charter trumps the ordinance, attorneys on the outside whom I have talked to say yes. However, the charter may not trump state law. In other words, in a matter that comes before us, if the openness requirement in state law is here, and the openness requirement of the charter is here, and the openness requirement of the task force is here, charter will prevail. However, if the openness requirement in the state law is here, and the openness requirement in charter is down here somewhere, then the state law will prevail, the Brown Act or the CPRA. With regard to Mr. Threet's comment about how the Ethics Commission might deal with referrals we send to them when we vote less than a majority, what they consider a majority. Unfortunately, the Ethics Commission has not seen fit to uphold any referral we've sent to them so far. This obviously would give them an extra excuse not to uphold, but I'm not sure that in the longer scheme of things it would make that much of a difference. Member Chan, Member Cawthon.
I just want to commend Bruce on this excellent research, and no matter what outcome comes about, right? This is actually for the people, and we're voted in for the people, and basically, no matter what case law, if we actually have to go to court, bring it on. Is a new day.
Member Cawthon.
I would just like Mr. Threet to comment on the statement that state law would be the determining factor here. And then I have something to say.
Through the chair to Member Kaufman, if there was a conflict between the charter and state law would prevail in most cases, and I think in this case it would. But what we're talking about here is not a conflict between state law and the charter. What we're talking about is a conflict between a local ordinance that in some respects incorporates definitions from a state law, but nevertheless is a local ordinance and the charter.
Yeah, I don't like to repeat myself, but all the attorneys that we do business with, Mr. Threet, Dave Snyder, and Tom Owen, who's in the city attorney's office, whom I know and respect, they have all advised us that we really are governed by the charter. So that's why I'm going to hold to my vote, although I'm just overwhelmed by the brilliance of Bruce's analyses. Final statement. The Ethics Commission has agreed with us once. I filed a case with them where was not permitted public comment, and they agreed. However, the only reason it hasn't been agendized is that I was sick and couldn't do it, but I think it will be on the agenda in July, and I hope you'll all come and back me up.
Member Wolf.
I would just like to finally add, it's I don't know if you've seen Member Johnson's note to the task force. I believe members of the public have a copy of it. In her last sentence, I think she wraps it up pretty good, that under 6730C, the task force, quote, shall develop appropriate goals to ensure practical and timely implementation of this chapter. And I think that really speaks for what we're trying to do here today. Thank you.
Further discussion, Member Costa.
It seems like there is definitely a great deal of support for the spirit of this amendment. I certainly share that. The question really seems to be, practically speaking, were it adopted, exactly where that would leave us. It seems like we've gotten a fairly straightforward analysis from DCA 3 that votes that were reached, or orders of determination that were reached with less than a majority as currently defined, just a majority of present members, would probably not be viewed as enforceable by the city's attorney's office or the ethics commission. And so I just think, if we're going to go forward and vote to amend, to adopt this amendment, we need to be thinking forward. How are we going to be responding when the ethics commission down the road is appealing to this as a reason not to take our referrals?
Member Wolf.
I would just respond to Member Costa's premise that, we don't know what will happen. And I think the chair had stated it correctly that the Ethics Commission hasn't taken up any of our, whether or not we vote one way or another, it probably won't make a difference. Because they haven't taken up anything. They had to be sued to even just get the information as to why they didn't take action on enforcing any of the items.
Member Kaufman.
Well, I have a final statement about the Ethics Commission. I mean, I do think there's a predilection there not to take our cases up. And I've been on this body about 10 years, and one of the problems we have is an enforcement problem. We're trying to fix that with our amendments, but I don't think we should give the Ethics Commission any more reason to not pay attention to our cases. Our purpose here is to get justice for the public. And if we get ourselves into a situation where we agree with the public, but we've done it in such a way that other departments say that what we're doing is erroneous, we're not going to get the satisfaction for the public.
Member Knebber and Member Washburn.
I understand the sentiment, but I'm really tired of tiptoeing around other cities' departments, the Ethics Commission. I, for one, didn't care at all that what the New York Times had to say about us. I don't care, the opinion that the Ethics Commissions have of our decisions. I think we do what we do to the best of our ability, and we keep fighting to make other people, and our job is to keep fighting to make other people uphold what we do. I don't think we need to change the way that we feel, change our opinions to kowtow or bow down to anybody, any other departments, any other city ideas. We're here for a specific purpose, to make sure the meetings and the records of the city and county of San Francisco are available to its citizens. We don't need to change the way we do it to appease the ethics commissions, to appease reporters, to appease anybody. This idea, it kind of disturbs me, this idea that we need to worry about how we're looked at in the press or how all this stuff. To me, that's all beside the point. And in fact, I think it's actually it's doing a disservice to what we were appointed to do here.
Member Washburn.
I agree completely with Member Knebber. I think that this committee or this task force were peers of the Ethics Commission, and we should remember that in our dealings. I think this is referring back to something Member Cawthon said. Our charge is to make sure that the public has access to public records and is able to speak at public meetings. And we have seen time and time again where we're in a situation, there are 6 of us present, and one very reasonable member of our group decides to vote against a motion to find for the complainant. And so then we have failed in our duty, I believe. And we just load things against the complainant in that situation. And so I think that's the bigger problem we have, not concerning ourselves with what the Ethics Commission is not going to do.
Member Knebber.
There are other ways to address that.
Sorry, Member Knebber, Member Costa.
This is my last comment, but I also think it does a disservice to us here on this committee. I know I myself have felt a bit reticent to cast a vote that I believed in against something because I'm saying that's the vote that's going to cancel if we only have 6 people here. I think it kind of restricts our free debate and our free expression of what we believe because we're worried that 6 votes, one person votes against it, it's all over with. Now, that's never stopped me from doing it, and I have been that one vote out of the 6 before, but I have thought about it. I think that in that sense, too, it can stifle the debate and stifle the actual true discussion and true meaning of what we're supposed to be doing here when we are voting only 6 members. I mean, we don't have to only look at it one way. It's also being able to get all ideas across and all opinions out there.
Member Costa. Member Costa, Member Cawthon. Member Costa.
Again, I'm entirely sympathetic to the spirit of the amendment, and I am not at all motivated by trying to, shape what our perception by media outlets such as the New York Times will be. I think that at the same time, I don't believe that it is truly in the interest of a complainant to come to a decision that, being realistic, we know is not going to get any sort of attention from the bodies that we're referring that complaint to. I think that, fortunately or unfortunately, there are certain sort of procedures that other agencies in the city abide by, and it seems to be the opinion of the attorney that this particular one is something that we must abide by as well. And to me, the thing that keeps coming up is this statement, our hands are tied if we're in a meeting with 6 members. To me, that's the problem. Why are we ever in that situation? We should always have full or very near full attendance at these regular meetings where we're deciding upon an order of determination. Then we wouldn't be dealing with this problem.
Member Cawthon, and then I'd like to close debate unless anybody has anything new to add, because we've already gone 40 minutes over our allotted time on this. Member Cawthon.
I just want to, through the chair, tell Mr. Costa about why we have problems with attendance, because sometimes we go very late at night. Our attorney leaves at 9 o'clock. He only has a certain number of hours he can spend with us. I mean, I have been here when we've gone after 10, and I find it very difficult to focus, and I have often just left. And so that I think if we could somehow speed the meetings up and put a cloture on our own debate or do something to speed the meetings up so we don't go so late, I think that more people would tend to stay and participate. And the other thing I have to say is that I think the best way that we can serve the public is to make sure when a wrong has been done to them that it is righted. And I have a feeling that if we pass this, we're going to have a really hard time getting the wrong righted. And I also would like to call the question.
Question has been called.
Any public comment?
We've had public comment. No, we haven't? No, not on this. That's true, we haven't. Okay. Is there public comment on this item?
Came across an interesting discussion. I hope you guys will choose to do the right thing. Some of the objections that have been risen that I've heard today were that the meetings run long and therefore it's hard to keep quorum. Well, then stop the meeting. Don't keep going with the meeting. If you only have 6 people, then don't keep pressing on. You have to reschedule. This issue of what one attorney's opinion says, first of all, I want to say I'm very disappointed that he refers to the prior advice of our office. It's been very clear in the Sunshine Ordinance that this attorney is supposed to have an ethical wall between his opinions and the city attorney. He should not be referring to anything else the city attorney has done. And I'm very offended that he refers to anything else the city attorney has done, because he's not supposed to do that. He's supposed to be your independent advisor. And that's an obligation that he needs to be thinking about when he advises you. Nonetheless, it's just an attorney's opinion. Look at the Bush administration. They got signed off on torture, but they got great lawyers to do it. It's just his opinion. I say go forward with it. If at some later stage where ethics actually tries not to enforce something you've done, then it can go to court. And guess who has to defend you when it goes to court? They do. They still have to defend you. No matter what you do, the city attorney has to defend your actions. So I say move forward on it. This is the right thing to do for the public. And also this whole issue of charter versus voter initiative. When you look at what it requires to get a charter amendment approved by the voters and what it looks like to get a voter initiative approved, it's the same number of votes. When it comes down to the people, it's the same. The same number of people have to sign off on and vote for it. So this whole differentiation between charter and initiative is really irrelevant. It's really about whether supervisors sign off on it during the process or whether voters go off and get 10,000 signatures. It's just more of a procedural matter than anything else. So don't be afraid of the fear. I keep hearing all this thing about a New York Times article. That's not what it was. It was a Bay Citizen article where it was a quote by Matt Dorsey, who's the PIO for who? The city attorney, who hates sunshine. And suddenly, because it's in the New York Times, now it has all this weight, and we don't want to offend anybody, and we're going to incur all this liability and all that. That's baloney. It's Matt Dorsey who's paid to make the Sunshine Task Force look bad because his supervisor, Dennis Ferrer, is going to run for mayor and doesn't want to have to deal with sunshine issues. So it's to their advantage to trash sunshine. Again, we can talk about attorneys' opinions all day long, but you should go with what your heart knows is right.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Thomas Piccarello. I want to thank Task Force Member Wolf and Washburn and Johnson for proposing this amendment, and I'm a strong proponent of it. St. Croix will challenge on your next order of determination if you have a 5-to-1 vote. The point is, you don't have 5-to-1 votes. I agree with Mr. Costa. You need to have 8 or 9 people here once a month. Yeah, you do. So, if most of your members show up, you won't have this issue to deal with Mr. St. Croix denying your order of determination, and then you hire outside counsel to challenge Mr. St. Croix for denying your order of determination. But the point of this whole discussion is you shouldn't have 5-to-1 votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
David Pilpel again. This is an interesting discussion, but I think it is incredibly insulting to the 24 people behind me who are here on substantive issues. You've got an incredibly long calendar tonight, and I think they want to be heard on their matters, and this does need to be a settled issue. So let me just speak to that, and perhaps then the body can move on. With respect first to Member Wolf's memo, in fact, the Sunshine Ordinance was a legislative act of the Board of Supervisors. It was adopted in 1993. It was amended by the voters in 1999, but it was originally adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 1993. 1993.
Excuse me. May we have silence in the audience, please?
Secondly, whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not, the Charter does prevail over ordinances, whether they be initiative ordinances or legislative ordinances of the Board of Supervisors. The provision in 4.104, although the catch line refers to boards and commissions, there's a separate provision, and perhaps someone in the room can Google it and find it. It talks about catch lines. Catch lines in the Charter do not prevail. It's the language in the charter that does, and to the extent that the language in 4.104 provides that a majority of the members, not a majority of the members present, are required to carry an action, but that a majority of the members present may, by rule, vote and pass a vote on a procedural matter is a distinction that is drawn, that is meaningful, and that cannot be ignored. Regardless, and Member Cawthon will recall that we disagreed on any number of things before this body, but we respect the outcome, and I was certainly on the losing end of any number of votes at this body, but the fact is that it does require, in my opinion, 6 votes to carry a substantive action. There are other ways that you can deal with having a small number of people to continue an action, to hold additional meetings, to change your procedures, any number of other things, and you can look to the Board of Appeals when they only have 4 members present and there's a split vote. They bring things back and require the absent members to listen to the testimony. There are any number of other things that can be done, and I'd be happy to discuss that at greater length at another time, but I would strongly encourage you to either vote no on the motion or to put this off for more substantive and meaningful discussion. I'd be happy to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Johnson, Member Chan, then we're going to vote.
Just very quickly, I wanted to respond just briefly to Mr. Pilpel. For those of you in the audience that are offended that it's taken an hour, when you get up here and it's kind of weighted against you because you have to prove something that you shouldn't have to prove, you will understand why we've taken this long to have the conversation. I also want to point out that there is no set rule that the charter trumps the Sunshine Ordinance, and I have here an example of a statewide. The Fair Political Practices Commission has a debate over a similar situation with the California Public Records Act and whether or not whistleblower investigations are completely and totally exempt from disclosure. And the Fair Political Practice Commission says that, in fact, they don't agree with that, and they go ahead and they publish what they want to publish. And it's here, and there's an opinion online. So the vote of having it, when we have a vote, and it's only 6 members, it doesn't level the playing field. And the complainants here do not have to prove that the documents are disclosable. The respondent has to prove that the documents are exempt from disclosure. That's the rule. And so that makes it unique from all of the other commissions and boards where it's upon the plaintiff to prove. So I just wanted to say that there is debate over what laws trump what laws.
Member Chan.
I just want to move. Is there a motion in the floor?
Yeah.
Call the question.
There was one earlier.
Call the question.
And we're never going to have volunteers that we can demand be here.
Question has been called. Mr. Threet.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because the question was previously raised in discussion of this, to note that this vote is on a procedural matter. It requires only a majority of those present to prevail.
Thank you.
I just have one last thing, Mr. Chair. Speaking of procedural matters, everything that we do here is procedural. Anything that comes out of here, if it's not enforced, it's just procedural. We've just went through a hearing and a procedure and came up with a decision, okay? And so if the city attorney wants to stand by that we are part of the charter and whatnot, well, then that section specifically says that if the body is making procedural decisions, that those decisions, the quorum and the voting can be done by their own bylaws. It's only a matter of policy change that those decisions must be under that other provisions.
Okay. On the motion then to approve Article 4, Section 7 of the proposed bylaw changes, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
No.
Cawthon, no. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber? Aye. Knebber, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Yes.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
No.
Member Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes and 2 noes.
You have one more.
Oh, Member West.
Aye.
Member West, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes and 2 noes.
The motion passes, procedural or not. Therefore, going forward, and until we are challenged otherwise, henceforth, on every motion.
Not tonight, though. We can't do it. Isn't there a waiting period?
No, I don't believe so.
I think you have to post the bio.
Do
I
we?
think it's like 10 or 10 days.
No, they've already been posted prior to the vote.
Mr. Threet, could
By 10
you
days.
tell us whether this can go into effect immediately, or does it wait until our next committee meetings or the next special meeting? Or
Through the chair, I will have to look at the bylaws to answer the question. I don't know it at this moment.
We have it in front of us. It's the last article. The task force shall give 10 days' notice prior to final action by posting the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website and by sending a copy to the Public Library Government Information Center before considering any amendments to its bylaws. We made sure of that. That's why we didn't take action on it at the last meeting.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, Member Kneber had to leave. Please mark him excused for the rest of the meeting. Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, I agree with Member Wolf's interpretation.
Okay, so henceforth, all votes all motions will be considered approved if, number one, we have a quorum, and if, number two, there is a majority of those present voting to approve. This time we are going to take public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. This is general public comment. Please step forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Robert Clark, and I just wanted to make the task force aware of some comments that were made at the April 13th, 2011 Street Arts Committee meeting. Howard Lazar, I'm reading from the verbatim tape, and I have a tape to provide you with if you'd like to hear it. He said to the committee, then I do want to mention every one of your meetings I report to you the amount of hours that my staff and I spend on fulfilling public records requests, preparation and attendance of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearings on behalf of the Arts Commission. And I want you to know that since July 1st we have spent 186 hours. Okay, so Street Arts money is going to 186 hours. We're following the ordinance, the Sunshine Ordinance, and then furnishing documents. These do not include the hours spent by other staff people of the Arts Commission, like the accounting division, nor does it include hours spent by the city attorney in conference, and I typically confer with the city attorney, not on all, but most of the requests. What does 186 hours compare to the previous years? Don't forget, we're only talking about 3/4 of the year. And the previous year was 153 hours. The entire year before this year, 2009, we spent 76 hours, so there's an escalation there. Okay. Commissioner Callaway said this to the Street Arts. I want to speak directly to the street artists in the room. I personally myself don't like, although it's the way the city does require us to do business. I feel that the document aspect of requesting documents is punitive, that the charges of being charged hours is not something, I think the procedural way that things are done and they require, but I've always expressed my displeasure that I felt like if the more document requests become, it costs more, ergo that it's implicit that maybe you shouldn't apply. I don't know. I never felt comfortable with that. I just wanted you to know that, and I would bring that up with others. I will bring that up with others, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done because it happens a lot. I hear there's a lot of loot, just kind of chisels a lot of house stuff that seems to be ludicrous to me in terms of like having to pay for it. And then he goes on, he says, it isn't something that I'm accustomed to or aware as the Arts Commission has had to pay for expenses that I normally thought, hey, doesn't that thing just get covered by the city, just in normal doing business? But that's not the way the world works. And so I just wanted you to know that I know that that their hours have to be kept to when we have to get the paperwork, and it does, in my mind, have a sense of feeling punitive. I just want you to know that. I don't think that there's anything you can do about it, but I just wanted you to notice that. Then Chairman Chu says, Yeah, Commissioner Callaway, I have to agree to what you just commented about because the hours having been adding up. And I'll let my brother finish it.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
See, that's the benefit of twins. You know. To finish what my brother said, my mother doesn't feel the same way. That I know that their hours have to be capped for when we have to get the paperwork done. Then Chairman Chu says, yeah, Commissioner Callaway, I have to agree to what you just commented about because the hours have been adding up. Ever since I've served on the San Francisco Arts Commission and now chairing the Street Artists Committee, I see there's a skyrocketing amount of time that the staff spends on a lot of the public records and so on, and it's the hours spent and could be spent on other things for the street artists. And I'm not saying that I'm concerned, but it is something that you need to keep a close eye on and see how that continues to be like. So, and if you have other comments. And then just want to bring your attention to the fact that at that meeting also, if you recall, you found Mr. Lazar in violation for he was determining that public records that were on file on computer didn't amount to a public record, and that if he downloaded it, it was it wasn't a public he was creating a public record. And one of the street artists made a statement in front of the committee just explaining that had occurred. And Mr. Lazar responded, and when he responded, he pretty much just denied that was the case, and he basically made a short statement saying that if you folks felt that he was in violation, that you were way off base. So, I mean, Bob and I want to just bring to your attention that at every meeting we're having the chairman bring up issues about what we're doing here, and it's being turned around on us, and we're being intimidated by the Arts Commission further into discussing and trying to find out information from them. So I think you should be aware that the Arts Commission, and I'm not certain who's the president now, but they may be concocting a scheme to make it appear as if there's all this work being done, and that it may be used in the future to sort of validate their position that this is taking up too much of their time and effort. And so Bob and I wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further general public comment?
Thomas Piccarello. Well, I stand corrected about the chilling effect regarding the statements the city attorney through Matt Dorsey had on this task force. And congratulations. Secondly, let me just say that I agree with Task Force Member Cawthon about look at your agenda. I mean, this is a daunting task here. So let me make a couple of suggestions. On every complaint filed, you have two items, determine a jurisdiction and then the merits. Well, in a lot of these cases on your agenda, jurisdiction has not been contested, so they shouldn't be on your agenda for tonight. And moreover, look at, items 32 to 40, or approval of your minutes going back to January. You need to approve your minutes in a more contemporaneous period of time. As you know, you've been told before, you're violating the Sunshine Ordinance. And finally, on that matter, a couple weeks ago I filed a complaint against the clerk of the Board of Supervisors for not providing timely or accurate minutes. I've received no response from your staff acknowledging the complaint. So I'm troubled by that, and you need to have an internal policy that when you do get complaints against a city agency or department, there should be a timely acknowledgement of the complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further general public comment? Seeing none, general public comment is closed. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Jason Grant Garza against the San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium for allegedly refusing to provide requested documents.
Okay. Is Mr. Garza present? I didn't see him in the audience. Okay. Task Force, the complaint committee has recommended a finding of no jurisdiction. The jurisdiction has been contested here. We can take that up now and continue the rest of the matter, or we can go ahead and proceed with the entire matter. What's the
point of information? Who has contested the jurisdiction?
The respondent.
Oh. Okay.
Also, the complaint committee has recommended a finding of no jurisdiction.
Okay.
Now, what is the what is the will of the task force here? Do we go ahead? Do we proceed on jurisdiction? Do we proceed with substance of the complaint? Do we continue the entire matter? Member Wolf.
I'd just like to hear from members of the complaint committee as to why they felt there was no jurisdiction.
Well, the Community Clinic Consortium, as near as we can tell, receives no city funding. So
were there any documents presented? Or
well, no.
Memorandums from the city? Contracts? Or actually, it's Department of Health.
No, Mr. Garza says that the consortium's 2010 annual renewal fee report does, in fact, show receipt of funds from the city to the consortium. However, he's not here to present that. So we can do one of two things. We can continue this entire matter. We can move forward with it. Member Coffin.
I think that we should continue it. Did anybody come here from?
The respondents are present.
The respondents are present. Yeah. This is hard because I think when the respondents have come all the way down here and waited all this time and they want their case heard, but I think without Mr. Garza, we really can't proceed.
Mr. Rusta, did Mr. Garza indicate whether he planned to attend today?
No, Mr. Chair, he hasn't contacted.
You've heard nothing from him?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Member Wolf.
I would be inclined to move ahead with the jurisdictional discussion, and then, based upon what we hear, we can then decide whether we want to continue with it. I think at this point, since the respondents are here, I've tried to do some research on this myself. I've not gotten any return phone calls from the Department of Health. But I'd like, to know for sure so we could either put this to rest, take it off the agenda, or whether we should actually continue it and give Mr. Garza his just due.
All right. I believe that then the first thing we're going to do is take the matter of jurisdiction up. And again, the chair will ask, is the complainant present? On the jurisdictional matter, is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, respondents please approach. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Don Rubenstein.
Please speak into the microphone.
Sure. Don Rubenstein from Reed Smith on behalf of the San Francisco Consortium. Very briefly, the complaint committee did hear evidence on the issue of jurisdiction, and with the memo supplied by DCA 3 to the effect there is not jurisdiction over this nonprofit because it is not a public body as defined in the ordinance, which is an entity formed by city charter ordinance or by the action of the Board of Supervisors. The task force doesn't have jurisdiction over the consortium. There was a memorandum supplied on April 21st that you should have before you from DCA 3 that goes into detail on the proper analysis for jurisdiction. And there really are two issues. One has to do with, is there jurisdiction for the complaint under the Sunshine Ordinance? And the answer to that is no, because this is a nonprofit and not a public entity. The issue about funding and where grant money flows from has to do with a different ordinance, has to do with the nonprofit public access ordinance. And if the clinic were to receive greater than $250,000 in a given year from the city, then it would be responsible to provide limited financial information upon request. We've provided evidence to the effect that it has not. There was an error made in a filing that Mr. Need pointed out. That has been corrected in the submission that we supplied. All the funding that this nonprofit receives is from federal sources, is from public foundations, and from the San Francisco Health Authority and San Francisco Redevelopment Agency, which are both created by state, by the state and not by the city. And therefore, there really is no 12L or public access ordinance issue either. But an important thing to realize on this jurisdiction issue is also that the complainant is seeking private health information and not the finance information that he'd be entitled to if he were to make a showing that the SFCCC received funding from the city directly. So for all those reasons, the finding of no jurisdiction by the complaint committee was correct. Mr. Gressman from the consortium is here to answer any questions about what happened in terms of the filings that were prepared. We've supplied additional information in our submission on jurisdiction as to where those monies came from. But again, that's an issue as to whether Mr. Garza would be entitled to certain financial information from this nonprofit, not to the public health information that is the subject of his complaint. Any questions we'd be happy to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf.
Yes. I'm sorry, your name again is, sir?
Don Rubenstein.
Mr. Rubenstein. With regards to the mistake that you notated on the 2010 annual registration renewal fee report, who made that correction and when?
The correction was made last week after it was pointed out to us during the complaint committee hearing. It was made under Mr. Gressman's direction by his staff.
Okay, and was there any adjustments to the accounting or the bookkeeping with regards to that? So it was just a typo? Pure typo?
It was a mistake in the source of the public funding on the attachment was identified as the Department of Public Health, which is an error because the source of the public funding is from federal sources and from and from the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency and the San Francisco Health Authority.
Okay, so to be clear, you receive absolutely $0 from the city?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Coffin.
I just wanted to ask you also, Mr. Rubenstein, do either Department of Public Health or the Redevelopment Agency administer this funding?
They provide the funding, and then it's administered by the Health Consortium.
Is the health?
Not the Department of Health.
No, the Health Authority was also mentioned.
Yes.
Who is the Health Authority?
They're established by the state under the Welfare and Institutions Code, and not formed by the city.
Okay.
They act locally, but they're not formed. They're not a public body under the Sunshine Ordinance because they're not formed by the city.
And are you saying that the Redevelopment Agency is also is controlled by the state and not the city?
Same issue. It's actually on the task force website under frequently asked questions, and in DCA 3's analysis.
And what about the Department of Public Health?
That is a city agency.
So do they administer any of this money?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks.
Nothing further from respondent. Thank you.
Okay, the chair will again ask, is there anybody here representing the complainant? Seeing none, the matter with the task force, is there a motion?
I move that we do not find jurisdiction.
There's a motion to find no jurisdiction. Is there a second?
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the jurisdiction question of this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Yes.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, the motion passes. We have 9 ayes.
How many?
9.
9 ayes. The motion passes. Thank you both for attending. This matter is concluded. Mr. Clerk, could you read item 4, please?
Item 4 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Patrick Monier Shaw against the Controller's Office and the Ethics Commission for allegedly refusing to release certain documents that were exchanged between the two departments.
Okay. Is the respondent present?
They appear to be.
Who is representing the respondent? Okay. Is there a respondent here from the Ethics Commission? Yes. And your name, sir? Okay. The chair is going to request recusal on this item on the grounds of prejudice against Mr. Moe. That would be on this item, also on items 6 and 7. Mr. Moe, during a case that the Ethics Commission brought against my wife, exhibited conduct that I found destroyed any credibility he has with me. I request recusal, and I would entertain that motion.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask that the responsible individuals that Mr. Monette Shaw is referring to does not include Mr. Moe.
Well, but Mr. Moe is here representing the respondent, representing the Ethics Commission.
So you feel you would be biased?
And I feel I would be biased, yes. Is there a motion to recuse? To recuse me?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the question of whether to recuse the chair? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneba, excuse. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Nee? Shouldn't be asking.
Do I vote on my own recusal, or is that improper?
You should recuse yourself on that, too.
Well, I'm sorry?
Through the chair, I believe it's better that you not vote on this motion.
Okay, so the motion passes 8-0. Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Yep, chair these. Thank you. Okay, on this matter, the complainant, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Manette Shaw, and I must commend Chair Nee for having the integrity to recuse himself. Mr. Threet's instructional memo states the central issue is whether state law requires disclosure. If state law requires disclosure, the charter may not make the records confidential, and they must be produced. He further noted CIPRA makes most government documents public records, and if no CIPRA exemption applies, the records are not subject to confidentiality protections of the charter and must be disclosed. But the issue is whether state law prohibits, not requires disclosure. Sunshine Ordinance Section 6724H prohibits asserting exemptions for withholding documents based on the deliberative process exemption, otherwise known as the official information exemption. As I noted in my initial complaint and my April 10th rebuttal, the official information privilege faces 2 prongs, and both prongs in the balancing test must be met. If disclosure is forbidden by federal or state statute, and 2, if disclosure is against the public interest because confidentiality outweighs the need for public disclosure. Neither ethics nor the Controller's Office have provided sufficient rationale why the public interest in confidentiality outweighs public disclosure, so they have not met both prongs of the balancing test. invocation of the interest of justice exemption under the official information exemption has been ruled by the California Supreme Court to be the same as the public interest balancing test, which is clearly prohibited by the Sunshine Ordinance. Therefore, since Ordinance Section 6724I eliminates the balancing test as an exemption, Evidence Code 1040 is not an available exemption for the controller or for ethics. In footnote 2 on page 3 of Mr. Threet's instructional memo, Threet cites Dr. Kerr's, quote, complaint for damages filed in Superior Court. But Threet wrongly claims Kerr's whistleblower complaint regarding Laguna Honda's patient gift fund alleged conflicts of interest. This is confounding, mixing up Kerr's and Rivero's various complaints. The gift fund whistleblower complaint did not allege conflict of interest. But the other two whistleblower complaints they filed may have raised conflicts of interest allegations. Because the gift fund complaint, which is the subject of my Sunshine complaint, before you today did not raise conflict of interest allegations, 699-13 does not apply and should not be used as a rationale for ethics for bringing the investigation within 699-13. As I noted, 699-13 only applies to ethic laws, not to the public records access laws, as the Allen Grossman versus San Francisco Ethics Commission case demonstrated. 699-13 applies only to campaign finance, lobbying, conflicts of interest, and government ethics cases, not to whistleblower complaints. And the term whistleblower doesn't even appear in 699-13A at all. Ms. Lettigew, for her part, asserted in her second rebuttal letter the government code section 53087.6 applies because, quote, investigative audits, end quote, are exempt from disclosure as confidential. But I have not requested records of the city services auditor's audit of Laguna Honda's patient gift fund. I specifically requested correspondence between ethics and the controller's whistleblower program that Ms. Lettigew also oversees. 53087 is silent on whistleblower investigation and only mentions investigative audits, which audit records I have not requested. 53087.6 provides that the identity of whistleblowers be kept confidential, which can be accomplished through redaction rather than withholding of entire records. California Constitution Article 1, Section 3B6 provides that Prop 59 provisions do not affect confidentiality of proceedings of the California State Legislature. But Section 3B6 does not apply to local governing bodies. Further, 53087 was adopted after voters passed Prop 59 with a requirement for findings, but 53087.6 had no findings. Where am I? Do I still have...
This is 5 minutes.
That was 5 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, is there any other parties of the complainant that is interested in presenting facts or evidence? Seeing none, respond. Oh, okay. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Derek Kerr. After working for 20 years at Laguna Honda Hospital, I became a whistleblower, and then I was terminated. Whistleblowers have two fears. One is that their complaint will be buried, and the second is that they'll be fired. And both have happened in my case. The whistleblower program and the Ethics Commission have done all they could to bury our complaints. With the gift fund complaint, we had to appeal to neighborhood associations, the civil grand jury, the state attorney general's office, the United States Department of Justice, as well as print and television reporters to finally get an audit that refunded $350,000 to the patients of Laguna Honda. We have two other substantive complaints that remain interred for the past 18 months. Mr. Manette Shaw wants information about the burial of whistleblower complaints. We need to know how complaints are investigated and why they are not investigated. We're not asking for confidential content of investigations or of the identities of witnesses. Still, the controller's procedures, or the lack thereof, are kept secret, allegedly to protect whistleblowers. In fact, whistleblowers are ignored and excluded. We were never interviewed. Instead, we are treated like a burden and a threat. If retaliation occurs, we're left twisting in the wind. No one can get any information about investigators and how they do their job, or even if they bother doing their job. Even the Citizens General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee that supposedly oversees the Controller's Whistleblower Program don't get any meaningful information about the way that investigations are conducted or whether they're buried. There is zero oversight or accountability for this program. The folks in charge do not protect whistleblowers. They have no policy or procedure for protecting whistleblowers. They do not respect or even understand whistleblowers. They are hiding their mistakes and their misdeeds behind a wall of secrecy. Please allow Mr. Manette Shaw to check their procedures. It's just the procedures we want. Sunshine is the best way to protect whistleblowers from ongoing neglect, harassment, intimidation, and retaliation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is there anybody else to present facts and findings? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Doctora Maria Rivero. I worked at Laguna Honda for 22 years before I blew the whistle on them for the gift fund and other complaints. I resigned in protest and under pressure after being harassed for several months, basically coinciding with the time at which we made our first whistleblower complaint. We complained about financial irregularities and violations of the San Francisco Administrative Code involving a trust, the Laguna Honda Patient Gift Fund, to which citizens contribute small amounts of money so that the patients could have better quality of life. I waived my right to confidentiality with the whistleblower office. The confidentiality of the San Francisco Whistleblower Program is actually secrecy, not confidentiality. It's secrecy that protects high-level city officials, such as the ones that we charged with wrongdoing. Secrecy also makes the whistleblower program completely opaque and not accountable to anyone. Ms. Ledigiu, the city auditor who's here representing the Controller's Office, claims that lack of confidentiality would have a chilling effect on whistleblowers. I contend, based on my experiences, that the way that San Francisco treats whistleblowers is what has a chilling effect on whistleblowers. Who would blow the whistle on a city agency if they knew that they would experience what we experienced? Harassment, character assassination in the media, loss of employment, either due to termination under the guise of a layoff or a forced resignation, as was the case in my situation. Please rule in favor of Mr. Manette Shaw and whistleblowers throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other parties? Yes.
Public or party?
No, this is party. Are you party to, do you have any facts or evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Shaw, Manette Shaw?
Okay, I'm a little deaf. Can I speak as a member of the public?
That comes later, sir.
Later, okay.
Yes. Any other? Seeing none, respondents each will have 5 minutes, unless there's any objections from the task force on that. Seeing none.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Ledigiu with the Controller's Office.
Can you say your last name slowly, please?
Ledigiu.
Thank you. Proceed.
As stated, Mr. Monet Shah requested documentation between the whistleblower program, the Controller's Office, and the Ethics Commission. He did not request our policies and our procedures. He requested information between two organizations that are responsible for investigation. And while he says that the city charter provisions do not make any withheld documents confidential because the City Sunshine Ordinance and State Public Records Act do not permit confidentiality, this is incorrect. Under both state and local law, the Controller's Office properly released its audit report and also properly kept any further documentation confidential. We did do an investigative audit as a result of the varying complaints that we heard that came through. And under the state law, which protects the records at whistleblower investigations, Government Code Section 53087.6, we still contend that it requires county auditors to keep whistleblower investigation audits confidential and allows disclosure only in limited circumstances. Under Section 53087.6E2 and 3, provided as follows: any investigative audit conducted pursuant to this subdivision shall be kept confidential except to issue any report of an investigation that has been substantiated or to release any findings resulting from a completed investigation that are deemed necessary to serve the interest of the public. In any event, the identity of the individual or individuals reporting the improper government activity and the subject employee or employees shall be kept confidential. While whistleblowers may consent to have their identity released, they have no authority to consent to release of other information involved in the investigation. And we still maintain that if internal communications are released of investigative material that needs to be remain confidential, it does preclude or may cause others not to come forward. And while I understand what they have brought forward in terms of it feels very secretive, just as EEO complaints are investigated and information is not released in terms of how individuals are dealt with, so is under the confidentiality of whistleblower programs as well. If one is interested in knowing what policies and procedures are governing the whistleblower program, there is a manual. And as a matter of fact, on Thursday at the GOBAC Commission meeting, our GOBAC liaison to the whistleblower program will be disclosing some things that they have discussed and reviewed our cases and how we handle those cases. So we do have an oversight committee that is actively engaged with me and with the whistleblower program to adequately ensure that we are following policies and procedures, that our policies and procedures are adequate. We have done benchmarking with other entities across the United States with regards to how they handle whistleblower at the state and local and local agencies. And that information will be discussed in our Thursday GOBAC meeting.
Thank you. Is there any parties of the respondent that wishes to present any facts or evidence with regards to the Controller's Office? Seeing none, then the Ethics Commission. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Richard Moe, representing the Ethics Commission. As Ms. Lejeune stated, the complainant or the requester of the records did not request anything regarding our internal procedures or investigative procedures. What he requested this particular complaint were copies of written correspondence between the Ethics Commission and the City Controller's Office concerning the complaint about the Laguna Honda Patient Gift Fund. And as my original response stated, Charter Section C369913-A provides that records of any investigation shall be considered confidential to the extent permitted by state law. Your own DCA's memo actually lays out a pretty good roadmap in terms of why the charter provision prevails over Sunshine in this case. Under the charter, it says to the extent permitted by state law. And if there are exemptions under the PRA, as we argue that there are, then these exemptions apply and make these records confidential. The DCA 3's memo also notes that if the Ethics Commission were prohibited by the Sunshine Ordinance from withholding documents related to our investigations and complaints, this will basically have the effect of, I think he said, eviscerating the confidentiality provisions. That's about all I have to say, because the argument laid out by your DCA basically has been the same argument we've been making in this body for the past 7 years.
Thank you. Are there any parties for the respondent to present any facts or evidence? This would be for the Ethics Commission. Seeing none, the matter is now with the task force. Okay, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Ms. Ledeju? And Mr. Moe, if you two are going to be the primary spokespeople, it's preferable if you kind of stay up front. It's easier than coming in or out in case members are going to ask you some questions. Oh, this is about jurisdiction only. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. We have to first determine jurisdiction on this. Just hang out for 1 minute. So this is a matter for jurisdiction. Members?
I move to find jurisdiction.
Oh, jurisdiction. I'm sorry. Was it stated that jurisdiction was not being contested?
Yes, Mr. Freed stated that in his memo.
Okay. Then we will consider this to be accepted as jurisdiction. We will continue. So, yes, please, we will consider this as DC3.
Through the chair, typically the task force, even when there's not contested jurisdiction, takes a vote on the matter just to establish for the record that they found jurisdiction in.
Okay. Then let's quickly take. Is there any public comment with regards to jurisdiction? Let's just do that real quick. Okay. Just on sir, this is on jurisdiction alone, whether we should or should not hear it. Yeah. Just jurisdiction.
Okay. My name is Lynn S. Carmen. In the past, I have represented Mr. Manette Shaw. I'm not representing him in this case. I haven't been retained. But I came to this city 65 years ago, and my 4 children were born in this city, and I love San Francisco. And when I first came here, there was an assessor by the name of Russell Walden, and if there had been and he went to jail because he took bribes to make assessments in favor of the people who were giving the bribes. And if there had been a Sunshine Commission or Ethics Commission at that time, and they had a hearing on a whistleblower's complaint against Mr. Walden, and it was claimed that you had no jurisdiction because this was confidential, and the whistleblowers each said, "Oh, I waived my confidentiality," and then for that reason you said, "Oh, we don't have jurisdiction," and the facts never became public, and Mr. Walden had never gone to jail. That would not have been in the public interest of the city and county of San Francisco or the citizens. And I suggest you have the same situation here, in which, as I understand it, the claim is, I don't know whether it's true or not, that donations were made to a fund for the patients out there at Laguna Honda, and that those funds were raided by the staff and were used for parties by the staff. And if that's so, that would be the same as elder abuse, and there would be a scandal in the city and county of San Francisco. And somebody, a whistleblower or two, have come and said these facts are true, and another citizen said, well, I'd like to have sunshine on this situation, and these facts disclosed. And these whistleblowers, as I understand it, have stated, we waive our anonymity, we stand before the public to make this claim. Then where is the public interest? Where is the jurisdiction of this commission not to inquire and not to disclose this information. Just reading the city attorney's opinion here, he or she says that the Public Records Act, PRA, preempts local law. Therefore, the PRA, according to the city attorney, says that unless disclosure of a record is prohibited by federal or state law, Section 1040B provides a conditional privilege that may be asserted only when disclosure of the information is against the public interest, because there is a necessity for preserving the confidentiality of the information that outweighs the necessity for disclosure in the interest of justice. Well, here you got the whistleblowers who have waived anonymity, so they can't meet that condition of non-disclosure.
Okay, thank you,
and,
sir.
I understand that the controller is making some claims of confidentiality.
Thank you, sir.
But
Sir.
the city attorney states
Sir,
that...
sir, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay, well, then in other words, I claim you should find there's jurisdiction.
Thank you very
and
much.
disclose the information.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Matters with task force. What? Yes, thank you. Are there any other public comment? Seeing none. Is there a
Motion to
motion?
find jurisdiction.
Second.
Okay. Let's have a roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. So that is approved. And let's get to the item. Again, Mr. Monette Shaw, you have 5 minutes.
Again?
Oh, well, I guess you want to just continue with, because you're going to say pretty much the same thing, right?
Excuse me? Pretty much the same thing, what, on my,
As what you
on
said.
my rebuttal?
No, we're not
No,
at
no.
rebuttal yet. Your presentation earlier. I made a mistake because we should have approved for jurisdiction and we started straight into it. So we've already started the process. So I think what we'll do is we'll just pick up where you have made your presentation. We've asked for any parties. They've spoken. The respondent has had their opportunity. The task force is now going to ask questions, and then we'll continue from there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the item is now with the task force. Okay, so I'll start with the first question, Ms. Ledju. So my first question is you mentioned that the complainant didn't request any policies or procedures. Why is that significant?
Because the statements that have been made are, we want to know what the process is. And so what I'm saying is that's not what the request is. The request that was made to us was information between the Ethics Commission and the Controller's Office in the exchanges that went about regarding the complaints. It wasn't, you did not ask me, can I have your policies, your procedures, but you want confidential information. Policies and procedures are not confidential information. We can give you that.
But there are other documents that are public. All documents that that government touches are public records, and they're all considered public.
I've just stated to you why the investigations are not public and what's protecting those. And in response in general, the statement by several of the respondents was, we just want to know what the process is. We want basically, and so I'm saying, you're not asking for the process in this request. You're asking me for information between the two agencies.
And you're contending that the information that two public agencies are handling are not.
They're not policies and procedures that
Yep,
were
but
handled.
are they public records?
They're not public records.
What are they
The
then?
documents that he's requesting is not a public record. It's part of the investigation. And it's protected in terms of, as I stated, being confidential information to the investigation.
Okay. Do you determine confidential mean non-disclosable?
Non-disclosable.
Okay. So if the record itself is not disclosable, there may be other parts that are disclosable.
The records that you're requesting between the Controller's Office and the Ethics Commission regarding this case is not disclosable. We have looked at the content of that requested documentation. It's not disclosable.
There's not one word that is disclosable.
It's not disclosable.
So if you provided Mr. Monette Shaw with a piece of paper that was completely redacted.
Oh, you could see the word "the" if you'd like that.
Well, that's you see, that's the point. That's where we work. That's where the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA actually works. It works on public. It's about the information that's on the piece of paper itself. The piece of paper cannot be held. The piece of paper must be produced. It's the information that's on it that can be redacted, and then you have to show why it needs.
We have consulted with the city attorney. I understand what you're saying.
I understand that.
Okay, so in our consultation with the city attorney, it's been determined that the document is strictly confidential. And again, if you were asking me for policies and procedures, because we want to know what your procedures are, that was not a procedural document. It was totally in relation to the case and information that we consider held to be confidential for the case.
I understand that. The complaint is for those documents, though. Whether they're here today asking about procedure or what have you, they can ask for the procedure, which may trigger us to ask what the procedure is. But what they're asking for, what we have in writing, is for the actual document. So that's what we're here for today.
That's fine. But you're asking me, is the document confidential, correct?
The information.
The information, you're asking me whether it's the document, whether it's the information on the paper. The information on the paper, the words on the paper, are considered confidential.
Okay. So but the document is still a public record.
The document remains confidential.
No, the information is confidential. The document is public record.
So can you explain to me how you separate the document from the information?
By redaction.
It's confidential.
So redact it and give him the piece of paper. That's
how it works. I can truly redact it, and I can give you an empty piece of paper. Because that's what I think you're saying to me.
But that's how it would be done. That's the way the federal government does it, the state government, they all do it the same way. There are documents that can be held, like during an investigation. During the investigation, certain documents can be withheld, and there are laws regarding that. But once the investigation is over, and it's been filed, or if the case has been closed, the pieces of paper are public documents. Anything that a city official, employee, agency, department handles is property of the city.
So what I'd like to make sure that I'm understanding, and it's not, I'm not saying it in a rude tone, but truly for my understanding.
Sure.
So technically what you're separating is the words on the paper and the actual piece of paper.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Right, and that's exactly how, not just, the Sunshine Ordinance starts from the state law, the PRA, and it says the same thing there. So we're just reiterating what state law says.
Okay.
So.
And when I talked about the document being confidential, I'm restating what the state law says in Section 530867 regarding why we're maintaining that it's confidential. However, if you're asking me to provide a piece of paper absent my words, that's what I want to make sure that I'm fully understanding with all due respect.
Whatever the law says whatever the law describes as information that cannot be disclosed, that you can redact and then we're going to ask under what law are you going to do that under, okay?
Sure, okay.
So that's the test, okay? But the document needs to be presented. It must be presented. And that's what, because all public documents are public and they're available to the public. And if people do FOAs for the federal government and they end up with just paper with it's just all black.
Yeah,
every single paper, right?
I've worked for the state of California for 17 years
so you know.
in an audit capacity and with the Bureau of State Audits with their whistleblower program.
Okay.
I'm very familiar, and I'm not trying
to
be
challenging
facetious or
No, I'm not challenging that. I'm just saying with regards to the
Sure.
law that we focus on,
Okay.
that's the way it works. So if Mr. Monette Shaw received 250 pieces of paper and it was all redacted, he wouldn't necessarily have a complaint. He can then go ahead and challenge.
He would have a big complaint.
He can go ahead and challenge, why or how you
the
disclose.
basis of the redaction.
Right. Exactly.
Information.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay.
And so, what are your rules with regard? I'll get you 1 second. What are your rules with regards to documents after the case has been closed?
After the case has been closed, our documents remain confidential. If you look again in our letter where we bring up the point in Government Code Section 53087.6, we have released, in this particular case, we have done an investigative audit. We have released that information on our website of that particular audit, stating what we found. There is, at this point, there are no criminal charges that would require me to give an attorney any further documentation. It remains confidential because while a whistleblower may say, I give you permission to say who I am, so forth and on. There is other information. There are potentially other individuals, so forth and on, who we might have investigated, we have talked to, that we have committed to their confidentiality. Therefore, we do not release that information because we are maintaining the integrity of these individuals who have not said, yes, you may release this information, even though someone else might have said that. And we have to understand when we do present a whistleblower case or whistleblower complaint, when there's this series of investigation, if I come and talk to Ms. Cawthon, if I come and talk to Ms. Washburn to gather additional data, I have said to them, this is confidential. And we do this on an ongoing basis. We have done many cases for the city and county of San Francisco since I have been here that have turned out quite well and have real great outcomes, but we cannot release all of this underlying documentation and information, or we would not have been able to get what we have gotten to receive that. And we don't, while, it has been stated that it seems like it's a secret, I can concur throughout the state of California, through many jurisdictions. You will see form letters that go out that say to the complainants, to varying individuals, yes, we have your complaint. We will not be telling you what's going on, so forth and on and on and on. It is a practice. It is not something that we came up with in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. This is a general practice. It's benchmarked, and we follow that. And I do understand in instances how it potentially can feel to individuals who are experiencing the process and wanting certain outcomes and wanting to be able to be involved in hearing. I clearly understand that. However, the process does not lend itself, whether it's at the federal government, at the state, at the local level, it does not lend itself to this interactive process with the complainants or others. It's a fact-gathering process. You do what you need to do and you send it to the next levels, and you send certain data that goes to department heads, whomever, and they make certain decisions. We make certain decisions. Okay. And this is what the process is designed to do.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
You might have answered my question. Your department, each individually, it's the same question. When you do an investigation, if somebody asks you, when you spoke about the auditor, is part of the information that is available to the public whether or not an investigation has been opened?
restate? I'm not quite sure that I understood.
If somebody, when the controller receives a whistleblower complaint, if a member of the public were to come in and ask if an investigation had been opened, is that information that you would provide?
We would not provide that information. Generally what happens is...
So is there no way to find out what, not the results of the investigation, but what you have actually investigated, what complaints have been investigated?
No.
So what does the auditor's report tell us?
The auditor's report? In this instance, through this series of complaints that came forth regarding the Laguna Honda Hospital, we actually did an audit, and we published the findings of that audit, and it went on our website. In other cases, it may not turn into an investigative audit. In other cases, it may strictly be that we've investigated, we have substantiated, or we have not substantiated. And depending on what that is, it may go to a department head.
So
because
just right there, is whether you substantiated it or not even available to the public?
No. What we do in our newsletter, if you go onto our website, just for additional clarity, on an annual basis, we will generalize cases that come through. Because we've been trying to figure out what's the balance in listing information due to confidentiality, due to wanting individuals to come up, speak up. And we have been looking throughout the state and looking at the state of California to see how are you handling these things. But each case is given a number, and it is open to the complainant to ask what the status is, but we never tell you, yes, it's substantiated, no, it's not substantiated, and this is what's going on.
So the actual whistleblower can know that there's an investigation going on? No. So what I'm trying to get, is the Ethics Commission the same? So what I'm trying to ask very specifically is once a whistleblower files a complaint, there is no way for anybody to know what it just becomes of it. There's no information at all about it.
We don't give you information.
How can
the whistleblower?
Okay, I understand. It's very specific. There's no information. So once a complaint is filed, there's no way for a member of the public to find out any information about it. So then how you spoke about an oversight. There was some committee of who is that and who is it run by?
So we have the Citizens Oversight Committee, bond committee that through the charter is required to be the oversight for the controller's office. On that committee, there's 7 to 8 members. One committee member, or they appoint someone to be a liaison to the GOBOC, as well as the Government Audit Committee, who is a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors that I report to as well. The chair, I speak to the chair of the Government Audit Oversight Committee for the Board of Supervisors, and then the GOBOC liaison, and I do with them, I have the authority to discuss our cases. The GOBOC committee just recently has come in and looked at our processes.
Who runs that committee, the GOBOC committee?
The controller's office staffs that committee.
So the oversight committee is a committee of your own office?
It's not of our own
Hold
office.
on a
They're
second. Can
appointed.
someone turn off their phone, please?
Each member on that committee is appointed by varying, for instance, the Board of Supervisors, the Mayor's office, varying committees appoint the chairs.
So it's similar to
your
the Ethics Commission.
Yes.
No, we're all appointed by the board.
Well, they're not all appointed. The mayor, the board, they're varying.
So there's no way for how can the public be certain that the whistleblower investigations are even considered? I'm trying to figure out how we can...
Well, the one way that they can be certain that they're being considered, again, we have our liaison at the GOBOC, we have the Board of Supervisor, the GAO committee, the Government Audit Oversight Committee, which is consists of 3 board members. Campos is our chair. I speak with him regarding all of our cases. He has access to speak to me about any of those cases, to know that we're following through. Here's our policy, here's our procedures, just as the liaison on the GOBOT committee. So there's two separate entities. The board that appoints you is responsible, I'm responsible to that board in regards to audits as well as whistleblower complaints.
And do you turn over any sort of like statistical number of how many whistleblower complaints the controller receives?
Yes, we have all that documentation that we speak to.
But does the controller provide the public with a statistic of the number of whistleblower complaints it receives?
In our annual report, we talk about all the number of reports we receive. There's a whole listing of that. We just don't get into the specifics of those reports, but we do that on an annual basis. How many complaints we received, how many we've investigated, how many, I think we talk about how many have been sustained overall or not sustained. And we actively, from a departmental perspective, we receive many complaints throughout the city for varying departments. I sit with department heads in particular on a month-to-month basis or every other month, depending on the volume of complaints, depending on what's going on, the nature of those complaints. If I receive complaints regarding executive management, there's a protocol for that as well. So our complaints, while I understand how the feeling of it seems like it's a black hole, I'm not getting information. I clearly understand that, and I clearly respect that feeling. I can assure you we don't just put things in a hole and ignore that they exist, regardless of how one might feel.
Well, let me just ask a couple more. I understand it's a very complicated.
It is.
Very complicated issue, but it's further complicated by the nature of the political nature of these
Definitely.
of the entities. So it's really hard for me to figure out how can we know that any investigation has been done, and how if the district attorney files a complaint, the press is allowed to sort of find out pieces of information, and I'm not really sure that I see how this is different. So I'm trying to figure out how, if, for example, when Mr. Monette Shaw requested correspondence between the controller and the ethics commission, is there? I mean, maybe because he's not a party, but if the whistleblowers were to ask you, Does ethics commission also have my complaint? There is no way for them to even know what you do with it.
Definitely. If a complaint is, for instance, if a complaint comes jointly to, say, both of these entities, and that complainant calls in, we'll tell you that your complaint is here, or yes, we've received your complaint. If you file your complaint even on our website, you get a number for your, a tracking number for your complaint. But can you know what's going on in the case? No, you cannot.
But would you be able to tell the person we sent it over to ethics without telling them what's going on, or would they not even know what you did with it?
They'll know where it is. I firmly state they will know where it is. Okay. And I can't go into details, I apologize, but I firmly state that yes, they will know where it is. I can assure you of that.
And then
I cannot tell them what's going on with it.
Okay, the details of what is going on.
Definitely, I cannot.
And
say
is that when you have that, when you make that, I know that there's some issue about the whistleblower, if they go ahead and waive their right to anonymity, it's really more about who's being investigated. I know that happens in the CPRA. But you're saying that the balance of that is because you want, the interest of the public is that you want people to cooperate with these investigations.
Correct. I can assure you that I have several major cases that have had some grand outcomes that had I not been able to commit to confidentiality, there's no way that I would have gotten the information that we received to continue to do what we've done. I can assure you of that. One of the things that I can assure you of is my ethics in terms of how I look at my cases, how I look at my audits, and how I do my work. And while someone may disagree, I can live with that simply because they don't know the inside pictures and all of the things that we have to deal with.
Right there is a really important point, that we don't know the inside picture. So the hard part for me is that a lot of times the ethics commission, like there's a lot of complaints that will come out in the paper that are about very high profile people and nothing happens to them, but they'll prosecute Josh Wolf. And that's really difficult for us to understand how that happens. And that's not the controller's office.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I worked for the California Highway Patrol for many years, and I did many investigations. I fully understand what you're saying to me.
But the California Highway Patrol releases its police reports.
No. But we're talking internal investigations. Right. So just like the city. So I understand exactly the things that you're bringing forward to our attention, and even as we have been looking at our policies and our procedures, and we've listened to the varying comments that have come forward, we are constantly thinking about how can we be more transparent? How can we do this? How can we do that? And again, it is very difficult because of the nature of the program itself. Not just germane to the city and county of San Francisco, but to any organization that has a whistleblower program. It's a very difficult balancing act, one that brings about the questions that you have brought, brings about the questions that have been brought today by Mr. Monet Shah. I clearly understand it, and I'm very empathetic about those things. However, here are the guidelines in which we operate and we exist in, because this is the nature of our work.
I believe that the complainants had mentioned that there was found some impropriety with the gift fund.
As I stated,
not by the controller's office, but in general, there was something returned.
We did the audit on the gift fund, and while we have not asserted or attested to that there was any criminal acts done that would take this to the district attorney, what we have found is administrative and accounting concerns and issues that we brought forward in our audit, and we made requests for adjustments. We did not find fraud. We don't attest to that in our audit.
But there was a monetary amount that was not where it was supposed to be.
Right, due to allocation, accounting allocations. And we requested, when we examine those records, that they put those dollars into the proper accounts.
And would the only way for them to, for someone to have access to those records would be to file
the accounting records?
A civil complaint? Or how would somebody check that it truly wasn't
the
fraud?
Accounting records? They have access to the accounting records. They sit in our accounting system for the controller's office, and those records were actually sunshined, and those records were actually given. So those records are public, and they were never withheld, to my knowledge.
Because they were not part of the investigation. They were just part of the
monetary. They're monetary records, and they were not. As far as I know, those requests that were made were given for the accounting records.
Okay.
Done? Member Costa.
So I'm certainly sensitive to the desire to protect the anonymity of parties involved in an investigation. And I'm also sensitive to the need to keep, a certain level of confidentiality in terms of the entirety of an investigation while it's happening. But I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding why there can't be some of that information that is able to be made public after a case is closed. if I may finish. Certainly it seems possible to redact names and anything that might be pinnable to an individual, but keep public actions that might sort of give some sort of insight to the proceedings of the investigation.
Such as when you speak of actions,
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify, please, for me?
Statements that don't necessarily have to be tied to an individual, but that have been made, and essentially what the basis for what the ultimate finding is. What questions were asked, what answers were given.
So, for this instance, if you will, when you talk about what questions were asked, what answers were given, if you go to the audit,
Mm-hmm.
you'll find those things. It's there through the work that we have done. That was not withheld when you speak from that framework. And I would agree that if you read my audit, it tells you the methodology that we use to get to everything here. So
I guess
I don't know.
I guess what
if
I'm
you'd like to take it a step further.
I would. If that information is coming out of your investigation, presumably it is located somewhere in your investigation files. And so I'm sort of wondering why it's not possible just to redact everything but those pieces of information and make the information files publicly available.
The information you've requested, it's here. The accounting records that are associated with this have been given. So
I understand. I know, but why can't we see the original files with all sensitive information removed?
The original files for this, they're public records for the most part because they're accounting records. But in terms of potentially any interviews that maybe we've done to even determine if there was fraud or so forth and on, no. But everything that supports, everything, because it's confidential, everything that supports this audit is available. Every single thing. Exactly. You're asking me for, I've been asked for documentation, conversation between two investigators, two investigating entities.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a few questions. Mr. Moe? I've read through the appendix with regards to the Ethics Commission, and I'll probably have to confer with DCA 3 on the way here through these questions. But under C 3.699-11, under duties, I don't see any mention. Oh, wait, I do here. I'm looking for a whistleblower, where whistleblower complaints or where whistleblower claims are made, how they're introduced, or how you are to cover them. The only thing that I see, unless I'm missing something here, is number 7, to maintain a whistleblower hotline and administer the provisions of the city's improper government activities ordinance. My question is when for the particular complainants that Mr. Monette Shaw is asking for information for, namely Doctors Derek Kerr and Maria Riveros, their complaint with your commission, how did you determine whether that was whistleblower or not? Did they ask you to make it a whistleblower case, or did you automatically classify it as a whistleblower case?
I can't comment on that because it's a pending investigation.
You can't comment on that because it's a pending investigation?
That particular case with our office is still pending, so I'm not allowed to comment on pending complaints.
So it sounds like any question I ask you, I'm going to get the same answer, right?
If it's about the same subject, yes.
Well, okay, then let me ask you this. Are there any records that are not part of the investigation, that are any written correspondence with regards to Dr. Derek Kerr and Maria Rivero's complaint with the Ethics Commission?
That are not part of this investigation?
That are not part of the investigation. You have an investigation, there's a capsule surrounding around the investigation, but there may be some other correspondence regarding them and your office that has nothing to do with the investigation. Are there any written correspondence with regards to that?
There may be.
Okay, so that's we're looking for those documents. Number one. Number two, DCA 3. How this? I'm hearing statements that there's coverage under state law and in your suggested analyst, you highlight records of any investigation shall be considered confidential information to the extent permitted by state law. But everything that we do is to the extent permitted by state law anyway. We can't supersede state law anyway. So the question is the process by which the whistleblower program has been initiated, is that based on state law? Or is it based on local law? If it's contained in the charter and it's controlled by the charter, then everything's under it, then isn't that local law? I mean, then the question is, what's state law, what's local law? Then everything applies. You follow where I'm going here?
Not really.
Okay, so you state that records of the investigation shall be considered confidential information to the extent permitted by state law. They're claiming that that this information under the whistleblower program is protected by state law, correct?
Correct. They assert exemptions from the Public Record Act.
They
under state law.
From the Public Record Act.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Is this case then considered a is the sections of the Public Records Act contained in the Sunshine Ordinance? Doesn't the ordinance cover those same provisions that they're asking for?
The ordinance incorporates many of the exemptions of the Public Records Act, but forbids some of them. Okay.
In order to provide greater access to the public.
That's correct.
Okay. So under okay, I have to think about some of those points for a second. We can move on to a different question. Are there any other questions before I run through the other ones? Okay. So the appendix with regards to, and this is also to DCA 3, the appendix under the ethics provisions, those are active? Those are considered active?
Do you mean they're laws in effect?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Okay, because items that are in appendices are sometimes not considered.
I actually can't tell you why they're included in the appendix. There are several appendices of the charter where there was a reorg. I think it's when the charter was amended comprehensively. It did not eliminate some of those pre-existing provisions, and I believe those were placed in appendices so that they could still be part of the code of the charter.
Okay, and can you explain why the section under the PRA, we find in violation of the PRA often. And so the question here is whether this information is expressly protected under there. I'm wondering if your analysis is that this entire investigation is protected under PRA. That's your analysis of this situation. Is there any part of this?
It's a little more nuanced. I have questions that I think should inform the analysis, and some of those questions are not answerable by the law.
Okay.
But for any complaint for public violations of public records law before the task force, there could be a violation of the Public Records Act, and there could separately be a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. In this particular case, the charter provision governing each of these agencies basically says that the records are confidential to the extent permitted by state law. It's phrased differently in each of the two provisions, but that's essentially the gist of it. So to the extent the Public Records Act would require that it be disclosed, then, and it's not being disclosed, that would be a violation of the PRA. But if the Sunshine Ordinance would require disclosure while the Public Records Act would allow an exemption, the charter trumps the Sunshine Ordinance.
I understand that. But you are in agreement, though, that all pieces of paper or documents, the medium of which the information is written on, are public records that are available to the public.
I believe that all the records that are in question here are public records, but I believe the focus really is on whether they're disclosable public records. And the confidentiality provisions in both charter provisions for each agency say that these investigations, the records of these related to these investigations, are confidential unless the PRA requires that they be disclosed. And that would mean if they're non-disclosable, they do not have to be turned over.
I understand. That's the question here, is whether they're disclosable or not.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so we've been through several times where items have been withheld because of the same reason, but we have found that the physical documents are public records, that they cannot be withheld, and they must be presented but redacted. The information can be withheld.
To my memory and understanding, those cases have all been examples where part of the public record was disclosable. In this case, these confidentiality provisions make the entirety of the record related to these investigations confidential unless the Public Record Act requires the disclosure.
Okay, I find this to be complex. I'm wondering if you can, for the benefit of the other members here, can you point out where that is notated in the documents in the memorandum that you've provided us? Because that's the advice.
Well, it's rather lengthy, so I cannot point to a single page.
Under which section would it be covered that the entirety of the investigation is confidential?
Okay, just a moment.
It can be withheld.
On just for the edification of the public and the members, there's two separate memos. One's for the controller and one's for the Ethics Commission because they have separate charter provisions. So I'm going to go to each one. So for the controller, the memo that deals with the controller on page 4 of the memo under suggested analysis, there is the quotation of the exact language of the charter provision. And I can read it in its entirety if you would like. It's
on page 4 of the Ethics Commission one?
No, controller.
The controller one?
It's the first paragraph of the suggested analysis. And if you look at the description of the records that are in question here that are covered by the confidentiality provision, for the controller, it's a little bit more specific. It says all drafts, notes, preliminary reports of controllers, benchmark studies, audits, investigations, and other reports shall be confidential.
What is the definition of confidential?
Well, confidential means that it cannot be disclosed.
What cannot be disclosed? The piece of paper or the information?
These records as so listed.
Okay, so I'm looking in this section, you state as a charter provision, this section overrides Sunshine Ordinance. By its express term, section F 1.110B makes, quote, drafts, notes, preliminary reports of controllers' investigations confidential, notwithstanding any other ordinance of the City and County of San Francisco.
Correct.
This includes Sunshine Ordinance, which blah, 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 unequivocally overrides. Okay, so We're talking about drafts, notes, and preliminary reports. What about the other documents other than drafts, notes, and preliminary reports? Let me ask the Ethics Commission, are there any, and the Controller's Office, are there any drafts, anything other than drafts, notes, and preliminary reports with regards to this particular complaint with the Ethics Commission?
Yes.
Okay. And are you claiming those to be confidential too?
At this point, yes, because the investigation is open.
Through the chair,
Yes.
With regard to the Ethics Commission charter provision, it's different language.
Okay.
That language says that records of any investigation shall be considered confidential information to the extent permitted by law.
Okay, so then...
By state law, sorry.
Okay, so then let's ask the Controller's Office.
So yes, it's confidential whether it's in draft or it's final.
Okay, so but the law in the charter specifies drafts, notes, and preliminary reports.
And it says and any other materials and information gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
I'm not seeing that. Hold on. It says, notwithstanding any other provision of this charter, any ordinance or regulation of the City and County of San Francisco, and except to the extent required by state or federal law, all drafts, notes, preliminary reports of the controllers, benchmark studies, audits, investigations, and other reports shall be confidential. It's the draft notes or preliminary reports of other reports. It's not other reports.
Okay, so if we go to, I have a portion of the statute, 4.123, that it in our letter also, my response, that it was written out. And it's under local laws making whistleblower records confidential.
Yeah, okay. And so what's the section? Section 4123? And is there any
so
specific
it says
section?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
Requiring city officers, employees to keep confidential, among other information related to the investigation, including drafts, notes, preliminary reports, working papers. So it's including, it's inclusive of. It doesn't say that it's only, it's in the investigation portion, but it's including drafts, notes, preliminary reports, working papers, records of interviews, communications with complainants and witnesses, and any other materials and information gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
Okay, so for the members of the public and task force members, that's section 4.123A and then 2, or double I, and that's on page 11 of DCA 3's memorandum regarding the Controller's Office.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I just would add that these provisions that Ms. Ledeju is describing were passed by the Board of Supervisors pursuant to the direction of the Charter Section F1.107C, which required the Board of Supervisors to enact an ordinance implementing the confidentiality provision.
I understand that, but we're trying to determine what is confidential and what is not confidential. Okay, and that's why you see what I'm seeing here is a conflict between F1.110 and Section 4.123 A double I.
If I may further explain, the reason I'm pointing to F1.107C is that it directs the passage of further legislation. So it is not entirely clear that legally that would have the force of the charter. The charter directs the passage of that legislation, but the governing provisions of the confidentiality and the charter provision are more specific and less comprehensive than the ones in the ordinance itself.
So that confuses me, because in one section of the charter, it says draft notes, preliminary reports of the controllers, and all these particular activities that they do. But then on the other hand, it says under the whistleblower program, complaints or reports. Let me ask Mr. Moe, when these two doctors made the complaint, how did they make the complaint? It says complaints or reports to the whistleblower program. Did they make the complaint to the whistleblower program? I can't believe that would be confidential. I can call them up here and ask them. They're here.
With all due respect to you and to everyone in this room with regards to this confidentiality issue, some of the questions that you're asking directly, we can't even answer. If you want to inquire of Mr. Monet Shah, I'll put it out that way. That's fine with us, but we cannot answer with all due respect to you.
No, that's fine. That's a perfectly good answer.
So
That's fine. You can act absolutely, and I commend you for doing that because that's important. So let me ask Mr. Monet Shah. Let's give you two a break. So, Mr. Monet Shah, with regards to, are you familiar? You're familiar with this case?
Am I familiar?
You're obviously following it.
With which case?
You're asking for this information with regards to Dr. Derek Kerr and Dr. Maria Rivero.
I am very familiar with it. I've been familiar with it since they first filed it in March of 2010.
Okay, so the question of the information you're asking for, is it specific to their complaint, or is it specific to the finances of the patient gift fund?
No, my complaint before this task force is that I want, in the case at hand, 013, that I wanted correspondence between ethics and the controller's whistleblower program, not Ms. Lediju's audit function, which is completely separate. I am not asking for audit records.
Okay.
And they are, I think, confounding issues. For one thing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think Mr. Threet is incorrect that the issue is not whether state law requires disclosure. The issue is whether state law prohibits disclosure. And there's nothing in there that prohibits disclosure. And some of the things that you need to address are, although Mr. Moe claims their investigation is still open, that's not what ethics told Drs. Curran and Rivero earlier, that it was closed. In fact, the whistleblower program, not the audit program, because I'm not asking for audit records. The whistleblower program at the Comptroller's Office clearly stated on December 3rd, 2010, 10 months after the whistleblower complaint was filed, that the whistleblower program, had not conducted any investigation whatsoever. So they can't have theoretically, have records that they could take a sheet of paper and redact the entire thing if the Comptroller's Office had conducted no whistleblower investigation at all. In fact, under political pressure, they went from dragging their feet to conduct a whistleblower investigation to doing an investigative audit. They skipped doing the whistleblower function completely. And if you, as Ms. Letiju says, if you go look at their annual report posted on the internet, you will see that they admit in their little pie chart that they do not investigate up to 45% of the whistleblower complaints whatsoever. And so what I'm after is correspondence, in this case, in 013, between ethics and the whistleblower program, And
Why do you think there would be any connection between?
Because the controlling thing that got my goat and got me started was 7 years after the voters passed Prop C, as Ms. Ledeju mentioned, creating a subcommittee of the Government Audit and Oversight Committee. And the subcommittee's function is to investigate how the Controller's Office is handling whistleblower complaints. It took them 7 years before they even formed the committee. And the controlling language was that, A, they could have hired an external auditor to have conducted the audit, and B, there's very specific language that says that the Ethics Commission has to place a written request of the controller, that the controller's whistleblower program is being asked by ethics to suspend any kind of investigation while ethics is doing their investigation. And it appears to me, and I think to Drs. Kerr and Rivero, that they bounced the ball back and forth about, is ethics doing anything? Is the controller's office doing anything? Nobody was doing anything, and finally they got around to doing an audit under the city services auditor function because of political pressure and because of media coverage that I helped keep the details of the patient gift fund improper transfer of patient funds to staff use. We kept that story alive. Dan Noyes picked it up. And it was only because of external pressure that the Controller's Office ever got around to conducting an audit. They never got around to conducting a whistleblower investigation. I can almost bet you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mo?
Bruce?
Yeah.
Could I just
I'm
quickly,
sorry.
Mr. Manette-Shaw, just really fast on your
I'm sorry, what?
on the point that you just made. Your last point there was that you're saying that they did an audit as opposed to doing a whistleblower program, and that may be the reason why they don't know whether there was fraud. Or you're not sure?
I think that the audit very carefully skirted even bothering looking into whether there was fraud because they had turned it over to ethics. Ethics did nothing. I'm not sure if it went to the district attorney, and they also did nothing.
And they're telling you that the information that you just discussed is confidential because it's part of the investigation.
That's right. And I don't understand how an administrative communique between two separate city departments, can you please not do your your investigation until we finish our investigation, then becomes a confidential hidden record as part of the investigation. This is an administrative document. It is not an investigative document. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that the Ethics Commission has no penal powers. They cannot claim some of the exemptions that they are trying to assert before you.
The Ethics Commission, are you saying that you cannot even tell us whether the documents exist, the administrative style
Whether
documents?
they had even written a letter to the Controller's Office asking them to withhold a Controller's whistleblower investigation.
And you're claiming confidentiality of any of that information?
You have to come and speak into the microphone.
Well, what's difficult, I understand the procedure. I understand it way more than you think I do. The problem is that it's a circular oversight. So, for example, if you were to tell something to, say, I'm only using this as an example, but whichever supervisor you discuss it with, and he was a whistleblower on you, nobody would know. Because he's part of that it's a big giant circle that nobody can get into. So we're trying to figure out how we can know if there are any administrative portions. So a supervisor cannot oversee you because as soon as he complained to you, it would all become confidential. As soon as he complained about you or anybody that was if he blew the whistle on the controller for not doing the whistleblower, it's a whistleblower. Everything's confidential. So there's no oversight.
So just on that point that you make, if someone blows the whistle on the controller's office,
even if it's not true.
No. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to go
not
there.
Suggesting
on another department head, there's another avenue.
But it's
because
confidential.
It would come into our office. If it's on an executive, there's the mayor's office. There are different ways that we handle notification of what's going on. We just don't ignore it because even if it were me, my staff have latitude to go to the controllers. So there are things that happen that we do pay attention. Just to the point of what Mr. Monet Shaw said, that, well, it's an administrative conversation between the controller's office and the ethics office. That's an assumption that you've made. That when we had this conversation, the only thing that we said was, are you doing this? Are you doing that? That's an assumption. If that were the conversation, maybe we could say, okay, I can give you that but that's an assumption.
But that's why he made the request to inquire.
We fully understand that, and in our response, we stood on the point that it's confidential. And I'm not going to get into the particulars of what the communique is because I can't. But it's an assumption that you're making, and I understand the assumption that you're making. And yes, it becomes very sticky, but the bottom line is that I get all of that and I understand. But I want to go to one other point. And I had one of my staff go pull our annual report where it says 45% of the complaints aren't investigated. There are a portion of complaints that come in that are personnel related that go to the Department of Human Resources. They are not whistleblower complaints. But we do say that we receive them in our whole universe. But they're not all whistleblower complaints. Many things come through the whistleblower program because people don't understand. Here's what you're providing: fraud, waste, and abuse. So someone may say, oh, my manager is doing this to me, and we say, okay, this has to go to the Department of Human Resources. It's a potential EEO case. We don't investigate EEO cases. If someone comes in with retaliation, we don't investigate retaliation. It would go to the Ethics Commission, but it came through our door.
If you were to get a complaint and a whistleblower complaint and you've discovered that there had been some impropriety, do you then turn it over to an enforcement agency and they decide whether it...
It depends on what it is. It depends on what it is. We do collaborate with the varying organizations, the Ethics Commission, the district attorneys.
If the outcome is an impropriety, it is still confidential?
If it goes to court and there's wrongdoing, we release the information to that agency.
To whatever court is handling.
If, for instance, we have something and the district attorney is going to prosecute, then we will release some information for the prosecution. And generally, and this has happened,
and who decides if it goes to the district attorney?
It goes to the courts, and it's closed and sealed, and the court administers it.
Who decides if it goes to the court?
Because what happens is the court subpoena us for it, and then this is how we release it through our courts system.
How does the court get it?
They work with the district attorney.
No, but
with our attorneys.
When
the
you
city
find
attorneys.
an impropriety, who decides whether it goes to an enforcement agency?
We will decide. We work with the agency. We say, this is what we have, and we collaborate. Even if we get an EEO case, we collaborate with DHR. We collaborate with each organization. And we don't do things behind a closed door. We collaborate. There are points in cases where we may get something and there's this conversation going on. Who should really be investigating this? Whose jurisdiction is this?
Is that information, so no complaint and no investigation has been started yet, okay? Are those communications available to the public?
No, because generally when communications are going on, it's not just, the communication may not just simply be, oh, this is your jurisdiction. there is a discussion about what's been found, what's being alleged, so forth and on.
It may not be all that's going on, but you're admitting that that is certainly part of it, certainly the conclusion that comes out of those communications.
There's many things that go on in that.
Sure, but that is a part of it, the decision of jurisdiction.
Of how we're going to handle things.
So why is that not public information?
It's not public information because you have an investigation. It's all under, just as the charter says, just as we're claiming the state law, it is confidential.
So it's similar to...
Hold on. Member Chan had his hand up for a while.
I just got a question. I think I remember something similar to this on a ethics commission. I think state law says, law enforcement, right? Remember this case? I think it was like a few years back that I think we established that ethics commission is not a law enforcement agency.
Hold on, Mr. Mona Shaw, please. Okay, we hear you. We hear you.
And of course, under investigation in the law enforcement, when a police officer does their investigation, it's not public record. But after that, it's public record.
Okay.
And
so
ethics commission is not a law enforcement agency. They don't have, citation of the penal code, right? They are not law enforcement.
Okay. So DCA 3. Okay, Mr. Mona Shaw, we'll get to it in a moment.
And I think controller's office is not a law enforcement agency too, right?
Right, DCA 3.
Through the chair, the exemption for law enforcement investigation is 6254F. That has not been claimed by the two agencies. They have claimed separate exemptions that don't involve law enforcement investigations.
This is out of respect for the other people that are waiting.
Yes.
We've had this going around. I'm not sure how to figure out. an example of this kind of circular is the videotapes that Public Defender Adachi recently released to the media, because there's no other way to get the information. If the police department had an internal control over it and an internal oversight over it, so they released them to the.
I understand.
So I don't know how to solve it.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Mr. Moe, I want to ask, with regards to the Ethics Commission, prior to when did this, who determined that this was a whistleblower case? Was it you, or was it the controller's office, or was it a meeting among all of you as the controller's office contends?
It was a meeting between both offices.
It was a meeting between both offices. So at that point, you would look at all the, just to say in general, let's not talk about this particular case. Just in general, something pops up, the red flag pops up, determine that it's it's presented by a member of the public, or actually an employee. So in this case, it would be an employee. So employees, presents you with evidence that there may be some malfeasance or misappropriation of money. Controller's office picks up on it. They do an audit, correct? That you would do some sort of internal kind of reporter.
It just simply depends.
Okay. But you see,
I just can't even get into all of the things.
I know, but
that
we have to.
How we even got.
I understand that, but the public has a right to know. So we need to make sure, and it may not be anything. I know what you're standing behind and what you're trying to protect. The question is whether the law allows for something or not, and that's what we're trying to determine with regards to the Public Records Act.
In some cases, we can do an investigative audit. In other cases, we simply are investigating where we don't even do the audit, and we take our facts and we say to a department head, here's what we found, here's the issues, and here are the recommendations. You need to terminate, you need to do this, you need to do that. And we have done that. So it just depends on what the case is, how we handle
Okay.
it in some cases.
All right, we're at 20 after 7. We've spent quite a bit of time on this. What is the pleasure of the task force before we move into rebuttal? Do you have enough information to be able to move ahead with this? Should we continue it? Do we need more? You need more time to review it? I'm just trying to get a pulse here. Member Chan.
I just because I remember, I guess this was like 3 years back or 4 years back, that we had something similar to this, where Ethics Commission, it was an investigation, and we actually ruled, I forgot what's the details of it, but we ruled that it is public document.
All right.
I remember correctly.
Okay.
I think, Bruce, you were here.
I recall many instances like that, but without the actual case in front of me to refer it to, I have nothing to compare. Our own case law, I don't have. It's hard for me to comment on that. Member Costa.
I'm having trouble understanding how an interagency communication is protected under what's being cited here. It seems complaints or reports to the whistleblower program and information related to the investigation of the matter, including drafts, notes, preliminary reports, working papers, records of interviews, communications with complainants and witnesses, and any other materials and information gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
Which under whose law?
This is
whose section?
This is section 4.107.
Okay.
Sorry? Controllers, yeah. I really do understand the rationale behind keeping confidential any of those aforementioned things related to the investigation. However, a communication between the Controller's Office and the Ethics Commission about the status of an investigation, that I understand that within that communication there may be other things, other facts of the investigation cited, and I understand why those should not be made public. However, I don't understand how the decision itself.
Okay. So if you go back to F.104, I think that's what you stated. Mm-hmm. It says notes, drafts, and it says any other material.
Any other? Sorry, F10.
You just read it. What you read. I'm just taking us back to what you read.
F110. F1.110.
You're saying that
Let me grab my piece of paper.
Information exchanged between the two of you is other material?
It's other materials.
Other material, notes, information.
Gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
Yes. So once we start talking to each other, once we start discussing the case, it becomes a part of that case.
See, to me, that doesn't sound like an investigation. To me, that sounds like a communication about the investigation that...
I fully understand how you view it from an auditor's perspective, from an investigator's perspective. When I'm working within the confounds of a case, just say, for instance, I oversee two portions of this organization. I have the audits and I have the whistleblower program. And when I'm discussing anything that's an investigation, while I have a leadership team over here in my audit section and I have a manager over my whistleblower program, I do not talk about that information, any investigation pieces with this other side of the house. It is the investigation. It stays within the confounds of that whistleblower program, regardless of what the communications are. So it's a very separate piece, it's thought out very separately, and we deal with it very separately.
We're not talking about communications within the confines of the whistleblower program, though. We're talking about interagency communications.
But I'm using that as an example. For instance, I'm saying as closely related, I have the audit organization, and I have the whistleblower program. And I have leaders on both sides of the house. And what I'm trying to show you is I don't. Those discussions about investigation is just with those who are privy to the investigation, because everything that's discussed, that's obtained, gathered, whatever it is, it's considered confidential. When I discuss it with this entity, it's confidential. Very little is discussed. When I discuss it with the Board of Supervisors, my oversight committee, both oversight committees, it's confidential, and it's not in public. It's not with the whole board. It's with a certain individual. So it's a very confidential process, and that's how we view it. That's how we've treated it. And so that's how we stand on it. And I understand what you're saying. Well, potentially you're just saying, ethics, are you going to do this? That's your assumption that's happening. I fully understand that.
My assumption is not that is all that is happening. But
yes.
as you've already stated, that is part of what's happening, and it's just not clear to me why it's an interagency communication. It is not part of the investigation.
But it's not, when you say an interagency communication to me, for instance, in terms of a piece of paper, I haven't written a memorandum saying, who's going to take this case? Here it is.
Okay.
When you talk about interagency communication, when I sit down with a case, whether it's ethics, if I'm talking to the city attorney, whomever I'm talking to, I sit down with them and I'm talking through that case, whatever portion it is, whatever has been alleged. There's this conversation happening. It's not, are you going to take the case? It's, here we have this case, here are some issues. Potentially this is your jurisdiction, and we're having a dialogue about this case. It has begun in some form or fashion, and at that point in time, it's confidential from the moment it comes in my office. We treat everything around it as confidential.
Okay. I have Member Johnson and Member Cawthon.
I have one procedural question. That is, does the Ethics Commission and Controller ever conduct concurrent investigations on any complaints, or is it always one entity conducting the investigation?
At this point, under my leadership of 2 years here, we have not done that. I can only speak
You've not
to
done which?
We have not concurrently done an investigation. And particularly what we try to determine is we're trying to use our resources in the best way possible. So we have not concurrently done the same work.
So at some point there has to be a statement of an entity that's you're going to hand off
when
the
you talk about
investigation
statement, we're talking about the same type of thing that you're saying, right?
Well, if you're not doing them concurrently, at some point someone has to take responsibility for the ongoing investigation.
Right. And through that process is that dialogue that we've had from the onset of, we received this. Or it may even be, I received this, and the other person says, yeah, I received it too. And we talk about, okay, here are the particulars of this case. How are we going to handle this? Where will it best be done? And there are times where an entity will say, okay, I do work with another entity where we jointly do some work together sometimes. It just depends on what the case is.
Member Cawthon.
Hi, Ms. Lediju. You say the case is still in progress. The investigation is still in progress? So are you finished with your portion of it?
She can't. She's going to say she can't talk.
You can't
I can't
tell
talk to
me
you about it.
Well,
I apologize.
When you are finished with your portion of it, then it's public. It can be, the public can find out about it.
When the investigation is done, we will not disclose what our findings were. They're not going to be disclosed what the findings are. It's no different than any other jurisdiction, whether you're at the state, whether you're at the feds.
I get it. I just had one final question, because I know we want to move this agenda item. This is really complicated.
I agree.
I have a question for DCA Threech.
Go ahead.
the charter overrides the Sunshine Ordinance in this case, except when federal or state law require disclosure. Now, you mentioned the PRA in your instructional letter. When would federal or state law require disclosure?
Outside of the PRA? Is that your question?
Yeah. When would the charter be overridden by state law? But I guess that's the PRA.
Well, if the Public Records Act required that a record be disclosed and there wasn't an exemption provided for that record, then it would override the charter.
But under this circumstance, it doesn't.
Point of order, though, they're all disclosable. It's exemptions. There's no
Excuse me,
require.
could I just get an answer here, and then you can make your point of order?
I'll determine that, Member Cawthon. Point of orders take precedent.
Okay. Should I continue?
That's
Continue.
not a point of order.
It is my view under the Public Records Act that whether a record is disclosable is in part determined whether it is exempt from disclosure. So if there's an exemption for a record on the Public Record Act, it is not required to be disclosed. And under this charter provision, if the Public Record Act does not require disclosure, then it is confidential. And it would trump any contradictory requirement under the Sunshine Ordinance.
So that's, in your opinion, it's confidential?
I can't actually answer the question in this case. I think for the controller, and that's why I've set out some legal issues that would require your contemplation. For the controller, I think it's not entirely clear on the correspondence whether it is covered or not. There is certainly, if it's is one of the records enumerated in the charter section, then yes, it's exempt and it's confidential. But it's correspondence. It's not specifically enumerated in that charter section. So it may be covered by the statutory provision under the government code that's enacted pursuant to the charter's direction. But that's a very difficult question whether a ordinance passed pursuant to a charter requirement that it be passed has any of the trumping ability of the charter. I'm not sure that I could say that that would trump the Sunshine Ordinance. So the question really here for you is whether, for a clear answer, the question is whether the correspondence that's been requested is one of the records enumerated under Section F1.110B for the controller's provision. I think the issue is clearer with the Ethics Commission because it covers all records related to the investigation. So to the extent the correspondence is related to this investigation and it covers aspects of things that have, facts that are occurred in the investigation have been discovered, then it's covered.
The only thing I would say in relation to that of the same question is in Section 4123A II, it speaks of communications with complainants and witnesses. It doesn't talk about communications with anybody else.
Could I just finish my last question?
Well, I want to get an answer to that first before you change the subject.
Based on DCA Threet's answer to me, I did have a question for Ms. Leditch.
Okay, but
And
based
Mr.
on this,
Moe.
Member Cawthon, one moment, please. Based on, because I want to finish what's based on your question.
To the chair, I did not hear a question.
So the question is, in regards to Section 4.123A II, it states communications with complainants and witnesses only. It doesn't talk about interagency or with other departments. So would that would then those other communications be covered under this with regards to what the Controller's Office is controlled by?
Can you give me a moment? I'm going to review the provision.
Sure.
It certainly would not be covered by the section that you have focused on. There is a question of whether it would be covered by any other materials and information gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
But a communication to another department wouldn't seem to be based upon materials or information gathered or prepared. It's a communication.
It is prepared.
It's
prepared in the course of the investigation.
Materials or information prepared.
You're asking me to make the decision.
I'm asking you. You're
yes.
our counsel. I'm
yes,
asking you
with due
for
respect.
advice.
I think I've outlined what the ordinance says, and it's up to you to interpret that and apply it to these facts.
Oh. Okay.
So could I just finish?
Finish your yes, Member Coffin.
So one of the things that I drew from City Attorney Threet's statement was that he didn't feel that you were clear on whether the correspondence was indeed disclosable or not. So my question to you is, A, is that true? And B, were you advised on the California Public Records Act preclusion here by counsel that you talked to?
Can you restate your question? And I
Okay, the
apologize.
first question is, do you agree with Mr. Threet's statement that you're not totally clear on whether the correspondence is disclosable or not? That's question number one.
Okay, let me start
Okay.
there. Am I clear whether it's disclosable or not? Is that the question you're asking
Well,
me?
that's
now?
what Mr. Threet said.
Okay, I'm very clear that it's not disclosable.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing
Okay.
here saying this.
So-
I'm very clear and very comfortable with what's in the charter and what's interpreted by state law and by my experience
Okay.
over 18 years of government service.
Right, I know. So my second question is, having had that come to that conclusion, were you advised? Are you familiar? Were you advised on the California Public Records Act and whether it would take preeminence here over the
My
charter?
understanding
Over the
is
charter.
that the Public Records Act does not take preeminence over the charter or over the state code that we have stated in our response.
Okay. Thank
All right.
you.
All right. At this time, we're going to take a rebuttal, and then the task force will determine what it wants to do with
Thank
this.
you.
So, respondent, 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Respondent.
I'm sorry, respondent first. Respondent goes first. You get to have the last word.
Respondent goes before
Yes. So either the controller's office and or the ethics, it's your opportunity to make a rebuttal for 3 minutes.
I don't feel the need to make a rebuttal. I think we spent a considerable amount of time trying to deliberate this process and to understand it. And I think I've made it very clear what our stance is, and we just move forward from there. I'm very clear. Thank you.
I have nothing further to add. I think it's up to this body to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Monette Shaw, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I put in my April 10th letter that it's clear the Ethics Commission has no correctional law enforcement or licensing functions, and therefore they cannot claim under 6254F that they have an exemption to the extent permitted by state law. I want to state again that I think Mr. Threet is turning the intent of SIPRA inside out, in that the issue is not whether the state law requires release of the records. It's whether state law prohibits it. Mr. Threet raised several legal issues and legal determinations on page 4 of the item 13 complaint regarding, or as it applies to the controller's office. And there are several questions that I don't think this body has addressed. Are these exemptions valid only while the cases remain open? Doesn't sound to me like the controller's office ever opened and conducted a whistleblower complaint, because she said she didn't want to waste resources, and so she let ethics drag their feet. Ethics claims that it has something open, but it's been a year later after the whistleblower complaint was first filed in March of 2010. Mr. Threet raised the question of whether the exemption ends on a finding or when a complaint is found to have had a substantial nature and was well-founded. Well, clearly the $350,000 that was restituted to the patient gift fund from an audit says to me that it was a substantial problem, and they wouldn't have made that $350,000 go back into the patient gift fund unless the allegations had been well-founded to begin with. So it comes down to this balancing test, and it also comes down to the language in the Sunshine Ordinance that says in 67.24 that withholding of documents must be based on an express provision of the Sunshine Ordinance, which neither ethics nor the Controller's Office have done. They keep trying to raise exemption after exemption under state law or the Charter. But the Charter doesn't kick in, as Mr. Threet noticed, unless the separate exemption prohibits. Okay, so the Charter doesn't come into play until CIPRA prohibits, not requires. Thank you.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force.
I have one. I think it was clearly an untimely response. Mr. Manette Shaw asked for the documents on January 1st and didn't get a response from the Controller's Office until January 10th, and did not get a response from the Ethics Department until I think it was February 8th. So I think whatever else it may or may not be, there was clearly an untimely response to an IVR.
Are you making a motion? Is that a motion?
I move we find it that there was an untimely response to Mr. Manette Shaw's immediate disclosure request by both Controller and Ethics.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay. Discussion.
Chair Wolf.
Yes, Member Johnson.
I have a memo dated September 16th, 2010.
Is that in our packet?
No.
Okay.
Is all mine. It is from the Fair Political Practices Commission, and it is from their Executive Director, Roman Porter, and he is defending the fact that the Fair Political Practices Commission posts notices of open investigations on its website. It is defending that that is allowable under the California Public Records Act. And that's pretty broad. They post the complaint and whether or not an investigation is going to happen. So I don't know if Member Cawthon is open to amending the motion, but I don't believe that I believe that the public has a right to know where the black hole is, even if it's with ethics, if it's with the Controller's Office. So those administrative correspondence, there seems to be some question whether they actually fall under the laws that we've been, under the charter. So I would like to suggest that there may be some redaction that could be going on there to take out some of it, especially in light of the fact that the Fair Political Practices Commission posts that they're even having an investigation, which is a state law, not a local law. So I think that I'd like to add a violation of 6726, withholding for failure to keep withholding to a minimum.
I really didn't get into the redaction part in my thinking, so I would feel uncomfortable about adding that. But maybe it could come up as a separate motion.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
So
It's fine.
Second motion.
I'm not clear.
I understand.
When Mr. Monette Shaw filed with ethics, at one place it says January 1st, at another it says February 6th, and the ethics response, it says February 8th in one place, and it says March 23rd in another place.
Can you point us to the page that you're referring to?
No, I'm looking now on Mr. Threet instructional letter for 11/00/13.
Okay. Page numbers are at the top.
It's Mr. Threet's.
And the page numbers are at the top, Member Cawthon.
This is number 1, page 1.
Page 1.
And in paragraph 1, it says he filed the line 2. He filed the immediate disclosure request on February 6th. Then down under jurisdiction, last paragraph, line 1, it says ethics responded to the complaint in a letter dated March 23rd.
Okay.
So both controller and ethics had an untimely response to the immediate disclosure request. So I'll make it simple. That's my motion. And I think there was a second.
Yes, Member Mane. The motion is this first motion is to, I think there might be others, for untimely response to the immediate disclosure request on the Ethics Commission and the Controller's Office?
Yes. And the dates for the Controller's Office are, the IDR was January 1st, and I believe the response was January 13th.
DCA 3, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to clarify. Mr. Monette Shaw's complaint actually gives the dates. The one that's in that you referred to, the January 1st, in my memo is incorrect. It appears he requested on February 6th.
Can you give us the pages that you're reading from?
This is Mr. Monette Shaw's complaint on page 23 of your packet.
Okay.
Item 6 in the table, February 6, 2011, records request from Patrick Monette Shaw to the Ethics Commission, and then the response comes on February 8, 2011.
Could you say that again?
On page 20, I'll do it. On page 23 of the, okay, and then in the last two boxes, number 6 and 7, number 6 says February 6, 2011, records request from Patrick Monette Shaw to the Ethics Commission, and then number 7, February 8th, response from the Ethics Commission.
Well, I don't know what days of the week those were, but you're supposed to respond in 24 hours.
Okay. And the controller?
And the controller, where did I guess that?
It's on page 22, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Page 20.
Is that right?
I'm lost.
Number 1
lost it.
and number 2.
Right here. Because it was the first. This was a different I think.
There were
The 6th
various,
was a Sunday.
There were various.
The 6th was
so
a Sunday.
Definitely the controller. Now the ethics, I don't know what day of the week the 6th, the February 6th was.
It was a Sunday, through the chair.
Sunday, so possibly it's not the it would be just the controller.
Okay, so are you striking?
I'm striking the portion regarding the ethics department.
Okay, so the motion and the second agree? Okay,
I
so
agree.
the motion now stands that it's in violation of
Section 67.25.
6725 for untimely response against the controller's office. Any further discussion on this particular motion from the task force? Seeing none, we'll take public comment.
Thomas Piccarello, let me remind the task force that there's 40 items on your agenda tonight, and you're on number 4. It's not fair to the other members of the public who have, in their minds, as serious violations as Mr. Shaw does. Regarding your motion, I'm not sure you're going to make another motion with Mr. Shaw, but regarding this motion, if this is your only motion, you're really copping out. You're not addressing.
It's not our only motion.
We're going to make some more, or at least one more. I have to wait.
All right. Then I'll address your next motion when you make it.
Piccarello, this is an easy one.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, roll call, please. One more. I'm sorry. Go on. Actually, you spoke as a party to the. So you're. I don't think you can speak on to this item. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
I'm sorry. Member Chan? Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank
The
you.
motion passes.
Okay. Are there any other motions on the floor?
Yeah, I'd like to make, again, the Fair Political Practices Commission reports on its website who has the investigation. So based on that, they haven't been forced to take it down based on the California Public Records Act. So I think that the communications directing, who has the investigation, that portion of it is not exempt. It's not part of the investigation. It is who has the investigation, and I think that it could have been redacted. So I'd like to make a motion to find violation of, what is that? I lost my paper. 6726 for, thank you.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Member Washburn. Discussion.
It's for keeping withholding to a minimum. They have to turn over the redacted portions related to who has the investigation, who's handling it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Public comment?
No.
There's some things that I think might be a little bit helpful. I'm Richard Nee. Number one, Member Cawthon asked if the representative from the Comptroller's office if the charter trumped the CPRA, and the representative from the Comptroller's office said yes, and I believe that is incorrect. The charter may not trump the CPRA. Second, with respect to whether a disclosure of something is required or prohibited, there is a little middle ground in there as to whether disclosure is exempt or whether withholding is permitted. So I think that needs to be part of your consideration.
Thomas Piccarello. Yeah, I'm in support of this motion. I'm appalled at the Controller's Office and the Ethics Commission, their attitude that nothing is disclosable. Keep in mind that this task force is for open government, getting public information. Their attitude for the last hour and 50 minutes is nothing is discoverable or disclosable. It's all confidential. Clearly, the Sunshine Ordinance provides that many things that took place between the Controller's Office and the Ethics Commission are mandated by statute to be disclosed. Thank you.
Further public comment? Seeing none. Oh, one more. Yes, this is public comment, sir.
I hope I can be short, but
You have-
it seems to me, if you please, on page 4 of the memorandum by the city attorney, the first part seems to be very responsible
sir,
and accurate. And
which
it
one are
says
you
the
referring to?
test is,
He's asking you a question, Len. He's asking you a question, Len.
Which memorandum are you referring to? The one that says controller or the one that says ethics?
memorandum.
Ethics, but he's talking about 14.
Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you. Continue.
The first sentence says that
It's a different.
the PRA generally preempts local law. So all these claims about what the city charter says, about the controller, that is not controlling. It goes on to quote the PRA, and it says the agency applies a balancing test that weighs the necessity for disclosure in the interest of justice against the necessity for preserving the confidentiality of the information. So, the agency, who is that? That is you. I've heard 3 people for the city get up here, and they are telling you that you don't make the decision. We have made the decision over here and made this evaluation, and we have decided that it's too confidential for it to be disclosed. That's your job, not their job. And therefore, they haven't produced anything to show you that this material should be not disclosed. One way of handling it is, since they haven't given you any reason to not disclose, to go ahead and say that the PRA controls, just as the city attorney says it does, and grant Mr. Monet Shaw's request. Another is, you haven't seen this information. Just tell these people to bring this information to you, and you can look at it in camera, CAMERA, in private, and you can make the decision whether this information is so confidential that nobody can see it in the public. That would take a little longer, but that would fulfill the purposes of your function here. The PRA was passed because a lot of little cities like Modesto and big cities like San Francisco had city charters and ordinances that said the controller's investigation should be secret, and the state legislature got fed up with that, and they passed the PRA to end all that. And even though they passed the PRA, and even though the city attorney tells you that it controls and that you make the decision, regardless of what the city charter says, they then come in and tell you, well, don't do it because the city charter says no. Well, if you don't make a decision in favor of Mr. Shaw in this case, there will never be a decision that you will make in favor of disclosure, because anything of any importance will always have confidential, secret investigation marked on it by the controller or somebody, and
Thank you.
They will make the decision and not you.
Thank you, sir.
So, that's just my citizen's view.
Thank you.
Member
Any other comment? Member Johnson.
If we're basing...
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
One more
sorry.
public comment. Yes, public comment.
Julio Matos. I'm just curious. I've been coming here a little bit. Just curious. Is there a maximum timeline for these dealings? Just curious, out of curiosity. Do you understand what the question is? Or?
I do understand the question.
Okay.
It's up to the chair to determine the length of how.
No,
these...
I'm just curious
Oh,
because when you have a long, like tonight, for instance.
I understand.
Thomas. Mr. Thomas over here already asked this question earlier as well, but I'm just kind of curious, is there a maximum, because we do have a long agenda tonight. That's why I'm just curious. Is there a maximum length? I know that the chair actually made the final decision.
The building closes at 11.
Okay, but I'm just asking. And one other question,
Yes.
if you don't mind. One other question.
This is not general public comment.
No, But this is actually a part of the whole situation.
Yeah, but
here
the member is right. This is a public comment. This isn't general public comment.
Okay.
This is on this particular motion.
This is a part of this particular motion, is it not?
How is it germane?
I mean, we've been sitting here for the last 2.5, almost
we're,
2 hours,
we're
10
just,
minutes?
Sir, we're just about to
withholding.
vote and then move on. So I understand, but we're just about to vote and move on to the next item.
We will take it under
Yeah,
consideration.
no problem. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, members, any other comments on this item?
If we're basing it on the fact that the CPRA, we believe that the CPR doesn't allow those communications as administrative communications, should we add failure to justify withholding 6727?
I think so.
So I'd like to amend my motion to add 6727 because the CPRA trumps the charter in the administrative communications.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. Okay. 6726 and 6727. Okay, are we ready? Call it, please.
On the motion, Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Mr. Chair, 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay. We're going to take a 3-minute break. Okay, we're back in session. The next item, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Patrick Moneshaw against the Ethics Commission for allegedly refusing to release files and memos related to the Laguna Honda Hospital's patient gift fund.
Okay, the complainant has requested that this be continued, and it was agreed to by the respondent, so this will be continued to the next meeting. I don't think we need to take a vote on that. Without objection. Okay.
Well,
and the chair will
files
return.
And memos. Oh, it's different materials. Just ethics. Make it so.
Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Matt Smith against the District Attorney's Office for allegedly refusing to release files related to the investigation.
Actually, I got
Member Chan.
I want to disclose that I know Matt Smith, and I talked to him about this case, and I guess, but I don't have any conflict or bias for this. It's up to the members if you want to recuse me or not.
You have had ex parte communication about the substance of the matter?
Just
substance or procedure?
Substance.
Substance.
Yeah.
The chair would recommend recusal in that case. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the recusal question? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf? Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Sorry. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Okay. In the interest of disclosure, I also have a very casual, fleeting acquaintance with Mr. Smith. We are fellow journalists. However, we have not discussed this case, and I don't feel I would be prejudiced. Has jurisdiction? Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the jurisdiction of this item? Jurisdiction only.
Do you want to hear from the parties or not at this point? Okay.
Seeing none, public comment is closed. Discussion. Roll call, please, on jurisdiction.
On jurisdiction, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Okay. That takes us to substance. Is the complainant present? Mr. Smith? Please approach. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Just very briefly.
Hold the microphone.
Microphone, please.
The documents that I'm asking for are, by any estimation, I would think under the jurisdiction of the local sunshine ordinance. They're closed cases, and the statute of limitation has expired. That expiration has been affirmed by the state Supreme Court. There's really no issue there. If for one reason or another the state law is determined to take the fore here, and kind of the portions of the files that are described in my request that I'm interested in are ones that sort of say who knew what when regarding the authority structure in the Catholic Church regarding abuse cases that are presumably in these files, and in some fora the behavior by the authority of the church has sort of been described as a conspiracy of silence that could be in turn extrapolated as being a problem of wider public magnitude, potentially making me as a reporter an authorized representative of the victims, and in reading the relevant portion of the state statute, it does allow for producing records that are portions of investigative files, including, I'm reading here, names and addresses of person involved in or witnesses other than confidential informants, to the incident or description of any property involved, the date, time, and location of the incident, all diagrams, statements, and parties involved. That is describable as similar to what I'm specifically, personally, in terms of the kind of story I imagine I could get interested in, and it's why I made the request. So my point is, and I don't know if you would make any sort of determination regarding the state law. If you do in fact have jurisdiction, it does seem very clear that the district attorney in this case has violated the local law. But if indeed state law does take precedence, the harmed party is the public in this case. I do consider myself a representative of the public, and the specific portions of the files that are outlined as possible exemptions to investigative files in the state law might potentially apply to my case. Anyway, but I think the main point is, if I properly understand it, that you're saying that we're evaluating how the local law applies. I don't think there's any question there that they have cleanly violated the Sunshine Ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent approach, please? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Katie Miller from the District Attorney's Office. I would begin by explaining to our position, which is that pursuant to a ruling from the California Court of Appeals in the case of Rivera, which I know is something we've talked about here before, the court held that the exact kind of files being sought by Mr. Smith in this case are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. We are not, as a department, stating that we're not a city department, and in fact, in most of our functions, our city functions, we certainly do comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. In the last year, I've handed over documents that are related to calendars, to finances and budgeting, to our staff, our organization, our staff assignments, even some documents from our personnel records. But when it comes to the investigation and prosecution of crimes under the Penal Code of the State of California, we are in fact functioning in a state function. And because of that, courts have held that related to our investigation and prosecution files, those files fall under the California Public Records Act, and where the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance are in conflict, that state law, the Public Records Act, is what trumps. Under the Public Records Act, investigation files are exempt from compelled disclosure. We have reviewed the documents in the case files that Mr. Smith is requesting, and we have determined that we do not feel we can turn them over. The reason for the state law is, and the reason why we maintain this approach in this matter is that if we were to open our cases to the public, even after they are closed, it could really chill the willingness of witnesses to come forward and provide information to us when we investigate crimes. Certainly in a case like this, which was about the alleged molestations of young people, of children and youth, releasing information about what those witnesses may or may not have testified in many years ago it's a subject that's so sensitive to those people that we wouldn't release something like that. It's not something that we're comfortable doing. We feel that we've acted in accordance with the California Public Records Act. I do want to note that I did hear from Mr. Smith in the documents he prepared for you to review that he felt that we were not consistent or accurate or easy to understand. In the letter that we sent him explaining our reasoning, we have actually worked with our city attorney to develop a clearer way to describe our reasoning to folks when we don't turn over information from our files. I'm happy to share a sample of a more recent letter we've crafted in such a situation with you. So we have taken steps to more clearly explain our rationale, but that is our rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, matters with the task force. Member Wolf.
Yes, DA's office, please. I'm sorry, your name again is?
Katie Miller.
Katie Miller. Ms. Miller. So you're contending that, and specifically with regards to this case, that you are acting as an agent of the state and not of the city and county?
We contend that in our investigation and prosecution of crimes, we act as an agent of the state and not of the county.
So you contend it's not definitive?
Well, in the case of Rivero that I mentioned at the beginning of my comments, the California court specifically held that the Sunshine Ordinance does not apply to the district attorney's investigation and prosecution files.
But that's not what I asked. You contend that you are acting as under state and not under the city and county. So even whether or not the court holds this as whether the Sunshine Ordinance is active or not, I'm only asking what your capacity, the office of the district attorney's capacity was in this particular case. Was it because you specifically said that you were acting as a state body and not as a city body, and that essentially we're exempt because you're not part of the, you're not acting as a city body?
In that function of our office, yes.
Okay. All right. And is there any, is that, and are you citing case law for that, or is there specific law that you can point to in either state or state law that says that?
So I would cite to the California Public Records Act, Section 6254F, which exempts investigation files from compelled disclosure. And then I would cite to the case of Rivero. Do you want me to give you the citation for that?
Yeah, I have the citation for that, the 54 California Appellate 4th, 1048, is that correct?
Yes.
But I understand your references, but the references don't necessarily, I'm asking about the authority. I mean, it's like, how do you, is there some authority somewhere that says on these particular cases we are agents of the state, and on these particular cases we're agents of the city and county?
No, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm not saying that in any of our cases we're agents of the county. In our investigation and prosecution work, we're acting, it's a state function that we perform in the district attorney's office.
Who's
just
we?
The same that the assistant district attorneys perform, just as when the attorney general investigates and prosecutes crimes under the California Penal Code, it's a state function. District attorneys are by nature.
So you're saying if the AG's office was investigating something federal, then it would be acting under federal?
No, because the district attorney's office doesn't have the jurisdiction to
investigate. No, I'm saying AG.
I'm sorry, the AG's office doesn't have that jurisdiction, but we have the jurisdiction to investigate crimes under the California Penal Code.
Okay, correct. Okay, that was the answer to my question. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Miller, looking in 6254F, where it talks about what is not to be disclosed. Right afterward, and this is on packet page 84, it says, state and local law enforcement agencies shall disclose the names and addresses of persons. Maybe you're not considered a law enforcement agency.
I'm sorry, can you repeat where you were looking? I didn't have it in front of
On
me.
packet page 84, very top, after the italicized type. I guess the question here becomes whether the DA's office is defined as a law enforcement agency.
Yes, we are defined as a
Okay,
law enforcement
so it
agency.
says state and local law enforcement agencies shall disclose names and addresses of persons involved in or witnesses other than confidential informants to the incident, the description of any property involved, the date, the time, and location of the incident, all diagrams, statements of the parties involved in the incident, statements of all witnesses other than confidential informants to the victims of an incident or an authorized representative thereof, an insurance carrier against which a claim has been made, etc. You see where this is going.
I do, but I just want to draw your attention to it where it says that information may be disclosed to the victims of an incident. And I did hear Mr. Smith say that he feels he's representing the victims. There's been no indication to us that he represents the victims of this investigation, this
Okay.
alleged crime.
Just another question. You said during your presentation that there was just some information that you felt was too sensitive to reveal. Is that correct? Sensitive to one of the parties in the case that we're actually talking about here, the cases versus the Catholic diocese.
The cases that we're talking about are alleged molestations of children by members of the clergy.
Okay, a couple of questions. Have any of those cases been concluded?
These cases are, as Mr. Smith said, they're past their statute of limitations. They've been concluded.
Okay, what parts of those cases are the sensitive cases that could harm parties in the cases?
Well, obviously, information that the victims provided about their stories, it's a very sensitive thing for a young person to come forward and provide information like that.
Would it be possible to release the information by redacting people's names?
The best answer that I have to that is that the attorney on the case did sit down and review the entirety of the file to determine if there were records that he felt comfortable releasing, even with redacted information, and he did not. There was not information he felt comfortable redacting even that way.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
Have there been, has any information in your experience or knowledge with regards to these particular kinds of cases, has any information ever been released?
With regard to the molestation cases?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, no. I would tell the group that our Director of Communications was in conversation with Mr. Smith during this time period last spring. She did make the attorney who had been on the case years back available, should he want to speak with him. And I don't believe that conversation happened, but we did make the attorney available.
No, I understand that, but my question is more broad as to other cases and whether there is, when this, is there just some overarching law on all these cases? Are there other cities and counties or other district attorney offices that have released this information?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
So there isn't some standard that you're aware of throughout the state with regards to these cases and the release of information?
No, the standard more broadly across the state is that district attorneys' offices consider on a case-by-case request whether they will release information from any of their investigative files on any kind of case.
And is there any, so then the determination would have to come under CPRA as to whether something could be releasable. Has there been at any time that you have defied the CPRA in the interest of confidentiality? Has
So
there
I-
ever been any case, because you mentioned that these are very sensitive cases, and so if it was found that the CPRA does allow the release of this information, okay, would you defy that?
The CPRA does. I'm sorry.
I will determine. I want you to finish your
The
statement.
CPRA, to be clear, it does authorize the release of this information. It gives the discretion to a district attorney's office to make that decision. So I'm not saying that it prohibits us from doing it. I'm saying that acting in our discretion, we've elected not to release this information.
Okay, that's an answer. Thank you.
Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, I just wanted to point out that there is one additional provision in the Sunshine Ordinance that I neglected to cite in this memorandum that does address some of these issues. It's 67.24D.
One moment.
Yes. 67.24D, and it deals with law enforcement information, and the second sentence says, however, no provision of this ordinance is intended to abrogate or interfere with the constitutional and statutory power and duties of the district attorney and sheriff as interpreted under Government Code Section 25303. That's the Government Code section that the case law that I referred to was dealing with. So it appears that the ordinance recognizes that case law and does make reference to it.
Thank you. Further questions from the task force? Okay, at this time we are going to allow give the respondent, and then the complainant. Each has 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Ms. Miller?
I have no additional comments at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Just a couple notes. Her reference to
In the microphone, please.
Her reference to writing better letters in the future. The attorney who handled the cases that wrote about their reasoning commented on my story that they were withholding the documents because they wanted to protect the identity of victims, which is very specifically different than the logic and rationale of Rivero, which was and the rationale that they're maintaining they have now, which is we don't want to undermine the integrity of their ability to conduct investigations. I think it's just a matter of coming up with any reason, and that to me suggests contempt for the process and for the local law. As far as whether there have been cases of this type before, in fact, our company litigated over these same files in Marin County after they were ready to release the files, and the Catholic Diocese immediately filed 30 pages of $600 an hour lawyer papers. I mean, this is a political issue for any district attorney office in the state that if they were to decide to release such files. Terry Hallinan said he would release the files. The district attorney of Marin County was poised to release the files. They are files of public interest that clearly, at least in the mind of two district attorneys in the immediate vicinity of this room, thinks that they would not undermine the ability of the entire office to conduct investigations. I think an additional point that excuse me, I think I lost my additional point. I'm probably out of time. Anyway, I'm trying to think of the other thing I was going to say. I can't remember what I was going to say. Those are my points. Thanks.
Thank you. Matters with the task force. Member Wolf?
Picking up on what DC 83 had pointed out in 6724D, I mean, reading that through, I mean, we're talking about a case that is over. We didn't quite get, and this actually is very informative because didn't quite get a sense of whether this or more cases were where prosecution was not going to be sought against the subject involved, or once the statute of limitations for filing charges is expired. We haven't, that question didn't come up. But it does further on say, with regards to release of information, that there's a balancing test between the public's interest in non-disclosure versus the public interest in disclosure, with regards to the names of juvenile witnesses or other information that's not germane to the investigation or what have you. So I'm not quite sure with regards to even CPRA. I don't see where it gives the discretion here. It says records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once the district attorney or court determines that a prosecution will not be sought against the public subject involved. It doesn't just say whether, if it's over, that they can continue to hold on to it. It says that it shall be disclosed, except that certain information may be segregated and withheld, but the documents, the records, must be released. So I still would contend that if the ordinance, we could find in violation of the ordinance of 6724D, which also includes the citation of the CPRA. I'll leave it open for debate.
Further discussion? I'm a journalist and I'm a longtime advocate for openness, but we also, we're a body of laws here, and there are laws that we have to observe and comply with. One of those, in this case, one of the considerations we have to make is that the district attorney in a criminal prosecution is a state agency. A criminal prosecution is a state function. A superior court is a state entity. And there are, I think the language in 6724D is fairly clear. The district attorney, chief of police, and sheriff are encouraged to cooperate with the press and other members of the public in allowing access to local records pertaining to investigations, arrests, and other law enforcement activity. However, no provision of this ordinance is intended to abrogate or interfere with the constitutional and statutory power and duties of the district attorney and sheriff as interpreted under Government Code Section 25303 or other applicable state laws or judicial decision. The combination of what is withholdable under 6254F and the stipulation in Government Code 25303, to me, those are what govern here. And again, I'd like to see it otherwise. I'd like to see somewhere that we could compel the disclosure. I just don't see it. Is there a motion? Is there public discussion on this item? Seeing no public comment is closed. Again, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, just a moment.
Member Wolf.
One moment, please. there any notation as to, with regards to the timing of the response, the communications between Mr. Smith and the DA's office on this particular complaint? He made an April 19th, 2010 complaint. Public records request. I don't see a complaint. April 21st. So it's not an IDR. Okay. Never mind.
There being no motion, this matter is concluded. Thank both parties for attending. Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Mr. Chair, the next item is item number 10, hearing to consider possible referral to the Ethics Commission for further enforcement action on Rumi Umo and or David Hill of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay. Is the complainant present, please? Thank you for coming. Before you begin, let me just remind you that the task force did find in favor of your complaint. So the matter now becomes a question of, do we refer this to an enforcement entity such as the Ethics Commission, and if so, whose names do we apply on that referral? You have 5 minutes.
I think it should be referred to the Board of Supervisors and the Department of State Attorney General's office, because it's not only me, it's other operators that's being railroaded by their negligent behavior at the SSMTA. Their managerial staff is not properly trained on how to conduct Skelly hearings, and they need to be certified by the State Public Employee Relations Board. And it's a course that they're supposed to take before they can conduct Skelly hearings. And this is deeper than just my case. There's other cases that need to be involved, and I really suggest that this matter be sent to the State Attorney General's office and for further investigation of their business practices. I'm recently been injured because of the negligent behavior with the mechanics. I recently, 1 week prior to me getting injured, I received a bus that was wrapped with, on the roof of this coach, it had a plastic bag with 600-volt wires running through this plastic bag. So basically, this is willful intent to cause bodily harm.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, these are serious complaints. However, they really are not relevant to the matter before us.
No, I understand that, but I think that they need to be held accountable for.
Okay,
their
this
practices.
is not okay, but for
I'm
those practices, the Sunshine Ordinance Task
No, I
Force
understand that.
is not who's going
to get to my point.
Hold their feet to the fire.
I'm going to get to my point.
Please continue.
Okay. The point of the matter is that they're withholding information after the fact that the case has been tried, and where that's their standard procedure. They have no respect for contractual law. They have no respect for the Sunshine Task Force. The order of determination has been granted, and I didn't get the documents to March 8th, and the order of determination was in January. Then the case made the New York Times. Where's the accountability for them conducting respect for the laws? Something has to be justified for that. I mean, the state, it really has to go to the state attorney general's office for investigation on their business practices. They really do. The ethics commission is not gonna render, because that's just like sending it to their own agent. I mean, the city is complaining against the city, and it's not going to be no justice done sending it to the ethics commission. I think this matter needs to go to a higher authority other than the ethics commission. And I'm not the only operator that's being railroaded. You have a case before you tonight that the operators asked for documents, and they claim that these documents don't exist, but they do. Just like my other case that I have before the task force 10066, I'm still waiting on those side letters, and they do exist because I have a few that I just received tonight from another operator that did the request under the Sunshine Ordinance, and he was awarded those documents, and I'm still waiting. So something has to be done, and they need to be slapped hard about complying with the Sunshine Task Force request. And I'm pretty sure you heard cases before you that they failed to adequately respond, or once the order of determination, they fail to comply with the order of determination. Where is it that something has to be done, and something has to be done on how they're conducting business? And it needs to be done fast. And just because I'm before you here tonight, I'm marked for termination. I'm marked for retaliation. I'm marked. Where is there going to be any justice to protect me in coming to an agency for help on things that did exonerate me? Another matter that they withheld evidence until they did exonerate me. But you know what they did with the other operator that made the charge, that the charges were valid for? They rewarded her. They made her system-wide operator of the month. But I get 11 calendar day suspension. Something has to be done, and somebody has to be responsible for training and making sure that their employees are up to par on information requests, Skelly hearing conduction.
Mr. Maxwell, your 5 minutes have expired. Thank you. Is there anybody to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Please approach the microphone. Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Hill. I'm the Deputy Director for Transit Management at SFMTA. This is...
Can you pull the microphone closer?
I'm sorry. My name is David Hill. I'm the Deputy Director for Transit Management at SFMTA. This is Cynthia Chambers, who is the TM2, or the Superintendent at the Portrayal Division. The reason I'm here tonight is because I was summoned, to my surprise, first time that I've come. And in looking at the summons here, it made me begin to look into the allegations to find out what was really going on, because it didn't make a lot of sense to me, especially where it talked about the willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. So when I looked at the documents to see exactly what had happened prior to me coming here tonight, I found out some interesting things, and how did we get to this point? The very first thing that I found out is that all of the requests that were made by Mr. Maxwell did not go through the proper channels. What Mr. Maxwell did is he actually walked up and gave his first request to Runo Unu, who works in labor relations. I'm mispronouncing her name. The next request came directly to Cynthia Chambers. Our normal process is that you call the Sunshine request line, or either you make a request. The phone number is the 701-4670-4670, and it goes to Caroline Celaya, who manages all of the Sunshine requests and makes sure that we're responsive, that there isn't any other additional information. In this particular case, none of the information went to the proper channel. That was one thing. The second thing is that Cynthia Chambers happened to be a brand new superintendent who came out of training. So when she received the request, she didn't know. She just said, I've got to respond to it. I've got to take care of it, which would be the normal thing. Now, normally in SFMTA, when the requests go through Carolyn Celaya, who is a representative of the board support, she makes sure that we all get these emails and make sure that we're very, very timely. I get them, everyone else gets them. So in this case, I didn't even know what was going on. So that's part on our fault. The other thing that happened was that delayed the response was that there were requests by Mr. Maxwell that for documentation that did not exist. So that created a long timeline because Cynthia was searching for documents that didn't even exist that he claimed was in his file. The other interesting thing that I found out, and it was documented, is that all employees can review their files at any time. Even Mr. Maxwell sat down at the division, reviewed his file, and again at labor relations. So I just kind of wish that I could have come down a lot sooner, or that someone, other representative from SFMTA, could have come and represented the authority and explained what happened so that we could correct it in the future. So there isn't any willfulness on our part to withhold any information. There's no need to. We have 5,500 employees. I don't know how many complaints that come down through the tube, but I do know whenever they're filed in the correct way and they get in the correct hands, that we follow through on it. So in this particular case, we dropped the ball after the information was originally filed, and it didn't come through the proper channels when it was filed, and there was information that wasn't even there, that didn't even exist. The last thing I'll say is in his complaint, when he's saying that we're withholding information and that is there, in order for information to be there, somebody's got to see it. I mean, but there's no evidence that any of the emails that he was requesting even existed. If it was, we'd give it to him. I mean, there's no reason for anyone to hide anything at this authority. So that pretty much is it.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matters with the task force. Before we go any further, Mr. Maxwell, I'm going to ask that parties in interest in cases that come before us come toward the front of the room so that when we want to call you for questions, it doesn't take you so long to reach the microphone. So when a case is before us, please come toward the front of the room. Member Johnson.
It's totally incredible that they're standing in front of us saying the documents didn't exist. I can hardly keep from yelling. I hate to say that. I hate to admit it. I'm trying to be very calm. But for months, they said documents didn't exist. I have them. I have the documents that don't exist. And in addition, it is not the it's not the complainant's responsibility to know exactly who at an agency should receive the Sunshine request. And he just said, he didn't train her properly, that she didn't know how to handle his request. But when we discussed this for months, my entire thing, the entire time, was that he wanted his file, his complete file, and there were pieces of it that he felt were important, and they came to us and told us that he could not have them because they decided it wasn't part of what would be at the hearing. That's what they told us. And when we continued this, it was to give them an opportunity to respond, and the response is that the documents don't exist. When we received them, that's unbelievable.
There were two documents in particular that Mr. Maxwell requested that that MTA claimed did not exist and kept stalling and stalling and stalling. One was an inspector's report. The other was information to go along with a photograph that had been taken of the interior of a bus, as I recall. And there were stone walls and delays and all kinds of things, and finally, miraculously, those things suddenly miraculously appeared. And they were given to Mr. Maxwell, and copies of them were provided to the task force.
After he got his job back.
So I'm really having a problem reconciling what Mr. Hill has told us with what I recall to be the progression of events. No. Please be seated. If we have any questions for you, we will call you, sir.
And we were having some discussions about, we had some conflict about sending it to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. But this is withholding an employment record is extraordinarily egregious under the law. That is so egregious. And I don't think that the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee is necessarily, yes, we could send it there to make sure that they have something, or perhaps they would agree, as the MTA board did, to have training. But that is not enough, because we went for months and months. And Ms. Chambers, her line of events seems to be validated here, that she had to search and search, which is inappropriate for an employment file.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think also what's important is that nobody needs to go through a public information office to get Sunshine information. To get any information, the Sunshine Ordinance requires that every employee who is a custodian of a record has that responsibility. If the person you requesting the information from says, "That's not my department, go speak to so-and-so," that's inappropriate oral communication for that. And that sounds like it should have been done, according to Mr. Hill's testimony. I agree with Member Johnson that it seems like Ms. Chambers is, pretty much first of all, she came in the middle of it, so she didn't really know the case that well. And that eventually the documents did show up. So I find it a little incredulous to now hear that that information didn't show. The other thing is this isn't just an employment record. This is a Skelly packet. This is a more very serious. This is a complaint against an employee. This is beyond just what's contained in their employment file. And he has a right to be able to get all the information that's being alleged against him. What I think I have one question for you, Mr. Hill. Who was the person before Ms. Chambers that was handling Mr. Maxwell's case?
It happened to be Danny Thompson, and the information I gave you on that didn't exist is not what you're talking about, the files. What I was speaking of, the information that didn't exist, was the request for the emails that said that Mr. Maxwell was supposed to be terminated, and also the request for the email that directed Ms. Chambers to do the same. That's the two pieces of information I was referring to.
Okay, but that's not the information that we were adjudicating.
I see.
We were looking, the information we were looking for were items that were missing from his Skelly packet. He wanted to see a inspector's report, okay, which was not there, so how can any allegation begin without an inspector's report? And then the evidence was not, there was no timestamp, there wasn't certain information connecting with the actual photograph, so he couldn't determine when that item came into existence. That's what he was looking for. That's what we spent months on trying to figure out where it was. Ms. Chambers at first said she couldn't find it.
No, that it didn't exist.
That it didn't exist.
Right.
Okay, and then it somehow found its
right.
way.
And I saw that information in the packet. But again, the two that I was speaking of, two different
I understand
things.
that. But the thing before us now is that we have some serious conditions going on here. We need to be able to figure out who's the responsible party. Okay, and the Sunshine Ordinance speaks to training and department heads and determining who the responsible party is with regards to knowing how to deal with providing these documents and handling the documents on behalf of the public who could or may not be an employee of the city.
Right.
And so that's what we're here to do right now. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
At this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes for concluding remarks and rebuttals. Mr. Hill?
And I'm sorry, I didn't understand the process again, my first time being here. I have 3 minutes to...
You have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks.
Okay. Again, when I made reference, and I apologize, I should have explained the instances where I was saying that the information didn't exist. I really didn't think, since I haven't been involved, that the other information you were speaking of was on the photograph and inspector's report, which clearly I've seen in the reports for myself, so I know that they're there. Again, what I was speaking in reference that the documents didn't exist was the request for his termination on emails on two separate things. So that part does not exist. That never happened. All information in his file or any employee's file should be available to any employee. That's just the reality of it. So it is true that Ms. Chambers was new on the job. We had 4 superintendents that left all at the same time in the retirement, and she came from the training department and really didn't know to forward the information to where it should go. That part is true as well. But we have taken the steps from what has happened now to ensure that all requests, all of the superintendents know now that they go to the proper individual so that we can track it, monitor it, and make sure that nothing like this happens again. And from my standpoint, it kind of is what it is, not defending what's already happened, but ensuring that it doesn't happen again. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maxwell? Sir, you have 3 minutes.
I just can't believe what I just heard. This is ridiculous. Those emails exist. When I got the packet, it was an email and a response. His name was all over those emails. Name was all over them. He gave those directions to have me put on non-driving status. He gave Sharita Britt the authorization to fill out the paperwork and put me up for dismissal. He knows that this was going on. It's a sad situation to stand here and it's just sickening. Something has to be done, and this matter really needs to be referred to the Justice Department. And if that is true, that Ms. Chambers was supposed to tell me at the time when I gave her the paperwork, Rumi Uno needed to tell me at the time that I turned in the paperwork who to address the paperwork to. That never happened. Well, what we need to do is hold them accountable for their wrongful actions. Just like they hold me accountable for what I do out there at that bus, you guys need to hold them accountable what they do in that 1 South Van Ness building and those other divisions. So what has to happen tonight, that this matter goes to the Department of the State Attorney General, as well as the Board of Supervisors, as well as the Ethics Commission, all of the above. Somebody has to be accountable. And also, this man needs to be trained on how to train employees and stop using bully tactics and stop trying to fire employees. You need to train them properly before you implement termination. Yeah, I'm marked. I'm marked for termination. I'm marked for retaliation. But guess what? I'm not scared of you. You put your pants on one leg at a time just like I do. So tonight is the starting block that we need to address, that all of the above, recommendations to all of the above. Because this is serious. Just like they railroad me, they railroad other operators, it needs to be an investigation done on how they conduct business. And he sit up here today and told you that those emails didn't exist. I put the emails up to the light and saw his name all over them. Sean Ellsberg, Deborah Walker, Deborah Johnson. It was emails that was omitted.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Ms. Chambers. Give me a sense of the amount of time that elapsed. Number one, between the time you joined the staff of the MTA. Number two, the time that Mr. Maxwell's information request came in. And number three, you were made aware of the procedures and the requirements for handling sunshine requests within your department.
I know that when I came in, I inherited his discipline, so that was processed, and I think like the end of September, October or something, I started coming here because I didn't understand what he wanted or what he was supposed to get.
Okay, wait a minute. Though. You joined the agency when? You joined the agency staff when?
What do you mean, as far as when I was employed here?
Yeah, when did you, or when you first came into, when you came into your present job, say?
That was probably, I think, about the third week of September.
Third week of September.
Yeah.
And you became aware of Mr. Maxwell's request for information when?
About his request?
Yes.
I think the end of September.
The end of September. Mm-hmm. And how long after that was it that you were apprised of what you had to do to make sure his information request was met?
After I came here for my first hearing.
Which?
That's when I didn't really understand what it was he wanted.
Okay. How long was it, when was it that you first learned from your superiors within the department how to handle a public information request?
I think that was probably the end of the year.
The end of the year.
Yeah.
So 3 months between the time that you learned of Mr. Maxwell's request and the time that you were actually informed of within your department of how you should handle it.
Well, I knew that he wanted information, but the information that he kept asking for was not the information that I had for him and what he specifically wanted. Mm-hmm. I had information. He came in and looked at his employment files. He came in for me to do some signatures for some documents for him, and he requested other things from other entities.
Yeah,
but what he was really actually looking for, I sent him a memo, and I said, what is it that you want?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he told me that he was looking for an inspector's report, which I did not have.
How long was it before you received any guidance from your superiors, from Mr. Hill or from anyone else, from your supervisor, from anyone else, as to how to handle public information requests?
I think what it was that when I was speaking to Rumi Uno and we both came here, is when we jointly got together to supply him with all the information that he wanted. And that was probably, I think, I didn't miss October. It's probably at the end of the year.
End of the year.
Broke for Christmas holiday.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
Excuse me. I'm not sure where the appropriate place is to send this. I would defer to the members who've been here longer. But the problem here was, I don't see the point in retrying it. I mean, it's pretty clear. They represented for several months that the document did not exist, and Mr. Maxwell was persistent enough to keep at it, and they produced the document. But just like the woman who wanted information about Kamala Harris before the election, they failed to turn it, he got his job back. So they didn't turn it over until it didn't mean anything to them. And that is why I feel like we need to set a strong statement so that we have a precedent that you can't just withhold the document till it doesn't have value anymore, that you have to turn it over in a timely manner. So that's what I'm getting at here. And that, usually the preference is for people to get the documents, not a punishment, not some kind of a statement. But in this instance, it was so untimely as to almost, be irrelevant. And even, Ms. Chambers even commented, does it matter anymore because he got his job back?
I think there is an additional issue, though. And I agree totally with what you said. But it seems to me that in our last discussion on this matter, we also agreed that there was a need for somebody at the MTA to take responsibility for making sure that all employees within the MTA are aware of what the responsibilities are under Sunshine, what the responsibilities are when a public information request comes in. And as near as I can tell, at least as of December, that hadn't been done. And it seems to me that there need to be some feet held to the fire on that. Member Washburn.
I think it's been confirmed for me here tonight by Ms. Chambers' recounting of the events of last fall that, and remembering back to when we first learned of this case, Rumi Uno stood before us and seemed to be absolutely clueless about what to do, how to respond to Sunshine requests and all of that. And it was like she was here to get on-the-job training from us about this. And the same with Ms. Chambers. And it wasn't, I didn't get the feeling that they were deliberately not being helpful. It was just that they didn't understand what their job responsibility was, and it was a lack of training. So I agree with Chair Nee that that's the critical issue here.
Mr. Hill, please approach for a minute. Do you have any written procedures that you hand out to employees, informing them of what the procedures are, what the responsibilities are when Sunshine requests come in?
No.
Thank you. Member Johnson, did you have something else?
Well, I do agree that there needs to be some kind of training, but I don't think it's just a training issue because Mr. Maxwell asked for the inspector's report very early on, and for them to represent that they didn't know over and over again what he wants. How many times have we seen that particular dance performed here to avoid? I think a really significant issue is the timeliness of turning over the documents. that timeliness is very, very key. And people that work with labor unions are used to looking at contracts very carefully.
Member Wolf.
I think what's,
But I agree about training.
let's look what's before us. I mean, we have an order of determination. We don't have a who. We know we have a what, but we don't have a who. So we need to identify who, because obviously it sounds like it's not just Ms. Chambers that's being affected by this. Okay? Who, and that affects people like Mr. Maxwell. Okay, and I think that's what's important here. That's why we have a annual training for all city employees, an online training, a requirement for sunshine training among all employees, department heads, and that is why the ordinance identifies the responsible parties as being elected officials, the mayor, and department heads. Those are the people that are responsible.
Right, but you wouldn't have seen Nate Ford come down here.
I'm sorry?
Part of the reason why we ended up with Mr. Hill is that when we originally made the motion, it was with Nate Ford, but you would not be seeing Nate Ford come down here. And
right.
My point, I just want to make it clear that I'm not in agreement with you as much as belief about whether they knew or not about the Sunshine Ordinance that document would have showed up. That's all I'm saying.
The who is not identified in the order of determination. However, the who is identified in the agenda.
Right.
Item 10.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
One moment.
Appropriate agency is.
Well, let me just pose a question. I mean, I'm not quite clear as to what Member Johnson's supposition is at this point. I mean, what are you looking for? Are you looking for something other than what the agenda item is? The agenda item is specifically to identify a person to refer willful failure for the lack of training and other items.
That's fine.
We can't send the whole agency to. I mean, the ordinance is about people and records, not agencies and record. People are custodians.
Well, the item doesn't say anything about training.
You're right. It doesn't.
So we have again, as we have had in the past, we have two separate lines of thinking. One is about the timeliness of the response, and one is about training. So I don't know if there's something we can do that would accommodate both of those things. But what I'm saying to you is I think that there is an issue, there is the potential of an issue for training, and that's guesswork. But the reality is they said those documents didn't exist, and 3 or 4 months later, after Mr. Maxwell got his job back, that document showed up. And I think that needs to be referred somewhere, that the precedent needs to be set. But in connection with your concern about training, can that be done? Can both be done? I mean, I'm not saying that I'm exactly right, but the reality is that document didn't show up until it's the same thing, the exact same thing that the district attorney's office did to us in the Kamala Harris case. They wanted the document before the election, and they readily turned them over after the election, and nothing happened to them. Nothing came of that. So if you want to that's about timeliness.
I understand, Mr. Chair.
But
Member Wolf.
I understand that. Through the chair to Member Johnson, I understand that. The difference between that case and this case is you have a manager that is unfamiliar with the process.
That's your opinion that they're unfamiliar, that you believe that.
All right.
And all I'm saying to you is I don't believe it as much as you do. I believe that there was some of that going on. Mm-hmm. But Mr. Maxwell asked for I mean, what do you have to understand about Sunshine or anything else when he asked specifically for the inspector's report? And he had a specific reason for it, which leads me to the conclusion that there may have been, just like you're saying it might be training, it may have been a reason why they didn't want that document.
Okay, so if training is secondary and all the items in the order of determination are primary, who is going to stand responsible for that? That's the motion.
Well, I was trying to get an idea from the more senior members of how something like that has been handled in the past. I don't know what
you name somebody and you hold them in violation of those, and then you send it somewhere. If it's a department head, then you send it to the Ethics Commission for willful failure. If it's not to a department head, then you send it. Then you hold them in violation of these things, and you send it to could be one of our committees.
The one thing that I do not, I don't know where to send it to, but the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force doesn't have enforcement power, and to withhold documents until they're meaningless is just as much a violation.
What do you want to do about that? I mean, what can we do about that? That's the thing.
Well,
I get what you're saying.
If you would prefer to be training, I will defer to you for it to be training, but not to the Education and Outreach and Training Committee, because we have no enforcement power. It wasn't just a casual mishap of training.
I got you.
So if everything that you've said, everything that Chair Nee said, I agree with. But I don't want to let the idea drop because other people about the document, because other city departments will then just delay until those documents are meaningless, which makes the Sunshine Ordinance meaningless.
Okay, so again, through the chair,
Member Wolf.
The thing that I would say here is the responsible party for the training is the department head. You got to hold that person responsible for the training of the entire department.
Are you gonna? Yeah, but if you're going to say Nate Ford, that's a waste of time.
I don't know who it should be just yet because I don't necessarily know who the department head is. He's just the top department head. He's not the only department head. And so, it's. I mean, there are many departments within certain agencies. So,
well, I think
that
then,
are responsible.
Why wouldn't you hold Mr. Hill accountable for his direct employees?
That might be a possibility. The point here is if you want the thrust of getting training underway, you get the person who's responsible for the training. You put the fire under that person, because then they're on notice that the Sunshine Ordinance has some meaning to the people of the city and county of San
Since
Francisco.
Mr. Hill is the person listed on the agenda, and we already last month we forwarded this again to my objection because we wanted Mr. Hill to have the opportunity for due process, which I think was fabulous. It was a great idea, and I thank Member Cawthon for her insistence on that. I think it was more informative, although I haven't changed my opinion, because they came right back in here, came right back and said the documents didn't exist. Now, he's saying he's talking about a different document, so perhaps the training would be helpful. You can't just come in here and say that, but not our educate. I want an enforcement agency. Whatever I don't know what the best thing is. The Board of Supervisors could be one.
You've got a host of them to send it to. You've got the State Attorney General, you've got the District Attorney, the Board of the Ethics Commission, and we can certainly send a report and an advisement to the Board of Supervisors.
If we send it to the State Attorney General, what invariably has happened in the past, and I think it will happen, well, maybe not. When Jerry Brown was Attorney General, he routinely sent referrals back saying, this is a local matter, we don't get involved.
Right.
Whether Kamala Harris will do the same would remain to be seen.
Well, just at a minimum, you would have a documentation that is a precedent that it's unacceptable for timely documents to not be turned over, and that you need to be trained on that as well.
The other question that I have, and that is whether the Ethics Commission or anybody else would accept our statement that the violation was willful. The reason I say that is you heard Ms. Chambers say that she was brand new on the job basically when she got the request, and she.
We went through this before, though, because Mr. Grossman said we could send it to the Ethics Commission for failure to comply with the order of determination, that it didn't have to be a willful failure. There would be a referral, like a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force referral, as opposed to the willful failure.
Okay.
Is that not right?
I don't know what that means.
Well, if someone doesn't comply with an order of determination, you'd send it to the Ethics Commission, but it has to be, are you saying it has to be willful?
But that would have to be willful failure. They only handle official misconduct cases. Everything else would have to be referred to the DA or the AG's office. But those would be for the withholdings.
And so who would you, if you made it solely on the training, who would you send it to?
Well,
what agency would you send it to?
Well, training is the question is whether it was willful or not. If it was willful that there was no training for their department, then that department head would be responsible.
But what you're saying to me is that if I can't prove that it was willful, they could turn the document over 3 years from now, just because they were bumbling and couldn't find it. I'm not willing to accept that.
I understand that. What's the solution?
Wait.
That's the thing. I'm going with you here. I'm trying to, because I'm not following what the solution might be. Mr. Chair, we have another question.
Member Chan?
Actually, it's Mr. Costa.
Me too.
Member Chan, member Costa. Member Chan, then Member Costa.
And Member Washburn.
Okay.
Member Costa.
I'm sorry, Member Costa?
It's okay.
Member Washburn.
So to me, it seems like the training failure was pretty indisputably willful, and it seems like the inability or the lack of a production of the documents stemmed from that lack of training, and so it seems like it seems appropriate to hold the department head who fails to dispense with training accountable for what fell out of that. And so it seems like some sort of referral on that basis would be appropriate, holding someone accountable both for the lack of training and the consequences that resulted in. Even though even though not producing those documents may not have been directly willful, it seems like that's a consequence of a willful lack of training.
I just want to make sure that through the chair, I just want to make sure you understand that it wasn't that they didn't produce them; they said they didn't exist.
I do understand that. Yes. Yes, I understand that.
And that it was a termination procedure, not just a random event of him asking for a document. I guess there's no solution to it, but it's pretty much, if you allow departments to dance in front of you and withhold the documents till it's not valuable anymore, you wasted 5 hours of your time.
Member Washburn.
I have a couple of ideas. One is I think we should report to the Board of Supervisors about we are becoming aware of instances where departments are not adequately training employees. I think it's not just this agency. I think it's a bigger problem. We've had a couple of instances where somebody pretty high up hasn't taken the Sunshine training. So I think that this is an issue that we need to bring to the Board of Supervisors. We're the group that oversees the training for the city and so forth. And use this case as an example and just spell it all out in all its egregious details. This is what happens when employees aren't trained. And then I think we should have Mr. Hill working with his staff to come up with a proposal for a training program that they're going to commit to and implement. And maybe put it out there as a model. I'm just trying to think of a way to move forward in a constructive way, but also to educate the Board of Supervisors about what I think is possibly a big problem. And again, using this case and just lay it all out there. This is what happened. We spent all of this time there, were just employees not really knowing how to handle this because they weren't properly trained, and there were real repercussions for an employee. And maybe measures like that would lead to some constructive movement in the city.
Member Wolf.
Okay, so instead of putting a tremendous amount of focus on 6734, which is the willful failure shall be misconduct, I think what we really need to be focusing on is 6733. As stated, all city department heads and all city management employees, okay, and all employees or officials who are required to sign an affidavit of financial interest with the Ethics Commission shall sign an annual affidavit or declaration stating under penalty of perjury that they have read the Sunshine Ordinance and have attended or will attend when next offered a training session on the Sunshine Ordinance held at least once annually. The affidavit or declaration shall be maintained by the Ethics Commission and shall be available as a public record. Annual training shall be provided by the San Francisco City Attorney's Office with the assistance of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Does that help?
No, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to go partially with Allison, with Member Washburn, to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors that the MTA is not properly trained, and I want to send Mr. Hill to the Ethics Commission for violation of 67.34 for failure to turn over a document.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Member Chan.
Did Mr. Hill actually sign a Sunshine document or took a training?
Mr. Hill?
No, I didn't. And also, I'm not over a large amount of people. I'm not over the inspectors and whatnot. So if you make me the point of contact, I'm not like where the record actually came from, which is field operations. I'm not over that section. I'm only over the divisions itself. So that's another thing I've been trying to do.
Who has control of the documents?
Who has control of field operations?
That would be John Haley. He's over me, see, I'm only over the
How do you
bus
spell his
divisions.
last name?
It'd be Haley.
Thank you.
I want to call my motion. I don't want this to go on and on. I don't want 3 more people to come in here.
Can I just add a
Member Washburn, Member Cawthon.
I would like to separate the two.
Divide the question. Is that acceptable to the maker and the second?
I mean,
I'd like to move to divide the question.
Is there a second to divide
I'll
the
second
question?
it.
Moved and second to divide the question. Member Chan.
Well, why I asked that is that, for any instance, if Mr. Hill goes to Ethics Commission or anything, right, and they'll say, hey, show me the proof that you signed a Sunshine and you understand Sunshine and all that stuff, that he won't have, there's no evidence to stick him to it.
You're required to do it. Okay. And you're required to turn over documents in a timely manner. And it's totally outrageous to do that.
Member Cawthon.
I have a question for Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, who did the original Sunshine request go to? Carolyn Celaya?
Well, that's who it should have been when I did the research, because.
But who did it go to?
Okay, excuse me, Member.
And who was the
Member Cawthon.
Who did it go to?
Excuse me, Member Cawthon. We have a motion on the floor to divide the question.
I'll ask you later.
Mr. Hill, please be seated. Further discussion on the question of dividing the motion.
Yes, just as clarification, what are we dividing?
Okay, there are 2 motions. One is, I believe, Member Johnson's motion to write a letter to the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct? Or was that Member
That was
Washburn?
my suggestion.
That was Member Washburn's
that Member
suggestion.
Johnson incorporated that
Okay.
into her original motion.
Okay.
And not just mine was it, but Member Washburn wanted to write a general one about how there's generally this thing. I want to be very specific here. It is totally egregious that that document showed up 3 months later. That somebody almost got fired for it. So I don't want it to be some general vague thing about the lack of sunshine. I mean, everyone knows about it. The Big Citizen and the New York Times wrote about it. So I'm happy to separate it out. I'm not happy to do it, but I will do it out of respect for the fact of what people believe.
And Member Washburn, what was the second part of the motion?
Okay. Now, what I was proposing, the letter to the Board of Supervisors, okay, to be specifically about this case and the the fallout from it because of lack of training. So the letter is there's a general problem. We have a specific instance of it, and the impact of this lack of training was somebody almost lost their job. Okay.
I don't think that's what happened, so I can't really agree with you. I don't think it's from just a lack of training. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, what was the what was the second? What was the second? Excuse me.
You weren't allowing me to talk.
Member Cawthon.
But you're allowing other people to talk. Oh, fuck. You always do this to me, Chair Nee. It's very unfair.
Mr. Clerk, could you read the second part of the motion, please?
The second part of the motion is to find Mr. Hill in violation of 67.34 and refer him to the Ethics Commission.
Thank you.
For the document.
Okay. On the motion to divide, roll call, please.
On the motion to divide, Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Sorry.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye. Sorry.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny? Manny, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes on the motion. It
Okay.
passes.
We will take first the question of the letter to the Board of Supervisors. Is there discussion among us? Member Cawthon, did you wish to give discussion on the first part of the motion to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors?
Well, what I had hoped to do was find out who the person at MTA was who didn't act on this so that we could put that person's name into the motion, but I didn't get a chance to.
Okay, that would be the second part of the motion, though, wouldn't it? Or would that be the 6734 part, or the letter to the Board of Supervisors?
We can't do that. We'd have to move it another month because it's not on the agenda. That's where this came from. The person's name is not on the agenda. Remember, Mr. Pilpel brought that up last time, and that's how this got moved?
Right.
Well, it depends on whose name we put. There are 2 names on the agenda right now, Mr. Hill and Ms. Umi, or Ms. Uno. We can, I think, substitute names if we think that's appropriate. There are 2 names, but if we think there are other names that are more appropriate for this, I think that can be done. Unfortunately, Mr. Threed has left, and the voting member of the task force, who is an attorney, has an outside commitment that kept him from being with us.
And I still think we could vote on the motion for the board, but I don't understand why this is that complicated. I mean, there's not even evidence in front of you that you could refute. The document, they said it didn't exist, and they've said it repeatedly.
Okay.
And they're his supervisors, and then it shows up after he's not fired.
I know, Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf?
The only concern I have here is I agree with you on all those points, but what do you do with that then?
I made a motion. Let's vote on it. Let's vote on the motion based on Allison's with the letter, which I think is a good idea. It is a good idea. And then vote on the willful failure to turn over a document.
Who?
Mr. Hill. That's my motion.
Okay. On the first part of the motion is to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors detailing the problem at the MTA. Is there public discussion on that part of the motion?
Well, we're all getting a little testy because you've been sitting here for 5.5 hours. This matter was on your agenda last month, and you found a serious violation, 6734, against Mr. Hill. But you wanted to give him due process, so you invited him back tonight. He's here tonight. You didn't need to spend 50 minutes talking about what you decided last month. So clearly there's serious violation. The serious violation is not in providing the training. The serious violation, willful violation, is not providing the documents. You found that last month. You were just giving Mr. Hill the opportunity to present why he should be found in a willful violation. I don't think he's met that burden. So I support the motion 6734 and send it to the Ethics Commission and the Attorney General's office. Let's see what Kamala Harris will do with one of your orders of determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Hi, I'm Cynthia Carter, wrongfully terminated from Muni. I just want to mention a few things. A lot of fabrication going on here because you asked Ms. Chambers, was she new as a superintendent? No, she is not. She's been there for years. She's not at that division. She was a superintendent in the training department. So where both of them are saying that she's a new superintendent, she is not. That's fabrication. Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? No. Sir, you are a party in interest. You are not a member of the public. Further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion.
This is the motion to refer to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you. Now we turn to the motion to refer to the Ethics Commission a 67.34 violation. This is willful misconduct. That has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Member Costa.
I'm wondering if we want to add to that some sort of violation of, was it 6733 that Member Wolf suggested? Or something training related? I agree with this motion, but I think that there could be more.
6733 wouldn't go to the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Well,
unless the affidavit wasn't submitted, it wasn't done.
Well,
we don't have that information.
There is also, if you look at the order of determination, which we determined was not met.
Well, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff there.
67.25, 67.26, 67.27, and CPRA Section 6254C. And again, the order of determination was not met in the prescribed time. Do we want to add those to what we refer to ethics? And if so, again, we need to identify whose name we're sending here. Member Wolf.
I would just say that due to what was not carried out in the order of determination causes 6734 to exist. So yes, I mean, it's because 6734 exists because 6725, 2627, and CPRA 6254C was not carried out.
Okay. So those will be included then in the referral letter. Further discussion. Member Washburn.
I'm having a hard time with this because I agree that all of those things, all those violations happened. This has been extraordinarily frustrating, maddening, but we're alleging willful violation, and I'm wondering how someone can willfully violate something without knowledge of it happening at all.
But that's an assumption.
Well,
it's okay if you believe it, but I'm just saying I
can't believe otherwise. I don't know what really happened.
Ms. Chambers, were you a supervisor in training before? She was a training manager.
Member Costa.
So we're not. Who are we naming though?
I'm not saying that we were naming. They got up there and told you that she was brand new.
Member Costa.
This is what I was trying to drive at earlier, is that it seems to me that whoever's responsibility it is to be overseeing the operation within, the rules of the ordinance, regardless of whether or not the specific act was willful violation, the negligence at the top level should take responsibility for any violations. It seems willful. Negligence is a form of intent. In my mind.
It would be one thing if he just made the request and it didn't go through properly. But there was a Skelly hearing. There was discussion about he couldn't have the documents that were not chosen for him at the Skelly hearing. There was a significant number of discussions that went on for months. It's not like it was just a short time. That's all I'm saying. I understand that sending something to the Ethics Commission is very serious. So I understand if you're reluctant. But I do think that we shouldn't muddle this. Not turning over those documents is very serious on both sides. And it's not, I don't think it's just a matter of training. MTA's old labor laws have a lot, but I think we should vote on it as it is because we're sending it.
Member Chan.
I want to make a real quick question for Mr. Hill. Your supervisor, right? That I guess that the person that you mentioned, the bigger manager.
John Haley.
Yes.
Was it John?
Haley, Haley.
Do you know that he signed a sunshine?
No, I don't know. And also, Rumi Ono, she doesn't report to me either. So whatever she came to tell you, she's not underneath my umbrella. That's why I keep trying to explain the reporting structure, because I think what you're trying to do is
I'm just answering a question on
okay.
What was that guy's name again? Mr.
John Haley.
John Haley. Does he sign a sunshine?
I don't know.
He wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Is Mr. I'm sorry,
Member
Mr. Chair.
Wolf?
Is Mr. Haley above your pay grade or equal?
He is my boss.
Okay.
And all of our boss.
Okay. So Mr. Haley, he wouldn't know if Mr. Haley did or not. Usually, it's kind of a personal thing. People do it on their own.
Yeah, because why I asked is, I want to stick a name that a person that's will be held accountable that signed a sunshine, so we can stick it to him.
Member Washburn.
Mr. Hill, who does Rumi Uno report to?
She works in labor relations, and her boss would be Deborah Johnson, who is the head of HR. So the way that Muni is set up is that you have the executive team, and John Haley is over operations, where it would be where the reports for street inspectors and all of that. And Deborah Johnson is over labor relations, so she reports to Deborah Johnson.
Member Johnson.
Who does Dorian Maxwell report to?
Dorian Maxwell will report to the division superintendent. In this case, would be Cynthia Chambers.
And she reports to you?
Cynthia Chambers does report to me, along with.
And this is about the
David,
document for his employment. If you just keep it to that, that's a direct chain. It's about Mr. Mr. Maxwell, and the document. That's what my. I mean, you haven't asked the maker of the motion if I would accept 6733. It's a direct chain. I understand if you don't want to vote for it, but it's. I mean, it's.
Okay, who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, and who seconded? Member Monet. Okay, so there is.
All of this. This is the dance of passing the names around, of coming back month after month, and you have a document that wasn't turned over, and then it shows up. What evidence do you need that could be more concrete? That's hard evidence. They would be fined if we were a court of law.
Okay, can we call the question?
Okay, the motion now consists of 67.34 and 67.33. Is that
No.
correct?
You mean for Mr. Hill?
Yes.
And that's the.
That's the signed statement. Member Johnson,
if you want to add that to it,
I'm just trying to clarify the intent of your motion. And
the intent of my motion is the document 6734. If we're not turning it over in a timely manner, the direct supervisor, and we went through Ms. Chambers, who said she worked really hard to have to find it. And when we had the discussion, that should not have happened, and that's her direct supervisor. I mean, I just can't go any farther. I mean, someone higher up would know even less. Why would somebody higher up know even more about their employees' personnel records?
Member Costa.
The only thought I'm having at this point is whether we want to add Ms. Chambers as well.
No.
Just Mr. Hill. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there public comment on the second part of this motion, and that is to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission on a finding of willful violation? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn?
No.
Washburn, no. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Cotton?
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Member Manny, aye. Member Washburn? I'm sorry, Member West. Member Nee?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 1 noes and 9 ayes.
There are only 9 people here.
8 ayes.
8 ayes and 1 no. I did the math. Okay, I wanted to ask Member Johnson on the letter. Would you be willing to draft that? The letter to the board. Would you be willing to draft that? I mean, it would go out over my signature, but and if you prefer that I draft it, I can. But you had a very good grasp of really what we should be saying, and I think that you could do an excellent job of drafting it.
I mean, I could try. I don't know if Member Washburn wants to make it less about, if you want to make it more of a Okay.
Okay. No, please be silent. Okay. That concludes this matter. Thank you. Thank both sides for attending. The chair wishes again at this point to mention that we are without any legal counsel. Mr. Threed has gone, and our voting attorney member is not here. He is exempt. That raises the question of whether we can comfortably go forward hearing the rest of the cases that are scheduled for tonight. Now, this is a very regrettable situation that we've come to. It's not the first time, but we have, a whole shovel full of complaints before us. The question before us, I think, is do we proceed or do we continue the rest of these? And then my apologies in advance if the latter is our decision. Member Wolf.
I would just say, if any members in review of tonight's agenda, if you feel that there is an item that would be unduly difficult, that you feel, or that would have some information that you don't have, that you think you might require legal counsel to get questions, answers to something, then let's pull those and ask the complainant what their pleasure is. I think that's a fair thing to do at this point, than to commandeer it.
So you're asking for the complainant's response?
I'm not asking anything just yet. I'm asking the members if they have on any of the items first. Then we'll ask.
We have 9 complaints remaining before us.
Could I just say something?
Member Coughlin?
I think that since all these people have waited so long, even though I'm really tired, I think we should hear them as long as we can. I don't think any of these cases are sufficiently complex that we would need the advice of an attorney, but if they prove to be, we can continue them.
Okay, well, I think maybe a good approach would be this. We call each item, and we ask the complainant and the respondent to come forward and see, and we call each item right now. Ask the complainant and the respondent to come forward and tell us if they are comfortable with our proceeding tonight. And if they are not comfortable, we continue that particular item. Is that a fair? Okay. We will start then with item number 11, complaint number 11008, William Clark against the Arts Commission. Mr. Clark, are you comfortable with our hearing this tonight without legal advice present?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is the respondent present? Mr. Matos?
Yes.
Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. Then we proceed with that item. Item numbers 12 and 13, complaints 10015. This is Larry Littlejohn and the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Littlejohn? I'm sorry? You're comfortable. Okay. Is the Sheriff's Department here? Okay. The Sheriff's representative was unable to stay beyond 6:30 p.m. So we will not hear from the Sheriff's Department tonight. Do we want to move forward with this anyway? I see no objection. We will proceed with Larry Littlejohn against the Sheriff's Department. We may have to wind up having to continue it, but for now we will proceed. Item numbers 14 and 15. 11016, Andrew Cisneros versus SFMTA. Is Mr. Cisneros present?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, are you comfortable with us proceeding? Okay. Is the SFMTA present? Ma'am, are you comfortable with us proceeding tonight? Yes. Thank you. Item numbers 16 and 17, 11017, Thomas Piccarello against Supervisor Carmen Chu. Mr. Piccarello?
Very comfortable.
Okay. Ms. Chu's representative?
Hello, I'm here from Supervisor Chu's office, and after waiting 6 hours, we're definitely very comfortable with
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for your patience and your indulgence. Items number 16 and 17, 11017, Thomas, no, we just called that. Items numbers 18 and 19, 11018. Charlotte Laughlin, did I pronounce that correct? Lawn? Thank you. Against Supervisor David Chu, Carmen Chu, and Eric Marr. Ms. Lawn, are you comfortable with us proceeding tonight?
Actually, I've been here since 4 o'clock. I'm really tired now. I don't feel very comfortable making my case.
Okay, Ms. No. It It's very possible. I would say at the most 2 more items because it's 10 o'clock. City Hall closes up at 11. Okay, I'll tell you what, Mr. True, I'm not going to allow you to speak for all the other respondents or complainants. That's for them to decide if they want to stay here that long. But in your case, 11018, the complainant has indicated she wishes us to continue. We will do that. That will be heard 4 weeks from tonight. It will be put on the agenda for 4 weeks from tonight. That will be 5 weeks. 5 weeks from tonight, isn't it? May. What's tonight? No, 4 weeks from tonight. May 24th. May 24th.
Yes.
Sir.
4 weeks.
I'm on a time guideline by an arbitrator, Alexander Cohen, regarding administrative hearings against the MTA. So I would like to stay tonight because I've been here since
Okay.
4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caldera.
Since we are continuing the other items for Carmen Chu's office, we would request that then items 16 and 17 also be continued, so we'll come back and hear both of those items for Carmen Chu's office.
In the microphone, please, Mr. Caldera. Thank you.
Since we are continuing the other items for Carmen Chu's office, we would request that items 16 and 17 also be continued.
Mr. Picarello, do you have objection to continuing?
Yeah, most certainly do have an objection to the continuance. Choose 8.
The question we have here isn't one of time. The question that I put forth is we do not have legal counsel here. We do not have our voting member, who is an attorney. We do not have Deputy City Attorney Threet. Based on that question, are the complainants and respondents comfortable with proceeding?
Yeah, no, I heard the question previously, and I answered it previously. I'm comfortable.
Okay.
It's my understanding now with your new quorum majority rules that I don't have to get. How many do you have right now? You may not have but 6 by the time you get to 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We have 8 here right now.
Okay, so just a point of clarification, the
Majority
quorum
Majority of that is 5.
applies tonight.
Yes, it does.
Good.
Okay. Items 16 and 17 are being kept on for the moment. 18 and 19 have been continued. Items numbers 20 and 21, 11020, Charlotte Lawn against the Film Commission. Ms. Lawn has already indicated she wishes to leave, so those also are continued to May 24th. Items 22 and 23, Deborah Benedict against the nonprofit Tide Center. Ms. Benedict, I don't think she's here. Is there a representative from the Tide Center here? Okay. With Ms. Benedict not here, would you object to continuation until next month? We could. You would prefer it, and you are comfortable doing so without counsel present, without an attorney present. All right. 22 and 23 are continued. 24 and 25, 11022 against Deborah Benedict against the Lutheran Social Services. Is Lutheran Social Services here? Ma'am, Ms. Benedict is not here. What is your preference? You wish it to be left on the agenda? Okay. Then that is left on the agenda. Items 26 and 27. William Clark against the Arts Commission.
I'll postpone that till next month to make it easy for everybody.
Okay. And what about your earlier complaint then?
I'd like to go forward with that because it's next.
Okay. Then 26 and 27 are continued. 28 and 29, 11025, Susan Dumont against the City Attorney's Office. Is Ms. Dumont here? Is the City Attorney's representative here? Those items are continued to May 24th. Items 30 and 31 have already been continued. That takes us back to item number 12 and 13. This item, Mr. Clerk, could you read item 12, please?
It's item 11.
Number 11.
Excuse me. No. Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Item number 11.
Item number 11 is hearing on the complaint filed by William Clark against the Arts Commission for allegedly refusing to respond to a public records request.
Okay. Mr. Clark, please approach the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes. Microphone, please.
Okay, just to remind you, in regards to this item, you did request from the Arts Commission that Howard Lazar or Mr. Kinsell be present, and they are not present. And my brother and I are both prepared to testify tonight that the portion that the official record of the meeting has a portion deleted from it, which I have the cassette here to play what the official record is with the portion missing. And we're the only two witnesses that attended the meeting. The person that's going to represent the Arts Commission wasn't there. All the evidence he presents is just hearsay evidence, and I'm alleging that at the meeting, my brother made a statement, and then he was told by Mr. Kinsell that he could not ask questions under public comment. My brother objected to that. There was a short conversation that went back and forth where they both argue with each other, and then Mr. Kinsell said, okay, you can go. So he's made a comment, so you're under public comment. So, and I waited until the minutes of the meeting came up because I wanted to find out what was in the minutes, and when I read the minutes, there was nothing in it in regards to this conversation that took place. It just stated that my brother asked many questions. So I requested a copy of the meeting. I was sent a digital copy, which when I played it on my computer, I could hardly even hear it on earphones. I could basically make out a little bit. And then I was also sent a CD of the meetings, which I had to listen to on earphones. And at that time, I noticed that the portion of the meeting where my brother was yelled at and told he couldn't ask questions was not on the tape. And so then I requested, I asked the Art Commission if I could go down there and listen to the official tape. I went down to the office, and I requested to listen to it in the office, but I was told I had to listen to it in this other room. I was provided with a tape player, and my brother and I went into that room and closed the door and listened to the official tape. And it was that portion of the minutes, the meeting was missing. And so I filed a complaint here because I don't accept this particular copy of the the meeting as the official record of the meeting. Now, I've been charged by Mr. Lazar that if the minutes were, if the meeting was part of it was deleted, that it was because my brother and I did this. And I do have the copies of that he sent to me on CD, which are exactly the same as the copy that he presented as evidence to you last month. So I'm prepared to, at the very least, just play you the portion of the meeting that is the official record with the portion deleted. I don't know how you're going to go about taking it from that point, but I have the cassette set up, so I think I can play you that portion real fast so you can understand the part that I'm talking about. Are you prepared for that? Is that okay?
If it's within your 5 minutes, certainly.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
No, this isn't the time for that. Please let the speaker proceed.
Discussion here, commissioners. Let's make a motion. Should we do
public comment? And
Okay.
we'll go with 3 minutes each.
I'm sorry. Actually, there was a card there. Where's it? Oh, that's another item. So let's. We can open it. I don't have it here. Oh, you're right. Okay. Item 2. So what we could do is open up to, if there's no comment, we'll open up the general public comment, set the order, and we'll make a motion for item 2 here. So, Mr. Clark? Yeah, I see somewhere.
And I have some questions. You have public comment, so. I'm sorry, I have part of my public comment or some questions about these things. I'd like to know why the controller sent an email to the Art Commission telling them that they have $30,000.
A few questions and they refuse to answer. Now, my brother, he can take it from that point.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, Robert Clark. Yes, what you heard there was you heard Mr. Kinsella. As soon as I stood up on this tape, I say, my name is Robert Clark, and I have some questions about these figures. And what happened right after that is Mr. Kinsella pointed at me got out of his chair, pointed at me, and said, "You are not allowed to ask questions under public figures." And we had it going back and forth. But what you heard here was you just heard Mr. Kinsella saying you are under public comment. So, and right after that statement, I say, "I'm sorry, but I have parts of my public comments are questions about these figures." Now, if what was on this tape was all that was transpired, there's no need for Mr. Kinsella to stand up and tell me you're under public comment. So, the chairman just told me, as you heard at the beginning, that it was public comment. You have your 3 minutes. There would have been no need for me to say right after Mr. Kinsella that I'm sorry, but I have questions. Part of my public comment is that I have questions about these figures. What they did is they cut out the whole part where Mr. Kinsella yelled at me, told me I didn't have any questions, told me I couldn't ask questions under public comment. And then we came in front of this board and we told you about that. And then when we requested this information, I'm asserting that they cut that out because what they're trying to do is make my brother and I sound like we are liars. Now, there's another part on this tape that is interesting too, which I won't get to play to tonight. But in the minutes of the meeting, Mr. Lazar wrote after item number 1 was approved that a number of individuals were acting in a disruptive manner. The public that was present received a warning that any future outbursts, slurs, epithets, and disruptive actions would not be tolerated. This would result in being escorted out of the building with the help of the SFPD. That statement was never made at the meeting. In fact, right after that item was passed, at 3340, the chair says, motion passes item 1. 3352, he says, next item number 2. And at 3441, the chair, as people were walking out of the room, all he said was, can we all file out in order? Can we all file out in an orderly fashion so we can have a little more quiet time here, okay? And then at 3458, he said, shh. And at 3501, he said, outside. This statement that was put in the minutes is an out-and-out lie in an attempt to make it appear like my brother and I disrupted the meeting and that we were threatened by the police. I contend this tape is a false tape that was deliberately altered by the Art Commission, and they don't have the nerve to come down here tonight and answer questions in front of this committee.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I'm a little tired.
Aren't we all? Don't apologize.
The first one to actually say that one. Of course, I'm Julio Matos, representing the Arts Commission and Street Artists Program, Director Howard Lazar. As their representative, I was asked to reiterate to you the following information relating to this case. At the hearing on March 22nd, we submitted to you the original audio recording made by the Arts Commission of the January 12th, 2011 meeting of its Street Artists Committee. In their complaint, the complainants stated, according to the Deputy City Attorney Jerry Street, that after listening to the tape, they determined that this was not the original tape recording of January 12th, 2011 meeting, based on the absence from the tape of Robert Clark's public testimony at the meeting and the response to that testimony by Director of Cultural Affairs, Luis Cancel. And due to this, complainant does not accept that he has been provided the full, unredacted version of the public records that he requested. In response to these allegations, we submitted to you the entire original recording, which was made of January 12, 2011 meeting. Furthermore, we presented to you the following facts. From the original recording of the meeting, only one copy of it was made by the commission, and it was made in the format of a computerized audio file by connecting the commission's tape player to a computer. The entire recording was comprised of 2 original audio tapes that we submitted to you. They are the entire unredacted version of the public record. The 2 original audio tapes, as well as their audio files, which were sent to the Clarks, were not redacted. No blank spaces occur anywhere in these tapes. No splices occur anywhere in these tapes. Full sound is recorded in its entirety on both sides of the first 90-minute tape and on the first side only of the second 90-minute tape. The first side of the second tape recorded the adjournment of the meeting with the bang of the chairman's gavel. The second side of the tape is blank, as the meeting had ended on the first side. According to the audio files, the 2 original tapes comprise a total of 138.2 minutes, or 2 hours and 18 minutes. This is closely reflected by the official written minutes taken of the meeting, which reflect that the meeting started at 3:05 p.m. and ended at 5:22 p.m., hence comprising 2 hours and 17 minutes. The allegation of the complainant that there is an absence of public testimony by Robert Clark and a response to that testimony by Luis Cancel is unfounded, because this original recording, which was given to the Clarks for their own duplication purposes, reveals clearly the questions directed by Mr. Clark to Mr. Cancel, as well as Mr. Cancel's response. There is no redaction of any of Mr. Clark's questions, nor of Mr. Cancel's reply. The only instance in which the recording did not fully record the testimony by one of the Clarks, whom we cannot identify, is when side A of tape 1 ended automatically while Mr. Clark was addressing the issue of a proposed lottery procedure for the assignment of street artist spaces. Although he was signaled that the tape had stopped, he continued talking while the tape was being turned over to side B. After running the tape's blank leader, side B recording the resumption of Mr. Clark's comments in a Similar fashion, side B of tape 1 automatically ends while street artist Michael Adario is commenting, and Adario's comments are then resumed after the length of blank leader on side A of tape 2. This entire unredacted, unaltered original recording of the meeting was given to the clerks at the Office of the Arts Commission in compliance with their request to duplicate it themselves on their own recording apparatus. They took the tapes into a room, provided they closed the door of the room, and we were unable to observe what they chose to hear. As custodian of the tapes, Howard Lazar listened to the tapes in their entirety in order to verify that they had not been altered. There is no evidence of the redaction of Robert Clark's public testimony and the response to that testimony by Director of Cultural Affairs, Luis Cancel. There's no evidence whatsoever of any redaction or post-recording editing of anything that was recorded. We reiterate what we gave you at the March 22nd hearing is the entire unredacted, unaltered original recording of the meeting. We ask that you listen to the entire original recording of 2 hours and 18 minutes, and that should you listen to it away from your public meeting, the tape be played in the presence of a staff member of the City Attorney's Office. The clerks were provided with the full, unredacted original version of the public record they requested. They were provided with it in both its original recording and its audio file of the recording. Therefore, we respectfully request that you dismiss the charge.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf, I believe you had a question?
Yes. Mr. Montos, please. In the statement that you've read on behalf of Mr. Lazar, it states that we were provided with that. Were you? Did it mean that the task force was provided with
yes.
the tapes? Was this
last month?
And when was that delivered? When was that received, Chris?
That particular
through the chair. It was during last month's meeting.
During last month. Has anybody had a chance to listen to it? I didn't even know it arrived.
It arrived when the same meeting.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Where was this meeting held?
Where was it held?
Yeah.
I don't know because I wasn't there, but give me a second here. Actually, I do believe that it was actually held at the Street Artist, pretty much the San Francisco Artist Program, at the offices.
And where is that located?
25 NS.
And that is city property?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, which Mr. Clark should I call? Mr. William Clark. So let me get this straight. So do you have any audio reproduction of the part that was missing?
No, I don't. But I've also presented you with a statement by another witness who was there, and I would just like to make an opportunity.
No.
Okay.
I want you to answer my questions
That's right.
first.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. With regards to the transcript that you got, do we have a copy of that transcript?
I believe I gave that to you last month.
Last month. Okay.
Right.
All right. Great. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Member Costa.
Mr. Matas, I was wondering if maybe I just missed this, but where Mr. Cancel and Mr. Lazar tonight? Or is there a reason why they're not here?
I don't know. I have no answer for that.
Thank you.
Member Johnson.
Is there a requirement that it's a little bit hard, this one, because it's kind of a he said, she said about the audio tape. They're saying that they flipped the tape over and that there was, some information missing because of that. It's hard to determine if that's the case. Is there a requirement that they be audio taped?
Well, there is a requirement, I believe, for audio recording, whether it's on tape or the medium used is. But there is
And
a
the
there is
Arts
a
Commission
requirement
falls
for
under that provision?
the commission would, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Then I just also wanted to ask one of the clerks if this is not to say you should do this or that you were supposed to, but I wondered if you had, in the minutes, you can submit a statement of your own for what you actually said at public comment.
To amend the minutes?
The 6716 allows you to provide a 150-word or less statement.
Right, but I didn't do that at the meeting. That has to be done when you give your testimony.
So you didn't realize it was missing until it was too late. Okay, thank you.
Member Cawthon?
Mr. Clark, so your complaint, there's two complaints. One is that you want to listen to the original cassette recording.
Right. Excuse me.
And the second one is that you weren't permitted public comment.
Well, could you repeat that?
Is that a complaint?
Well,
the first complaint is that you want to listen to.
I wanted the complete tape and what
the
I was right, and or at least a copy of that. And what I was given wasn't the original.
All right. And are you also complaining that you weren't permitted public comment? Because it was really hard. I'm not. No, we were permitted public comment. Okay, because I just wanted to point out. I'm finished. Thank you. Just wanted to point out to everybody that 6714 says each audio recording in any audio or video recording is a public record. So if he wants to see the original, they should provide him with the original.
Absolutely. Member Wolf.
Yes, Mr. Montos again, please. Are you aware whether this meeting was a regular meeting or a special meeting?
No comment. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Mr. Clark, are you aware of whether this was a regular meeting or a special meeting?
This was a regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
But it wasn't in the
Excuse
office.
me? Further questions? Member Costa.
Mr. Matos, I seem to remember, if my memory serves me correctly, last meeting you said that you were present when this tape was made off of...
Being recorded.
Was it? Yes, when it was recorded.
When that is also a part of this particular statement that you guys received, that it was actually being recorded. When Mr. Lazar was actually recording it, I was in the office when he was doing so.
Right. So
it wasn't complete, but it was, it was taking place.
So I remember this being a point of confusion last time that I sort of want to try to clear up. If this is the original tape, why was it being recorded after the meeting?
It was being downloaded. The original tape is not provided to, the original tapes, since we did find that out after last meeting, that they're originally recorded on the little cassettes. But since I don't know if Mr. Lazar actually receives the originals directly right there after the meeting, or if it's actually taken care of and then created into an audio file and then transferred into the recorded tapes. I have no clue. I don't know what the system is for that.
Okay.
Member Cawthon?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Mr. Matos. Sure. You have no objection to letting him listen to the original, right?
Yes. No, I didn't have no objections.
Okay,
no.
The second question is, when Mr. Lazar was ill, when he made the request, why didn't the woman who responded to him, why couldn't she just, or somebody else in the department, just furnish him with the what he wanted?
And as I said actually at the last meeting, I don't know.
Because he had to wait a month to get what
exactly.
He wanted. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Further questions? Okay, at this time the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Mr. Matos?
No comment really.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark.
Yes, first of all, it wasn't in the office. It was at the public meeting. I want to clarify that the portion that we're saying is missing is not at the end of the tape. It's in the middle of the one side that's missing. The portion he referred to was when I was testifying on a different item, but the portion that's missing is in the middle of the tape. And I would also like to state that I feel that one of those two people should be present here today, so I would have an opportunity to question them and make them stand in this hearing room and testify that that is an actual tape recording and that they did not say what my brother and I are claiming them to say. Because what I'm alleging here is a felony. I'm alleging that this is a deliberate alteration of it and that it's a violation of Penal Code Section 134 of the California Penal Code, which states every person guilty of preparing any false or antedated book, paper, record, instrument in writing, or other matter or thing with intent to produce it or allow it to be produced for any fraudulent or deceitful purpose as genuine or true upon any trial, proceeding, or inquiry whatsoever authorized by law is guilty of felony. And for my brother and I are the only two people who can testify. We were there. You know, you can question us as much as you want about it. We're happy to do that. And I presented a statement by a third person who stated he was there and he witnessed it. And the other two people who are responsible for this refused to come to this hearing, even after you instructed them to. And by doing that, they are refusing to testify in front of this committee because they know that this is an altered tape. And as my brother stated, when he stood up there, the chairman already said it was public comment. We were waiting for it. My brother got up there, and all he said was, "I have a few questions about this," and he was immediately interrupted. And the argument about not being allowed to ask questions. And that's why when my brother stands up after the one portion by the commissioner, he says, I'm here. He stutters a little bit. He says part of my public comment is to ask questions because he was just told that. Otherwise, he would have just continued asking the questions he was going to ask. So, I mean, I think it's really unfair to you and, to us for them not to be here because I think they should be made to allow me and my brother to ask them whether or not they actually made those statements. Because if they said no, I know they would be committing perjury to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Member Wolf?
Yeah, I'm a little dismayed because I didn't know that the recording was available for us. But by the same token, the original recording was not made available to us. So what was delivered, is that correct, Chris? That what you have there is not the original?
Through the chair, that is what I believe it is.
Okay, so, personally,
Those
in
are
the
not the original cassette?
I'm sorry? Those are not the originals. So there were copies that were made by the Arts Commission. So I'm inclined in the interest of just general justice to, if we want to really adjudicate this well, I mean, for me, I'd like to have an opportunity to hear the originals because that's where the complaint is being made on, and then and then match that against the rest of the evidence. I mean, this is an investigation now, so I'm inclined to do that. I hate to prolong it anymore, but I think it's in the interest of the complainant that we have that we do that.
Member Johnson, Member Washburn.
To either one of the clerks, one of you mentioned, I think it was your brother.
I'm Rob.
I think it was your brother that mentioned it, that there is another space missing where you can tell that the tape was turned over?
Right, on the item number 1, which was before this, my brother was talking and the first side of the tape ended while my brother was still talking.
So
and then it was flipped over.
If I listen to that tape in its entirety, I would hear two spaces that were.
Well, you would hear the one from him, but you would hear what we just played for you in the portion that is in the middle of the second side. What we just played for you here.
So
is
there's
in
kind
the
of two blips in the
There's two different
recording.
Okay. I just want to explain this carefully, because what I'm saying is that you won't hear, all you're going to hear is what we just played for you tonight, because the original that they'll present to you is going to have what I have on here, because this is what's purported to be the original, and I'm claiming that that original was doctored.
My question was that if you listen to the original, it might not be erased.
That's my.
Yeah,
but what they gave him is erased, so it wouldn't matter.
If they give it to
I want
you.
to hear what was said in the original.
If they give it to you.
If they give it to you. So, but I wanted also to just clarify that we wouldn't assume that the space was the flipping of the tape. So if there are two instances, then it would definitely be.
The thing is that it makes it very difficult to have testimony on this when you actually have evidence to listen to.
Okay.
So,
Member Washburn.
Yeah, I find that I'm really annoyed that once again Mr. Lazar is not here, Mr. Cancel. We have to find a violation for this. And, begin there and then get them here and find out what's really going on.
I don't think
my
they're ever
inclination.
coming back.
Okay.
And
I don't.
I think this is the second or third time that, with all appreciation, the representative comes to speak on their behalf, but he's just really not.
He doesn't know.
Able to address any of the critical points and concerns that we have, and it's a waste of his time, and it's very much so a waste of our time trying to figure out how to move forward when he's unable to address a lot of these questions because he just does not know, and I don't think that that's really excusable anymore.
Member Cawthon.
And I think we should also find a violation for an untimely response. Mr. he made the request on February 4th, and Mr. Lazar was out ill, so he didn't come. He didn't get the what he wanted until March 19th, and Mr. Lazar certainly could have authorized one of his employees to give him the tape.
Is there a motion?
I will move that we find a violation for untimely response and also for failure to send a knowledgeable person to appear. Can we, 6721E, can we do that?
Yes. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay. Just a question then, Member Cawthon. Your untimely response, would that be under 6721B or 6725?
6721B.
6721B.
It wasn't an IDR. That's on page 130A are the dates.
And 6721E. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on this item? Thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amanda Norquist. I just want to kind of sum up what I've been hearing. Member Costa, I'm glad you reiterated the point that the audio tapes that Howard Lazar are claiming are the original tapes came from his computer. Mr. Matos testified to seeing this. So it's very plausible and very possible that you can easily edit any audio recording on your computer and transcribe it to an audio cassette tape and nobody will know. If it was the original cassette tape, why didn't they just give the original? Why did Mr. Matos see Howard Lazar copying it from his computer to an audio cassette tape? That's an important point. Also, the fact that in his letter, Howard Lazar states that the gap in the tape that the Clarks are trying to show could be the turning over, but it's not. The part that's missing from their conversation is not from at the end of the tape when you turn it over. It's right smack dab in the middle. So that's ridiculous. And I just went to a hearing for the Street Arts Program Committee on April 13th, and they posted the minutes just earlier today, and I read the minutes, and it does not match up with what was going on. I confronted Howard in front of everybody about Sunshine Matters, that he wasn't attending his meetings, and myself and a couple of other members asked him some really intense questions, and all he had to say to us was, basically, I'm not going to answer you. And I looked at the minutes today before I got here, and I was just totally, flabbergasted that Howard is not keeping an accurate minutes of any of the meetings. And this isn't the only hearing that I'd been to. I went to one in September and November where I was pressing charges against a street artist for being harassed, for he called me a slut and a whore. I used to be a massage therapist. He told me to go give a hand job. It doesn't say any of that in the minutes. It says that there was a gesture made. And Howard only takes the things that I said that are useful to him and put it in the minutes. And it's not an accurate description of what happened. And it's outrageous. And I can't believe that after, since 1979, the Street Arts Program started. It's 2011, and they still have audio recordings. And just on the April 13th meeting is the very first time Howard had a digital recording. And I think the only reason he had a digital recording was because of the case that the Clarks are doing against him right now. So these are just some things to think about. I'm not the only street artist who has been experiencing this kind of treatment. The Clarks brothers are not the only street artists who have been experiencing this from Howard. This is so repetitive, and I think it's just that the street artists aren't aware that they have these rights. I wouldn't have known I wouldn't have known my rights and been talking right here if it wasn't for the Clarks filing a case here and telling me about it to come support. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion? Member Johnson?
It's not really discussion, but I urge you to take advantage of some of the 67-16 minutes that you can write a 150-word statement, that if they don't put it in, if you read it directly and they don't put it in, it's very concrete. It's very easy to recognize until we get some of these issues resolved.
Member Wolf?
I'm wondering if the maker and the second would accept a friendly amendment to add a request for the original tapes that can be forwarded to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and the CAC can then review this particular issue and determine if further action should be taken on this matter with regards to 6714.
This is to refer the original tape to CNA?
The original tape to Compliance and Amendments.
Is Member Cawthon?
Member Cawthon, do you accept that amendment?
Fine with me.
Member Mike?
I think.
Oh, who's second?
They both did.
Okay. Maker accepts, second accepts.
I think Chris had a question, no?
Mr. Rustin?
Mr. Chair, we talked about we're using the word tape, but I think it's a digital recorder, so it would be
so whatever.
a
I would
WAV
just
file
say
or an MP3 file.
Well, I don't know.
Clarification for the Clark. Sorry, just so that this is all clear. What we're discussing here is a digital recording or an actual audio tape that was recorded?
An audio tape that was recorded.
The original recording was an audio tape.
That's
is that correct?
Because they flipped it.
So, and then afterwards it was digitized and re-recorded is what you're suggesting.
That's
right?
correct.
But what the point at issue is an actual tape that was recorded.
Excuse me.
An audio tape that was recorded.
Yes, the original is an audio cassette recording.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan excused. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you, and thank both sides for attending. It is 20:11. At this point, I'm not sure we could.
That is interesting.
I'm not sure we could hear any further cases and be out of here by the time the building closes at 11.
They kick us out.
I'm sorry?
They kick us out at 11?
Yes.
Do they
will come in
Do
here.
they come in here and actually
Yes.
ask us to leave?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In that case, regrettably, all of the ensuing items, 12 through 31, are continued until to our meeting of May 24th. Please accept my apologies.
I'd like to make a suggestion on item 16, if I might. I know the matter won't be heard tonight, but since this matter deals with a closed session issue, I'd like to have the task force, if they can, have an in-camera hearing regarding the substance of the closed session. As you know, the closed session was recorded, and I think in order to resolve the issues that I raised in my complaint, an in-camera proceeding would be very helpful. So perhaps the chair, the vice chair, and the attorney member of the task force can see if they can somehow arrange with the city attorney to hear the proceeding that was held in closed session.
Okay.
Chair
Thank you
Meade.
for your suggestion, Member Johnson.
I reviewed the case file on the Santa Clara County website, and it is being litigated. So there's no way you're going to be able to do that in camera. So and it of concern there is that this is very timely because it says it's a settlement right on the agenda, and it's so not in settlement negotiations. It's right in the middle of litigation. So it.
Okay, I guess.
I don't know if it's
at this point. At this point, it may not be possible. Then we'll
discuss it.
Thank you. We will discuss it with the city attorney. Please approach, and the lady you wished also to speak, please approach.
Okay, my name is Andrew Cisneros, transit operator 2869. I've been requesting a document that will exonerate me from any type of wrongdoing, and the MTA is trying to dismiss me at this moment. I've been going through 3 administrative hearings. Mr. Mustin has intervened at several times to get this one document that the MTA says it does not exist, but surely with the office communications, it does exist. It was requested by an MTA official. This is something else that will happen to another operator and possibly within city government. That's why we have the task force. There has to be some transparency within city government. People have to be held accountable. You cannot give documents or some substance for the people to provide a case.
Okay, this is not something we could adjudicate right now, but if you do believe that your
But
sunshine rights...
excuse me, I'm on a time guideline by an arbitrator for 5 days that I can submit this document. The MTA is no longer here tonight. They song and dance you. There's never anything punitive held against the MTA.
We could not adjudicate it tonight in any event, but thank you.
When?
When you file a formal complaint, sir.
I have.
He's on the agenda.
Okay. Okay. That's your complaint then?
Yes.
Okay. Well, again, we just don't have time to hear it tonight. We regret it, but that's the way it is.
Question for Mr. Cisneros. Will there be time if we hear it next on the 24th of May?
Unfortunately, I'm going to be under a time guideline by arbitrator Alexander Cohen within 5 days to produce this document. Yes, it's a document that will exonerate me of any wrongdoing. It's a document that was requested by MTA officials.
Mr. Rustum, is it possible for us to place this on the agenda for our special meeting of May 5th?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is.
Then please do so.
Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am?
Appeared before this task force before, and after investing 7 hours, is there any consideration given if we're being continued because of lack of time that our issue might be number 1 or 2 or 3 in the next meeting?
Well, unfortunately, there are so many that I understand your issue, but you're one of many.
I get that. I do understand that. It's just,
We
it'd be nice if there were just some way to know when you come.
I
to
wish,
something.
yeah, I wish there were. We do our best to accommodate as many people as we can, and just the sheer volume of complaints works against us and it works against you. We realize that.
Yeah. Okay.
But we thank you for your patience tonight.
All right. So I'll receive a notice?
You will.
Even though the other person wasn't here?
Yes, you will. And again, thank you for coming. So complaint number 11016 is continued to
May 5th.
To May 5th.
How much notice do they need?
Mr. Rustum?
How much notice do the complaints need when they're continued? How much
Through the
notice?
chair, it's 72 hours at least.
That's the notice to give to the complainant and the respondent?
That is the rule that we abide by.
Is there any relevance to Mr. Picarella's being about a closed session, or is it just time passing?
What's the question again?
Does it matter that Mr. Picarella's claim was about a closed
No,
session
because
that was a monetary amount awarded to two departments?
I don't know
The
that
remedy.
makes a difference because
Okay.
the ordinance requires recordings of closed sessions.
You don't have to listen to a recording. When you read it, you'll see.
Okay, we are going to skip now to the administrator's report. Mr. Rustum?
Mr. Littlejohn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Littlejohn?
I have a question first. Were members of the task force provided with a copy of my complaint?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you can see if you look at it closely. The response from the Sheriff's Department completely misrepresents my complaint, and the memorandum you have from the city attorney misrepresents my complaint. My complaint is not about an incident that happened to me in 2005 on August 9th. That's not my complaint. Nowhere in my complaint says that. My complaint is I'm denied access to the jail census by the sheriff. Have to make it clear here. The jail census is a computerized document that's generated 3 times a day. It lists every person in the county jails, every person by name, sex, gender, charge, and date of birth. Now, when I work for the Sheriff's Department for years and years, you could go in the Sheriff's Department and look at the jail census.
Okay, Mr. Littlejohn, could you please speak into the microphone? Please speak into the microphone, sir.
One day I went, it was always posted right by the money window because you had to put down the jail number for the person when you were leaving money. So anybody could go up there and look at it and you could see who was in jail. Very important. But I went there one day, and I couldn't remember the last name of the person that I was going to leave money for. But I knew his first name, I knew his age, I knew his race, and I knew he was in San Bruno jail. So I had no problem. I'll just look at all the names of people, and it'll come to me. A lot of people who go to visit and find out don't know their real names, but they'll know something about them.
Okay,
You just go
Mr.
through the whole
Littlejohn,
list and find out.
Mr. Littlejohn, you are speaking to your item, sir, and that has been taken off agenda.
Pardon?
You are speaking to your item, and that has been taken off agenda for tonight.
Why?
Due to lack of time, sir. We thank you for coming.
Can I make one statement? I made a complaint to the city attorney's office in 2005. The city attorney issued a letter to the sheriff saying, you are under the Public Records Act and under the Sunshine Ordinance, and the jail census is a public record. The city attorney says that. I had the copy right here. It's in my complaint. A copy.
Okay, sir. Again, you are speaking to your complaint, which has been continued to next month.
Okay. The sheriff has been withholding the names of people in jail since 2005.
Mr. Littlejohn, I'm going to ask, please, that you step away from the microphone.
Okay.
You are speaking to you are speaking to your complaint, and that has been put off till next month. Please step away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Administrator's report, please.
Mr. Chair, as you know, we have 9 continued complaints, and we have 7 new ones. So a total of 16 for May 24th.
Okay.
Perhaps a good idea would be the continued ones to go to the special meeting on the 5th.
Well,
Because not all 9 complaints will clear on the 5th. There would be some spillover.
that would absolutely kill any opportunity we have to finish off on the amendments if we did that. And we have to get the amendments to the supervisors whom we hope to approach by the middle of May. We can put a few of these on here, maybe 3 or 4, but to put all 9, that would shoot us in the foot. Member Costa, Member Wolf.
When we agreed to the special meeting at the last special meeting, the meeting for May 5th, I think the sort of corollary to that was that we weren't going to hear any complaints at that meeting. It's understandable if there's one that is extremely time sensitive, but it seems like we're shooting ourselves in the foot by taking on any additional complaints at this next special meeting.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I would agree. Unless there is absolutely a time-sensitive item like Mr. Cisneros, I think, and that probably he couldn't get that date changed, I would suggest that be the same. I also would suggest, based upon our experience of the second item that we had today, it was very difficult, even with a lawyer in the room, that we get some advisement from DCA 3 as to how complex or complicated an item might be and how much time it might take, because it was difficult for me even at home to get through it all and understand it. So, I think those kinds of items we might request from the complainant a 45-day waiver and give us a little more time, because just getting the complaint to getting this, I think, when did I get this? On like Friday afternoon. It didn't really leave me a whole lot of time to review it and be able to call somebody if I needed some help. So,
okay.
So I would suggest that it's hard to receive it on Friday, and then you only have Monday to talk to somebody because nobody's in the office on the weekend.
Member Coughlin?
I just wanted to say, last time at our special meeting, we heard, I think Mr. Garza had 3 complaints, and then somebody else had 1 complaint. And the only reason I wish we could maybe do the amendments first, and then hear maybe 1 or 2 complaints, because here we are, it's 11 o'clock, and we still couldn't hear everybody. And if we have 16 complaints next time, we'll have to have another special meeting. And I'm the one who's moaning about special meetings all the time. So, although I'm willing to go, so that we don't have to have a repeat of tonight. But I hope we could do it on a few on May 5th, maybe 2.
Okay. The agenda for May 5th, and we'll stand with just the 1 complaint and then the consideration of the amendments. Is there any public comment on the administrator's report? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Announcements? Move to adjourn. Thank you all for coming.